Looking for beauties, one night for one spirit stone. Ugly ones need not apply. As I planted the sign on my stall at the Cloud Mist Lane Cultivator Marketplace, chaos erupted instantly. One night for one spirit stone? Did I read that right? Where'd this rich young master pop out from? Paying this much, for what exactly? Says he wants only beauties. What do you think he's after? But this is outrageous. At Mayoyan Pavilion, a fairy costs just a single spirit crystal for a whole night, and even a skilled foundation establishment cultivator charges only 10 spirit crystals. A single spirit stone could easily get someone to serve you for 10 nights. Exactly, and Mayoyan's ladies are handpicked and talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Man, at these rates, I'm tempted to volunteer, and I'm a guy. Get away from me. Don't act holier than thou. Can you save up a spirit stone after a year's hard labor? One night and you've got it. You're telling me you wouldn't even consider it. The debate went on, but a bold man stepped forward. A burly guy with a bushy beard stared at me, his gaze intense. Brother, do you have to rule out men so strictly? I frowned slightly, but didn't lash out. I could understand. It wasn't because this world was particularly fond of male companionship, but because I had transmigrated. This wasn't your typical cultivation paradise. I'd found myself in a waning era of cultivation, a world barren of spiritual energy. While cultivation techniques still existed, there wasn't any spiritual energy to cultivate with. Everyone had to rely on non-renewable resources, spirit stones and pills, to survive. The scarcity of spirit stones spoke for itself. Even I was hard-pressed to secure enough resources for my cultivation. The only reason I had set up this little stall with such exuberant rates was because I had awakened a system, something called the heaven and earth reversion system. As long as I gave resources like spirit stones to women who were, let's say, qualified, the system would double those resources and give them back to me based on the number of women involved. Theoretically, with just 2 or more women who met the criteria, I'd have an infinite source of spirit stones. As for men, I have no interest in men, I curtly replied, retracting my gaze. The burly man laughed heartily, clearly joking, and the crowd joined in, the mood suddenly lively. Some seemed intrigued, and others disappointed. Once the laughter subsided, a woman stepped forward. Young master, do I meet your standards? She wore a green dress, her makeup light yet refined, her long hair tied in a cloud-like bun. She had an air of grace and charm about her, not stunning, but certainly presentable. She wouldn't have dared approach otherwise, given the ugly ones need not apply part on my sign. Several men in the crowd shifted their gazes toward her, curious to see what I would say. I glanced at her and pointed toward my sign. I'm only accepting beauties. I'm not beautiful enough, she pouted, looking pitiable. Some men couldn't bear it, clearly wishing they could comfort her themselves. A few even accused me of being heartless. Remaining calm, I replied evenly, my prices, my standards. Truth be told, they quickly saw the logic. One spirit stone for a single night. It stood to reason that my standards had to be extremely high. Sure, this woman was attractive, but not spirit stone level attractive. At a place like Mayoyan Pavilion, there were fairer ones available for a fraction of that. If it were them in my shoes, they wouldn't have agreed either. Their protests died down almost immediately. The woman bit her lip, glancing back at the sign and then at me. She saw my crisp white robes, my handsome features, and the calm, effortless confidence I exuded while lounging there. Anyone would assume I was some wealthy young master from a prestigious cultivation family. Even without the spirit stone incentive, such a lure was irresistible. If you think I'm not worth a whole spirit stone, I'm fine with taking less, she said softly, lowering her stance. Nearby men looked on with envy and jealousy. But spirit stones were rare and hard-earned. Even for a single spirit crystal at Mayoyan, they deliberate for ages before making a choice. And here she was offering herself like this. I met her gaze, her eyes like delicate ripples of autumn water. They held shyness tinged with hope, a budding beauty straight out of a Jiangnan painting. In my old world, she could have easily uploaded a few photos and had guys lining up to shower her with attention. Unfortunately, she didn't meet my standards. Or rather, she didn't meet the system's standards. This wasn't as simple as being acceptable looking. For the system to double my resources, the woman needed a total scoring of 90 or higher. The score evaluated not just looks, but also body, demeanor, and, most importantly, purity. At first, I didn't understand what purity meant. But after visiting Mayoyan Pavilion to scout for potential candidates, I noticed that most of their so-called fairies scored a purity of 0, with total scores barely scraping past 60. That's when I realized what the system was really asking for. The system provided this woman's breakdown. Name, Su Miaojin, age, 21. Talent, 5 elemental roots. Appearance, 81. Body, 72. Demeanor, 69. Purity, 97. Total score, 79.75. Better than the Mayan fairies, sure, but still below the threshold. So even if she offered herself for free, I wouldn't take her. I only cared about cultivating now. This world had no smartphones, no internet, no modern luxuries to keep me entertained. Cultivation was my one obsession, my only path forward. Mortals here aged rapidly due to the lack of spiritual energy. Few even made it past 50. I had no intention of dying young. Miss Sue, please conduct yourself with dignity. My tone was firm, my expression resolute, my eyes filled with nothing but my longing for the Tao. The crowd marveled at my lofty standards. Other women, initially tempted by the allure of a full spirit stone, reconsidered after comparing themselves to Su Miaotian. Doubts and hesitation spread among them. But, alas, the temptation of an entire spirit stone was too great. Moments later, another woman strutted forward. Hey there, little brother. Think I might be your type. The newcomer was draped in fiery red robes, her curvaceous figure accentuated by the tight fit. She exuded seduction with every glance, her cherry-red lips parting lazily and her voice dripping with allure. Outshining Su Miaotian in both looks and figure, she seemed confident in her appeal. I snuck a peek at her system evaluation. Name, Chi Rao. Age, 27. Talent, 5 elemental roots. Appearance, 86. Body, 93. Demeanor, 81. Purity, 21. Total score, 70.25. A purity score of 21. Public transportation, pass. If I'm not your type, just say so. She contemplated for a moment, her expression cooling from initial warmth. First, you say I don't meet your standards, and now you say you're not interested. Could it be that you can't even produce a spirit stone and came here just to mess with us? As soon as she said that, the crowd watching began murmuring amongst themselves. Huh, upset because he got rejected. I kind of think she has a point. Just now, this guy didn't seem completely uninterested when he looked at the fairy. But we're talking about an entire spirit stone. I don't even have that much to my name. Just to buy one night? That's ridiculous. Exactly. Even the young master of the Yi family, the only refining stage expert in Yunwu market, wouldn't dare spend so extravagantly. Honestly, I thought it seemed fishy from the start. Who in their right mind would spend 10 spirit crystals a night just for a beauty? No way anyone would take such a loss. There's only one explanation. He never planned to actually pay the spirit stone. How infuriating. He dares to toy with us? He needs to be taught a lesson. Seeing the crowd growing restless, readying themselves to act, Chi Rao smirked slightly, clearly proud of how easily her words incited them. But I remained calm, didn't argue, and simply extended my palm with quiet composure. In it lay a spirit stone, its gentle luminescence captivating under the sunlight. The crowd, who moments earlier brimmed with righteous fury, instantly fell silent. They exchanged awkward glances with one another, clearly embarrassed. Yet, their eyes betrayed envy and even greed as they fixated on the stone in my hand. Possessing a spirit stone doesn't necessarily mean he'd use it. Chi Rao retorted quickly, pulling out a jade box from her robe. She opened it briefly, revealing a spirit stone brimming with a similar spiritual aura. After letting the crowd take a quick look, she snapped it shut and continued. There are plenty of people here who could produce a spirit stone. But would anyone casually hand such a precious thing to someone else so easily? The crowd nodded their agreement. Then, she turned her gaze back to me. You keep saying none of us meet your conditions. Aren't you just playing around with us? Even if someone did qualify, what's stopping you from going back on your word afterward? Simple, I replied. I'll stay here, with my stall, and wait for someone who meets the conditions. If someone does, I'll pay the spirit stone up front. As soon as I said that, the crowd erupted once again. What? Upfront payment of a spirit stone? He's serious then? So bold. Man, if only I were a girl. I'd just lie there, open my legs, and get the spirit stone handed to me. Where on earth did this generous nobleman come from? The commotion refused to subside as more and more people gathered. If not for the uncertainty about my cultivation level, combined with Yunwu market's strict rules forbidding violence, I suspected some might have already tried something shady. For now, they were simply eager to see what kind of beauty would meet my criteria enough to make me willingly hand over a spirit stone. As for whether I genuinely intended to follow through with my claim to pay up front, it wasn't so hard to guess. The fact that I effortlessly retrieved the spirit stone using a storage artifact, without directly touching it, clearly indicated that I was at least a chi refining cultivator. That alone was enough to shock the entire Yunwu market into reconsidering any reckless actions. Although Yunwu had the reputation of being a cultivation market, the reality was that over 90% of its inhabitants hadn't even made it past the first step of cultivation, chi refining. In this barren land devoid of spiritual energy, any remaining traces of a grade 1 spiritual vein had long withered, leaving it no different from wastelands outside. Without spirit stones or pills, even a natural genius with heavenly spiritual roots couldn't progress. The people remained here for the sole hope of encountering rare resources like spirit stones or elixirs to chase their distant dream of immortality. Leaving Yunwu meant returning to the ordinary mortal world and forever severing their chance to cultivate. Meanwhile, near the dispersed cultivator market, inside the Danxiang Pavilion, a very different drama was unfolding. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed into the shop, though the fat shopkeeper didn't bother to glance up, instead engrossed in tallying numbers on his abacus. Only when the figure stepped inside did he lazily lift his gaze, and immediately did a double take, his narrow eyes widening in surprise. The woman who had entered wore a simple moon-white dress, devoid of any embellishments, allowing her elegant figure to stand out like a magnolia in full bloom under the moonlight. Her black hair was loosely pinned back with a wooden hairpin, a few stray locks framing her delicate, ethereal features so flawless they seemed otherworldly. However, her clear and beautiful eyes were shadowed with exhaustion and anxiety that no makeup could conceal. The shopkeeper, who had spent decades in Yunwu Market and prided himself on having seen countless beautiful female cultivators, now realized women of this caliber were undeniably a rare sight. Clearing his throat, he straightened up, plastering on what he believed to be a genial smile. "The fairy graces my humble store. How may I be of service?" The woman stepped briskly to the counter, her tone urgent. "Shopkeeper, do you have clear essence pills in stock?" "Why, of course. How fortunate for you, fairy, to come at the perfect time." While clear essence pills are merely tier 1, the spiritual herbs necessary for their refinement have already gone extinct. Their use in detoxifying a multitude of poisons makes them increasingly rare. There's only one bottle left in my shop. Turning to a jade box emitting faint streams of cool air, the shopkeeper carefully retrieved a tiny porcelain bottle, faintly revealing its contents, several emerald green pills. A glimmer of hope crossed the woman's face. "How much is it?" "1 low-grade spirit stone," the shopkeeper calmly replied. The brief joy in her expression froze. Her name was Jiang Xuansu. She had recently arrived in Yunwu Market with her younger sister. Earlier that morning, while out, they encountered rogue cultivators. To protect her, her sister had been struck by a poisoned hidden weapon. These pills were her sister's last hope. But the two sisters' collective fortune amounted to no more than a dozen spiritual crystals. A single spirit stone? It was astronomical. "Shopkeeper, I have only this," she stammered, producing a dimly colored cloth pouch and pouring out its contents. Just over a dozen spiritual crystals with worn, rounded edges. It was common knowledge that it took 100 spiritual crystals to equal 1 spirit stone. "I need this pill to save a life. Could I pay later? I'll sign an IOU and repay, doubled, when I can." The shopkeeper's smile thinned. This humble store operates on thin profit margins. "No credit." Jiang Xuansu silently began retrieving her crystals, ready to try her luck elsewhere. Then, as if reconsidering, the shopkeeper lazily mused aloud. "Still, rules are dead, but people are alive. With your stunning looks, fairy, I'm sure we could work something out." Her brows furrowed. "What are you suggesting?" The shopkeeper chuckled, greed gleaming in his eyes. "This poor Taoist isn't entirely without means. If you're willing to spend a night with me, I could offer you 10 spiritual crystals." As he spoke, his gaze shamelessly roamed her face and figure. Staring into his corpulent, lecherous face, Jiang Xuansu's frown deepened. But with her sister's life hanging in the balance, she forcibly swallowed her indignation, hesitating in conflicted silence. Only the faint crackle of incense from the shop's burner filled the stillness. At last, she rasped, "Could I receive a spirit stone as an advance?" "That won't do," he quickly dismissed. "How do I know you won't just run away?" Decisively turning away, the stingy nature of the merchant was on full display. He sneered and said, "And don't forget, 10 crystals is just the price for the first night. After that, at most, it'll be 1 crystal per night." The words hit like a slap across her face. Jiang Xuansu's pale cheeks flushed red with anger. She clenched the spirit crystals tightly in her hand, spinning on her heels to leave. Wait. How about 2 crystals? 2 crystals," the shopkeeper shouted after her in desperation. "That's the highest price I can give. No one in the entire Yunwu market will go higher than me. I guarantee you'll have 1 spirit stone within a year. Once this chance is gone, it's gone forever." Not stopping for even a moment, she disappeared from his sight. The shopkeeper, frustrated, clicked his tongue. "TSK, what a waste." Jiang Xuansu walked the bustling streets, her face dim with despair. Her family had suffered misfortune in her youth, leaving the two sisters to rely on each other for survival. They were each other's only lifeline. If her younger sister were to die, she'd truly be left all alone in this world. She trudged aimlessly through the loose cultivators market, her face expressionless. In the distance, a noisy crowd had gathered around a certain stall, cheers and roars filling the air. But she had no heart for excitement, indifferently walking past the commotion. After a few steps, the words, "one spirit stone," suddenly reached her ears. She froze, her empty gaze suddenly sparking with life. She immediately turned back, edging closer to listen. Then, without hesitation, she dove into the crowd, making her way to me. "You said one spirit stone per night. Is that true?" she asked directly. Her sudden appearance caused a stir among the onlookers. "Wow, she's stunning. This must be what a fairy descending from heaven looks like. Surely she qualifies now, right? If this celestial beauty doesn't qualify, then he's obviously a fraud." Seeing Jiang Xuanzu approach, I couldn't help but be taken aback by her beauty. A quick glance at the system panel confirmed everything. Name, Jiang Xuanzu. Age, 18. Aptitude, dual spiritual roots. Appearance, 93. Figure, 88. Temperament, 86. Purity, 100. Overall score, 91.75. Finally, I had been waiting for someone like her. Suppressing my excitement, I kept my composure and nodded. "Yes." "Do I qualify?" she pressed anxiously. Fixing my gaze on her for a moment, I deliberately made her wait before responding. "You qualify." Once the words left my lips, the entire crowd erupted. Finally, someone meets the standard. She's gorgeous, like a goddess. Let's see if he keeps his promise. Even Jiang Xuanzu's face showed a hint of joy, but her uncertainty remained. Her sister was in critical condition. Every second counted. Waiting even one night might be too late. Mustering her courage, she asked, "I have one more request. Can you pay the spirit stone in advance? I promise I'll return tonight." "Of course," I replied without hesitation. The crowd had heard me agree to advance the spirit stone earlier, so there was no reason to refuse now. "Really?" she froze in shock. She had fully expected her bold request to be flatly denied. After all, a whole spirit stone, the price for just one night, was far beyond what anyone else had offered. And now she dared to ask for more? She wasn't even sure how she had the nerve to ask. But with her sister's life on the line, she had no choice but to try. "If you sign this contract, the spirit stone is yours." With a flick of my wrist, a contract appeared out of thin air. To the system, there were two ways to certify someone as mine. The first was in the literal sense, becoming my woman. The second was signing a contract, which also rendered them recognized by the system. Jiang Xuanzu grabbed the contract, quickly scanning its terms. They were straightforward and within acceptable bounds. She had to honor the agreement after receiving the spirit stone. Breaking the contract would result in the destruction of both her spirit and body, a safeguard similar to an oath-bound vow. It also stipulated that during the period from signing to fulfilling the terms, she could not be with any other man. The implications of the contract's purpose became clear from this clause. She had already braced herself for such conditions. A glance at me revealed a man far younger, more handsome, and refined than the pudgy shopkeeper she'd just dealt with. Her snow-like complexion flushed faintly pink, and she quickly looked away when she noticed me watching her. "All right, I'll sign." Having carefully examined the terms, her reservations melted away. The conditions not only avoided crossing her bottom line, but even provided guarantees for her safety, expressly stating that no harm would come to her life. It was far more favorable than she had anticipated. Placing her signature on the contract, she handed it back to me. With a brief glance, I tucked it away and handed her the spirit stone as promised. "Come to the Mingyue Pavilion at the start of the evening hour. I will be there on time," she said resolutely, clutching the spirit stone tightly. Her eyes brimmed with tears that refused to fall. Seeing this scene, the onlooking crowd didn't know whether they should envy her for receiving the spirit stone so easily, or envy me for spending the night with such a divine beauty. After she left, Red Rua muttered grudgingly, "Humph, just showing off." Yet her tone was unmistakably tinged with jealousy. I grinned at her. "Showing off? Stick around and see for yourself." "What? You're still recruiting?" Seeing that I hadn't packed up my stall, and hearing me utter those words, the crowd that was about to disperse hesitated, freezing in place. Offering a sly smirk, I gave them a knowing look. Of course, one is never enough. The men who understood my implication laughed knowingly, but were equally shocked. Spending one spirit stone in exchange for a single night was already seen as extravagant. Yet here I was, seemingly not just seeking novelty, but assembling a whole group of beauties. The sheer wealth this hinted at was almost unimaginable. Perhaps I was truly from one of those legendary foundation establishment families. Suddenly, those who had planned to leave decided to stay, eager to uncover whether I was genuine or just posturing. Among the crowd were a few women whose gazes toward me grew increasingly heated. That was exactly the effect I wanted. The larger the crowd became, the more people I could attract. More people meant a wider selection of candidates to evaluate. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuansu, now possessing the spirit stone I had given her, avoided the earlier merchant entirely. Instead, she carefully chose another shop to buy the Qinyan pill. Without delay, she sprinted back to her lodging. As she weaved through the bustling, drunken immortal lane, a shadow brushed past her, accompanied by a chilling whisper in her ear. "You cannot escape the palm of my hand." She froze instantly, every hair on her body standing on end. It was him, the one who ambushed her and her sister earlier in the day. She had suspected that he had tracked them from the market to the outskirts before making his move. Turning around, she found no trace of him. Cautiously circling the area several times, she finally mustered the courage to return to their quarters. Only within the protective boundaries of the cultivator market did she regain some semblance of safety. Opening the door, she saw her sister lying unconscious on the bed, her face still pale and lifeless. Wrapped in white cloth soaked in black blood, her exposed skin had turned swollen and dark. Tears welled up in Jiang Xuansu's eyes. She quickly wiped them away and fed her younger sister a Qinyan pill. Her sister didn't wake immediately, so she stayed by the bedside, recalling the voice they had heard along the way. Whoever that was, to have made it to Yunwu Pavilion, clearly sought the path of immortality as well. And in this world, there were two main paths to cultivation. The first, once mainstream, is the orthodox qi refinement path, relying on spiritual energy to cultivate. However, as spiritual energy became scarce, this path gradually fell into decline. What used to be a stepping stone, reaching the qi refinement stage overnight for those with natural aptitude, has now become an unreachable goal for many. Because of this difficulty, the pre-refinement stage has been subdivided into 3 levels, each like a chasm to cross. The first is the sense of spiritual energy stage, Ganling state, where one begins to feel the presence of spiritual energy, a crucial first step towards cultivation. Those without spiritual roots are immediately disqualified. In times past, abundant spiritual energy allowed even basic spiritual roots to sense it over time. Now, even those gifted with heavenly spiritual roots may fail without relying on spiritual stones. The difficulty has multiplied. As for those with 5 spiritual roots, the worst type, they may never sense anything in their lifetime. If one manages to sense spiritual energy, they can then progress to the next level, the spirit convergence stage, Naling state. Here, the body must act as a vessel to hold spiritual energy. This stage has strict requirements on the quantity of energy. One must unblock 360 meridians throughout the body. Those with heavenly spiritual roots need to unblock at least 12 standard meridians. With each additional element in one's roots, the required meridians double. Dual element roots need 24, triple need 48, quadruple require 96, and 5 element roots demand 192. Nowadays, a single spiritual stone can only unblock 1 meridian at most. Even those with extraordinary gifts, heavenly spiritual roots, need over a dozen stones to progress. Many wandering cultivators can't save up that many stones their entire lives. But the advantages are noteworthy. Unblocking meridians with spiritual energy enhances the body, extends life, and can increase lifespan by up to 30 years. Once the meridians are unblocked, the next step is to refine the energy within, transforming it into pure spiritual power in the stage known as Yuan transformation, Hua Yuan state. Raw spiritual energy, chaotic and impure, must be distilled by using one's consciousness as fire and meridians as a furnace. Producing even a single thread of pure spiritual power marks the official entry into the qi refinement stage. However, due to resource depletion, fewer and fewer wandering cultivators are willing to take this route. Almost everyone opts for the other path, martial cultivation. This path doesn't require spiritual energy, relying instead on meat and aged herbs to advance through the 4 martial stages: blood reforging, ban shui, qi aggregation, zhu qi, furnace cultivation, yang lu, and perfection, wu lu. Even the blood reforging stage is further divided into skin tempering, flesh refinement, tendon transformation, and bone forging. Beyond perfection lies the innate stage, xiantian state, equivalent to the qi refinement stage. Each method has its pros and cons. Martial cultivation has a low barrier of entry. Anyone can start, with or without spiritual roots. Tangible results are achieved purely through effort, providing some degree of hope. In contrast, qi refinement might involve decades of meditative practice without sensing spiritual energy. Even those who do often feel despair at the spirit convergence stage. Yet, meat and herbs are mundane substances, offering limited lifespan extension. Refining the body may even shorten lifespan in some cases. Even at the perfection stage, martial cultivators can only gain up to 20 extra years of life. This is the key difference between the mortal and the immortal. Though spiritual energy is harder to use, its benefits far surpass anything physical strength can offer. Upon reaching chi refinement, spiritual energy can nourish the body, extending lifespan to potentially 120 years, while an innate stage martial cultivator caps at roughly a century. Judging by the fight earlier that morning, the one who attacked them had definitely taken the martial path. They were strong enough to wield tangible chi, at least in the furnace cultivation stage, or maybe even the perfection stage. As for Jiang Xuansu and her sister, they were following the orthodox chi refinement path. For one, women are inherently at a disadvantage when honing their bodies. Enduring the physical demands of martial stages is difficult, and it might even alter their figure, affecting appearance. Additionally, they were born into a family of immortals. Their ancestors even included a true immortal beyond chi refinement. Unfortunately, their clan fell into decline as that ancestor consumed the family's resources to barely maintain their cultivation in an era of dwindling spiritual energy, only to die regardless. Finally, though the two of them had decent talent, sensing spiritual energy in just under a day, they lacked resources and were stuck in the spirit convergence stage. Though their bodies were somewhat strengthened from spiritual energy, they couldn't compare to martial experts who excel at physical combat. In a direct confrontation, even a blood reforging stage fighter might defeat them. Their narrow escape from the earlier encounter was only because the martial expert hadn't aimed to kill and had underestimated them. Jiang Xuansu seized an opportunity to clash palms with him, risking injury by flooding her meager amount of spiritual energy into his body. While spiritual energy is difficult to use, it can still be weaponized. If not, the spirit convergence stage wouldn't be able to unblock meridians. For martial practitioners, however, spiritual energy is a nightmare, causing chaos as it ripped past the man's protective chi barrier and invaded his body. Unable to expel it, he risked total destruction of his meridians, or worse, his body exploding. Shocked, the martial expert immediately sat down to suppress the invading energy, giving the sisters the chance to flee. They did consider returning to finish him off, but underestimated his desperation. Though paralyzed, he had a hidden weapon in his mouth. Luckily, Jiang Xuansu's sister managed to shove her aside in time, though the weapon grazed her own face, leaving a cut. Realizing they couldn't take further risks, the two fled back to Yunwu Pavilion. But now that he had tracked them down and would be on guard next time, they feared they wouldn't stand a chance. For now, we'll have to stay hidden in Yunwu Pavilion. Staring at her progress, only 3 meridians unblocked, Jiang Xuansu felt a hopelessness wash over her. By late afternoon, my small stall was still crowded with people. Yet after Jiang Xuansu, no one else had qualified for my offer. I cast a glance at the single, lonely spiritual stone in my system's space and sighed inwardly. It wasn't unreasonable for others to accuse me of pretending to act rich. After all, even landlords don't hoard grain during a famine year. And in this world, where spiritual energy has been scarce for over a millennium, resources are infinitely precious. That one spiritual stone was my entire fortune. When I handed the stone to Jiang Xuansu earlier, I maintained an air of indifference, as if it didn't matter. But inwardly, I was terrified the system might betray me. If I didn't receive a return as promised, I'd have lost my only funding. It wasn't until I saw the system prompt, successfully gifted 1 spiritual stone. Current recipient count, 1, resources doubled. Claim now, that I finally breathed easy again. Right now, I'm far from being some chi refining immortal. I'm merely an ordinary person who's barely opened 1 spiritual meridian. This body I've taken over is cursed with 5 spiritual roots, the worst aptitude. It took me nearly 10 years just to sense spiritual energy, but I don't mind. In my previous life, I devoured plenty of cultivation novels, especially those in the ordinary person to godhood genre. In almost all these stories, the 5 spiritual roots setup always flipped later in the plot. Their hidden perks, like having a deeper reserve of spiritual power and a higher cap, are classic protagonist traits. I can take my time. Pulling out a spiritual stone and a contract, I relied entirely on the infinite storage space that came with the system. Stowing and retrieving items didn't even require spiritual power. After surveying the scene and finding no one suitable, I stood and informed the crowd to return tomorrow. Amidst their reluctant gazes, I gracefully turned and left. Back at the inn, I flopped onto the bed and rested for a bit before turning sideways to retrieve a technique manual from the system's storage space. The manual was titled The Primordial Codex, which sounded serious, but it was actually a dual cultivation technique. It wasn't something I purchased, it came with the system. As for its effectiveness, well, anything produced by the system is top quality. Although I hadn't tested it yet, the description was impressive. Just like how the system automatically refunded resources, the cultivation speed during dual cultivation doubled with the number of women involved. If I could somehow have hundreds or even thousands of women, Wouldn't my cultivation speed be like riding a rocket? After reviewing the manual in preparation for the impending first practical use, I suppressed the restlessness in my heart and put the book back into storage. Sitting up, I pulled out a spiritual stone, adjusted my mindset to calm, and closed my eyes to begin sensing spiritual energy. The awakening scripture says, "When one's divine spirit favors clarity, the troubled heart disrupts it. When the heart favors stillness, desires pull it away." To sense spiritual energy, the key lies in clearing the mind and draining desires. Only in a state of profound calm, where one sheds distractions, can the clarity of spiritual energy reflect like the moon on a tranquil lake. The process is extremely tedious. Before sensing anything, the entire world feels like chaos, with no feedback whatsoever. It's easy to fall asleep. In my previous life, I took nearly 10 years from my first attempt to success. Yet, the actual focused effort added up to less than a month. Initially, I was intrigued and dedicated, but soon it turned into a half-hearted attempt, with long gaps in between. Eventually, I nearly forgot about it altogether. Ironically, my success was an accident. I dozed off during a session and dreamed of the spiritual stone emitting faint glimmers. When I woke up and tried again, I somehow managed to sense the energy. In hindsight, that experience was hardly reproducible or valuable as guidance. After a while, I was interrupted by the sound of a knock on the door. Breaking my focus, I got up to answer it. Standing outside was Jiang Xuansu, as we had agreed. I invited her in. "Jiang Xuansu greets you, sir. I was in such a rush earlier that I never caught your name. I hope you won't take offense," she said with a mix of apology and gratitude. She truly didn't know what to do if I hadn't helped her. By now, who knows what might have happened to her younger sister. "Su Chun," I replied. Without the crowd around, I took a closer look at her. My first impression was clear, stunning beauty. The kind of beauty that takes your breath away at first sight. Instantly, that classic phrase came to mind. A woman is made of water. Her skin was soft and delicate, practically glowing. Her features were gentle and perfectly sculpted, with arched brows like distant mountain mist and an understated elegance that extended to her temples. Her eyes were especially captivating, not just pure black, but akin to deep mountain pools after the rain, glimmering with an ethereal quality. They flowed like silent streams, and looking into them brought an inexplicable sense of calm. But what captivated me most were her lips, rosy and delicate, as if naturally tinted with crimson. Full without being overly so, they carried a soft sheen that made them irresistibly alluring. Everywhere her lips met, her skin formed an impeccable curve, as though they had been crafted by an artist. In comparison, most people's lips might appear smooth from afar, but uneven upon closer inspection. Yet Jiang Xuansu's lips were flawless. Her entire face radiated a gentle charm, untainted by sharpness, much like a piece of premium jade polished to perfection. She exuded an aura of fragility, igniting the urge to take her softly into one's arms. Feeling my unrestrained gaze, she lowered her head slightly and softly addressed me. "Su Gongzi." Surprisingly, there wasn't even a hint of annoyance in her tone. Ignoring her reserved demeanor, I reached out to lift her delicate chin. "You know why I invited you here tonight, don't you?" I asked. "I do." She neither struggled nor resisted. There wasn't even a trace of apprehension in her movements. Coming here, she had clearly resolved herself fully. "You can do anything you want of me," she said, meeting my eyes head-on before slowly closing hers. This peerless beauty, speaking such words in such an inviting tone. How could I possibly resist? It's true what they say. Celebrities back in my previous world were incomparable to her magnificence. Life in my old world had always made finding even a moderately attractive girlfriend a feat. Now, here was an unparalleled beauty right before me. I began to reconsider. So what if there aren't phones, internet, or video games? Maybe this world wasn't so bad after all. Seize the moment while the flower blooms, as they say. With such a fairy-like enchantress in front of me, how could I pretend to be a saint? Even an old-fashioned gentleman would falter here. I certainly wasn't going to play the part of a righteous sage. Without further hesitation, I leaned in and kissed her. In that instant, Jiang Xuansu's eyes opened briefly, filled with panic and shyness but devoid of anger or rejection. Meeting my gaze for a second, her eyelids fluttered closed again, and her body stiffened with tension. I relished that softness, feeling a rush of pleasure course through me. Not just a physical warmth, but a psychological sense of triumph. Wrapping my arm around her, I closed my eyes and savored the moment. Over time, the rigidity in her body eased. Her entire frame softened, collapsing gently against me as if all her strength had ebbed away. I don't know how long had passed when I suddenly winced in pain, pulling away sharply. "Ouch!" I gasped, clutching my lips. Jiang Xuansu, now flushed scarlet, stepped back as well. "Did you just bite your?" she attempted too embarrassed to complete her sentence directly. Isn't this sort of thing supposed to happen naturally? I countered, exasperated. Naturally, she echoed, wide-eyed and bewildered. Guilt soon painted over her expression, and in a timid voice, she apologized. Sorry, it's my first time. I didn't know. And you were so sudden. Are you all right? Does it look like I'm all right? There's blood. Her face blanched. How bad is it? Do you have any healing medication? And what would medicine do? Drip it into my mouth. I retorted. Then what should I do? Jiang Xuanzu stammered, twisting her fingers nervously. Clearly, she had no idea what to do next. Feigning seriousness, I said. I've heard saliva can help alleviate the pain. Go ahead, you know what to do. Saliva? Her eyes widened in shock, her cheeks flaring up even more intensely. After some hesitation, she finally mustered her courage and leaned toward me. I've never done this before. Let me know if it hurts. Wait, hold on a second. Aren't those supposed to be MY lines? Wait, something suddenly struck me. Had I forgotten something critical here? Finally snapping out of my euphoria, I realized. I had become so engrossed in the thrill of the moment that I'd completely forgotten my cultivation training. Damn it, chasing after women was leading me astray. I silently vowed to rein in my impulses from now on. Right after this, perhaps. As Jiang Xuanzu's lip hovered mere inches away, my laughter transitioned into a smirk. Unsurprisingly, I intended to use the moment to activate the Primordial Codex's benefits. And yet, nothing happened. What's going on? Doesn't the cultivation manual say even kissing can be a basic form of training? Why isn't there even the slightest reaction? I tried several times but still no response, so I think I understand the reason now. There's no more spiritual energy left. How can one cultivate without spiritual energy? The manual didn't cover this, probably because it didn't account for the idea that a world could run completely dry of spiritual energy. Now, if I want to cultivate, I can only rely on spirit stones. But I've only got one. I can't possibly use it just for cultivation. Does this mean if I want to practice, I need to find another woman who meets the conditions? Thinking of this, I felt a wave of frustration and let her go from my arms. Jiang Xuanzu softly murmured as she propped herself up, her misty eyes staring at me with confusion. I randomly asked her a question, seemingly unrelated. Do you follow the path of martial cultivation or the path of spiritual energy? Though puzzled, she answered obediently. The path of spiritual energy. How far along are you? I've just opened 3 spiritual veins. Opening one vein counts as opening one spiritual meridian. For her to achieve that with just one spirit stone, considering her resources must be far behind what I used to have, yet manage to exceed my own progress. No doubt about it, she's dual spiritual rooted. Before the spiritual energy dried up, talents like her were coveted by all major sections. But now, with most sects not even having enough resources for their own disciples, who can afford to share with outsiders? Here, take this to cultivate, I said, tossing her my only spirit stone. Successfully gifted 1 spirit stone. Current number of women, 1. Resources gifted, 1x spirit stone. Would you like to claim the returned resource? The system's notification chimed, and I chose to reclaim the resource. In a blink, the spirit stone was back in my inventory. No, I can't take this. You've already given me so much, she said, trying to hand it back. Take it already. I began, but then froze mid-sentence and instinctively grabbed it back. Host retrieves gifted resource. Resource return canceled. Damn. So you've even got safeguards against bugs, huh? Annoyed, I grabbed her hand and slapped the spirit stone onto it. Take it and hold on to it. What? You were planning on walking away after tonight? Of course not. She waved her hands quickly. As long as you don't send me away, I'm willing to serve you for a lifetime. That caught me off guard. We'd only met twice, and yet this stunning beauty was saying she wanted to serve me for her whole life? As someone from the modern era, who has seen his share of men groveling before women, I have to admit, this kind of woman is a rare find. But after thinking it through, it made sense. Aside from the fact that this world allows for immortal cultivation, it operates pretty much like ancient times. Most women are traditional to a fault. I had saved her sister's life, kissed her, embraced her. It was inevitable she'd see me as her future and want to stay by my side forever. Then take it and cultivate well. Consider it in advance. Without giving her a chance to refuse, I pushed her hand back. Her head lowered, her face practically glowing red with heat. She hadn't anticipated saying something like that herself. Peeking at me through her lashes, handsome features, an ethereal disposition, someone who'd saved her sister, showered her with generosity, and was most likely at the chi refinement stage of cultivation or higher. She thought to herself how lucky she might be to have his protection. She'd no longer need to fear that person coming after her and her sister. Thinking back on the kiss, it had felt surprisingly good. If she could stay with someone like this forever, maybe life wouldn't be so bad after all. What was once a bleak outlook suddenly felt like the clouds had parted, with long-abandoned rays of sunshine breaking through. Allow me to help you undress, my lord. Realizing that my hopes for cultivation had fallen flat, I had intended to let her practice while I snuck off to wallow in emo thoughts. But hearing her offer to help me undress, my chest stirred with warmth. Screw it. If I can't cultivate now, I might as well channel my frustration into something else, like enjoying the beauty before me. Letting her tend to my robes, I eventually scooped her up, carried her to the bed, and threw her down on the mattress before climbing atop her. The next second, I clutched my stomach and winced. What are you hiding in your clothes? It jabbed me. I stared at her suspiciously. This flawless beauty. Could it be that she's secretly a sword-wielding master? The thought sent shivers down my spine. She pulled the spirit stone out from her clothes. It's the spirit stone you gave me earlier. I sighed in relief. Thank goodness. If she'd been a man. No, that thought was too horrifying. Did it hurt you earlier? Come, let me rub it for you. I reached into her clothes, but my hands didn't quite end up in the right spot. She buried her face into her hands, too ashamed to speak. I pressed closer once more, recapturing her lips. Her grip tightened around the spirit stone. Who knows how long passed? Eventually, the stone in her fist tumbled out of her grasp and onto the bed. Wait, she quickly tried to pause, worried it might again jab against me. She blushed fiercely, fighting her embarrassment as she reached to place it on the nightstand. I was struck by an idea. Wait. I stopped her and had her try cultivating while holding the spirit stone. At the same time, I embraced her and restarted dual cultivation. This time, the previously inactive primordial sacred codex began to activate slowly. It was but a tiny step for the codex, yet a giant leap in my cultivation journey. Overwhelmed by excitement, I hugged her tightly and kissed her several times. Susu, you're my lucky star. She looked at me in puzzlement. Surely if anyone was a lucky star, it was him for her. But seeing how happy I was, she couldn't help but share my joy. I handed her more spirit stones and insisted she continued cultivating without pause. Of course, I didn't stop either. Tirelessly pursuing the path of cultivation, I eventually collapsed from exhaustion and drifted off to sleep. Before passing out, I glanced at the two newly opened meridians within me and smiled with satisfaction. Before I knew it, the moon had set and the sun had risen. Chi refinement stage? I've advanced to the chi refinement stage? A voice filled with disbelief and excitement roused me from my slumber. I groggily opened my weary eyes, only to be met by the sight of her throwing herself into my arms. Early mornings are when one is fully recharged, and she dove right into my embrace of warmth. Lucky for her that last night's activities had stripped away the purity barrier between us. Otherwise, a more innocent girl would have been horrified and stuck my own line right back in my face. Just as I was thinking this, she tilted her head up and kissed me deeply, gently. After some affectionate entanglement, I chuckled. A little greedy, aren't we? Craving a kiss first thing in the morning. Her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't meet my eyes. Seeing this, I chose not to tease her further. So, you've advanced to chi refinement? Yes. She nestled closer, her head lowered as she noticed the pile of used spirit stone husks next to the bed. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. Thanks to your spirit stones, my lord. Her words left me conflicted, happy for her achievement, but gloomy for myself. How she managed so well. Home. She reached chi refinement in just one night. Look at me, working hard for half the night and only managing to open up 2 spirit veins. People will drive themselves crazy with comparisons. No wonder they call mine a pseudo-spiritual root. Still, it's not just about spiritual roots. It probably has to do with spirit stones too. Last night's spiritual energy I used was essentially scraps she left behind. Her talent is like an insatiable glutton, barely left me anything to work with. So, if I want to speed up my cultivation, I need to find the second woman fulfilling the system's conditions as soon as possible, so I can generate more spirit stones to fuel my cultivation. Also, I need a new cultivation technique. I'm currently practicing the Mystic Gold manual left by my cheapskate old dad. It's a metal attribute technique and doesn't sync well with my 5-element spiritual root. But buying a new technique costs spirit stones too. So, time to keep running the stall. After dressing properly, I said, "It's getting late. You should head back now." She blushed, glanced at me, and then at the pile of depleted spirit stones on the bed. "Young master, do you still want these?" I waved her off. Take them, take them. I absolutely wouldn't dare reclaim something that I've already handed out. If the system confiscates any resources I've gotten back, leaving me with just this pile of waste, I'd have nowhere to cry. Hearing this, she happily started gathering the waste. Even though the stones had completely depleted their spiritual energy, they could still be sold. Each could be exchanged for a single spirit crystal. And they were versatile. Ground into powder, they could speed up the maturation of hardy medicinal herbs while increasing potency. Added to medicinal baths, They were excellent for body refining. When she finished packing up, I tossed another fresh spirit stone her way. Keep up the good work cultivating. Simply absorbing spirit energy from spirit stones is entirely different from refining it into spiritual power after absorbing it. While she could burn through over 20 spirit stones in a single night just absorbing spiritual energy, actually refining it normally takes beginner cultivators at chi refinement stage a whole day per spirit stone, if they're fast. She caught the stone but hesitated and tried to return it. No need. I'm already at chi refinement. I don't want to waste more of these on me. The differences in lifespan between the early and later stages of chi refinement aren't significant. From her perspective, it's hopeless she'll ever reach foundation establishment, so further cultivation seemed like a pointless waste of precious spirit stones. Before meeting me, her biggest goal in life was simply to enter chi refinement. Are you planning on being difficult again? I told you to cultivate, then cultivate. Even though lifespan gains during chi refinement were minimal, there was still a benefit. The higher her cultivation, the more her body would be nourished, potentially extending her lifespan slightly. More importantly, cultivation improved her abilities and could help her survive better in this declining world of waning spiritual energy. And the key point is, who says she'll never make it to foundation establishment? Before the spiritual energy collapse, with her talent, she could have gone far beyond foundation establishment. And the key to all of that was cultivation resources. After scolding her with a stern face, I softened my tone a bit. Don't worry about the spirit stones. Think of these as an advance payment, still at the rate of 1 spirit stone per night. She froze. All at 1 spirit stone per night. What? You've achieved chi refinement now, so you think it's not enough and want to demand a higher price? No. She frantically waved her hands. 1 spirit stone per night. How could she think it wasn't enough? That old shopkeeper tried offering a spirit crystal for a single night with her, and the value I offered outshone his 100 times over. You couldn't find anyone else in the entire Misty Cloud market willing to offer so much. It's just, apart from the first night, are all other nights also just 1 spirit stone? I gave her a puzzled look. Was last night special for some reason? I'm not talking about last night, she stammered, lowering her head as her voice trailed off. The first time. Of course, I knew what Jiang Xuanzi meant. Normally, someone's first night does command a much higher price. But I'm not paying based on value. Since all spirit stones given out are reimbursed back to me by the system, why bother quibbling over minor differences? In fact, the higher I set the price, the more buzz it creates. That's great for drawing people in. The more women that meet the system's criteria, the more returns I'd get. Why wouldn't I want to be generous? It's all the same to me, I said dismissively. You just keep track of it yourself. Okay, so far I owe you 26 spirit stones in total, she nodded. I glanced at her statistics on the panel. Jiang Xuanzi, 18 years old, dual spiritual roots, purity, 99, total score, 91.5. Her purity stat had indeed changed. Come help me with the market stall later, I suddenly instructed her. With just me standing there holding a sign, the persuasion factor was limited. But adding someone who had successfully reached chi refinement thanks to my spirit stones? Now that would be a showstopper. Can I not go for now? She hesitated, her rejection cautious. Thinking she might just be shy or self-conscious about public opinion, I didn't insist. It was only later that I realized she had been wary. She was on guard against someone who was secretly still targeting her and her sister. Jiang Xuanzi bought some food and items for recovery, returning to the small rented room while staying highly vigilant. She hoped to use her enhanced senses to catch the person who had hurt her sister, but that person didn't show up again. Inside, her younger sister Jiang Zhuohua was already awake, the scabs on her wounds slowly forming, a testament to the sheer superiority of cultivation medicine over ordinary remedies. How is the poison in my body neutralized? I bought a cleansing pill and met a benefactor. He lent it to me. A benefactor? A man or a woman? A man. Her face tightened in concern. The two had relied on each other since childhood. She knew all too well that her sister didn't have any male acquaintances able or willing to lend her such an expensive item. And why would a stranger man hand over something so valuable? The only asset her sister might offer in return was seeing her sister's increasingly striking looks and recalling she had just come back from outside. Jiang Zhuohua's heart sank. Sis, did you go somewhere last night? Jiang Xuanzi froze at the question. Jiang Zhuohua's tears started falling instantly. She threw herself into her sister's arms, sobbing. Sis, I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have sacrificed anything for me. You should have let me die. Did he give you any spirit stones? 26 spirit crystals? No, 26 spirit stones. What? Jiang Zhuohua's eyes widened in disbelief. Her first reaction was not to feel that her sister wasn't worth it, but rather, to not believe that any man would think she was. Not just that. He also helped me ascend to the chi refining stage. Are you serious? Jiang Xuanzu opened her palm, revealing a gentle, shimmering glow. Jiang Zhuohua froze in place, blinked dumbly for a good while, and then pinched her own leg. Am I dreaming? Breaking into the qi refining stage had been the siblings' ultimate life ambition. What had always seemed like a lifelong pursuit had been achieved in just one night. Jiang Xuanzu then tipped over a bag of spirit stone scraps onto the bed in a noisy clatter, successfully shifting her sister's focus as she gave a simple overview of the events leading up to it. However, she couldn't bring herself to mention the specifics. Jiang Zhuohua remained silent. A spirit stone per night was already outrageous. To have such generosity offered in advance. That gentleman wasn't afraid of Jiang Xuanzu running off with the goods. The man was said to be an attractive and youthful figure. After all, her previous animosity dwindled by a sliver. Only a sliver, though? Where is he now? When are you letting me meet him? When you're fully healed. By the way, the guy who attacked you is still in Yunwu Market. Don't wander off when I'm not around, and definitely don't leave the market. He's still targeting us? Sis, you're basically a celestial now. Go take revenge. Jiang Zhuohua clenched her fists, ready to offer suggestions. Jiang Xuanzu initially had the same thought, but soon realized that the qi refining stage was not as powerful as she once believed. Without learning techniques, her abilities were limited. Her spiritual energy was still weak and would deplete quickly without continual replenishment from spirit stones. Fighting a seasoned martial artist in the no-leak realm would likely end poorly. We'll deal with that once you're better, she decided. There was no rush. After all, if something happened to her, it wasn't just her life at stake. She still had to pay back the 20-something spirit stones owed to that gentleman. Revenge could wait. At the rogue cultivators market. When I returned to the spot where I'd set up shop yesterday, a crowd had already gathered. Among them were curious spectators from the day before, newcomers drawn by rumors hoping to strike luck, and even people bringing along their sisters, daughters, or other female relatives to try their luck. Most didn't truly believe I'd spend so many spirit stones on such a frivolous matter, but they figured, what if it's real? It wouldn't be pushing their daughters into a fire pit. They'd be delivering them a life-changing fortune. But alas, achieving a total score of 90 or higher wasn't so simple. I spent over an hour evaluating each woman who came to interview. Not one met the requirements. The highest score I encountered fell just short of 85. Not far from the market, on a bustling street called Fuyun Lane, two women stepped out of a talisman shop called Yunlu Pavilion. The younger of the two, her face still carrying a slight babyish chubbiness, tugged on her companion's arm and urged excitedly. Sister Xieji, I heard there's some really generous young man at the market offering a crazy rate of 1 spirit stone per night to hire a maid. Let's go check it out. The one addressed as Xieji frowned, her elegant brows knitting together. I haven't heard of any family in Yunwu Market with that kind of wealth. Her Xie family held some prominence within the area. Her ancestor was already in the mid-qi refining stage, and the Yunlu Pavilion was one of their businesses. Maybe he's an outsider? We'll know if we go take a look. The two women joined the lively crowd around the infamous stall. One glance inside, and they both froze. Su-chun, called the round-faced girl, her tone full of surprise, but without any ill will. Her companion, however, had a far more complex expression, her gaze brimming with disdain, contempt, and disgust, as if looking at a piece of trash. Su-chun, why are you here? The round-faced girl's curiosity brimmed over. Recognizing her vaguely but unable to recall her name, I calmly replied, setting up a stall. At that, everyone around perked up to eavesdrop, eager to learn more about me and my backstory. The plump-cheeked girl glanced at the sign in front of my makeshift stall and laughed excitedly, turning to her companion. Sister Xieji, didn't Su-chan used to, chase after you? You definitely fit his criteria. With that one comment, the crowd's gossiping spirit roared to life, eyes collectively falling onto Xieji. Her oval face, with water-like, flawless skin, was undeniably alluring. There was a haughty loftiness in her gaze, as though deeming everyone beneath her, which, ironically, only made her more captivating. Her beauty, combined with a natural air of elegance, was top tier. No wonder my younger self had such impossibly high standards. Xieji cast a cold glance my way. You think I'd lower myself to be his servant? Absolutely ridiculous. Her words conveyed complete disdain. I understood well why. The old me, before my life's memories fused, had exploited my father's status as a fifth-layer qi refiner to run amok in Yunwu Market. My so-called pursuit of her was more akin to pestering or even harassment. I'd gone so far as to spy on her bathing once. At just over 30 years old, my father had achieved the middle stage of qi refining, and by 40, he was at the 5th layer. He had stood on the cusp of becoming our market's second late-stage qi refiner. Unfortunately, the phrase, like father, like son, didn't apply here. I'd inherited none of his talents, just his good looks. I'd been an arrogant, idle, good-for-nothing brat. My cultivation prospects? Below average. Despite resources that even late-stage qi refiners in the prominent Yi family couldn't match, I had failed to break into the nascent absorption realm. Facing Xieji's obvious distaste, I merely sighed inwardly. Being recognized here wasn't surprising. Our market was small, my father was a known figure, and my personal bad reputation was even more widespread. Not drawing attention would have been more surprising. With such a catchy sign advertising 1 spirit stone per night for a maid. In less than a week, rumors would spread across all of Yunwu market, drawing even more judgmental stares. Especially since my father had accidentally passed away 3 years ago. But I felt no guilt in front of Xieji. The sins of my past life belonged to the old me, not to this current version of myself. So I didn't falter or attempt to kiss up to this woman I once liked. Whatever had come before didn't matter anymore. The chubby-cheeked girl looked at her companion's aloof rejection and decided not to press. Instead, she stepped forward herself. Su-chun, do you think I qualify? Lolo, what are you doing? Xieji immediately pulled her back, giving me a warning glare. Quickly, I turned my attention to the interface displaying her stats. Name, Tang Lolo. Age, 16. Attributes, 4 spirit root. Appearance, 86 physique, 71 demeanor, 84 purity, 100. Overall score, 85.25. The total score came to. The highest reach can be seen in the heavens, but unfortunately, her potential hasn't fully developed, holding her back from meeting the standards. I stayed silent, but Tang Luoluo remained as enthusiastic as ever. Her round, bright eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, "Just let me try, okay?" Xieji hesitated. Compared to herself, Tang Luo's situation was even less promising. While Xieji was a 3 spiritual root cultivator with family support, which helped her nearly halfway through opening her meridians, Tang Luoluo stood no chance in cultivation. It wasn't just because of her 4 spiritual root level talent. She also had 0 resources to fall back on from her family. The Tang family had once thrived due to their remarkable alchemy skills, even outshining the Xie family. But as spiritual energy diminished and spiritual herbs became extinct, alchemy disappeared altogether, and the Tang family fell into decline. Now, their entire family only had 3 cultivation stage-level practitioners left, one of whom was over 100 years old, while the youngest was over 40. Resources were so scarce that anyone with less than 3 spiritual roots was completely disregarded. The family's only hope was retaining at least 1 cultivator to maintain its legacy. Tang Luoluo had sensed spiritual energy even before she was 10. With no family support, she threw herself into learning medicine at a young age, healing others, and preparing cures. If she had spare time, she'd roam around collecting discarded items. When she stumbled upon leftover spiritual crystals or seeds of medicinal plants, she'd get excited for days, even cultivating her little garden in her home's yard. With her meager savings and some spirit crystals her parents could spare, she barely managed to open 1 meridian. Now, with an opportunity to effortlessly gather spirit stones, what right did Xieji have to stop her? While Xieji was lost in thought, I stepped forward and said, "I'm not interested in little kids." Xieji sighed in relief. If I did demand a spirit stone for 1 night with Luoluo, bargaining based on logic, Xieji would still have advised her against it. After all, 1 spirit stone is just a drop in the bucket when it comes to opening meridians. And there was no way she believed I'd be able to afford more than a handful of spirit stones solely for pleasure. But my dismissive remark dashed Lola's hopes altogether, making Xieji's chest feel heavy with blocked anger she couldn't name. Tang Luoluo, on the other hand, puffed up her cheeks. "I'm not a little kid. When you were chasing after Sister Xieji, she wasn't even as old as I am now." As for where she'd grown big, I glanced at her figure, as flat as a board. Even Xieji 3 years ago outshined her. Tang's youthful round face made her look even younger, reinforcing her childlike demeanor. No wonder her usual mischievous ways never stood out to me before. "It's not about age," I replied casually, withholding further explanation. "Then what is it about?" Her innocent, wide eyes were so clear they almost made me feel like I was corrupting a child. Afraid I'd say something even harsher, Xieji tugged Luoluo aside and stepped forward. "What about me? Do I meet your standards?" She'd sworn off having anything to do with me. But in this moment, she felt compelled to expose my lies. From what Xieji knew, the resources my father left me were probably squandered years ago. I'd burned through spirit stones chasing every skirt in sight, even wasting over 10 on 1 woman and giving her the house left behind by my father. The moment I ran out of spirit stones, she kicked me to the curb. A waste like me, according to Xieji, couldn't possibly afford even a single spirit stone now, and if I somehow could, it'd only be 1 or 2 at best. She'd calculated her move carefully. If I said she didn't meet my standards, It'd contradict the way I chased after her in the past, revealing my lack of spirit stones. If I claimed she did meet the criteria, she'd demand more than one night to expose me further. It would spare Luoluo the pain of thinking she missed an opportunity because of her lack of appearance or talent. I gave Siegi a small glance and chose not to respond directly. After all, the world revolves around cultivation. And Siegi's traits, they were indeed acceptable. I quietly opened my panel for confirmation. Name, Siegi. Age, 18. Talent, 3 spiritual roots. Appearance, 88 figure, 87 poise, 85 purity, 100. Overall rating, 90. Just barely met the standard. I kept a calm demeanor. It wasn't like I expected this woman to obediently comply, so I simply said, "You meet the criteria." Wow, I knew Sister Siegi would qualify. Tang Luoluo looked more exhilarated than anyone, even more so than Siegi herself. Siegi, however, wasn't the least bit pleased. She insisted, "Let me see the spirit stones first." I was indifferent to the demand. With spirit stones being transferable, I didn't mind showing them. However, producing them out of thin air would cause suspicion. She knew my background. Exposing my lack of cultivation would only lead to more complications. So, I made a simple, discreet motion from my wide sleeve, revealing the spirit stones for onlookers. Gasps and shallow breathing filled the venue. Sister Siegi Tangluo's excitement was almost contagious as she clung to her arm, eyes filled with admiration. Even Siegi hadn't expected me to act so decisively. A spirit stone for a single night? It was a high price, tempting even for her. That said, given her 3 spiritual roots, she needed to open a full 48 meridians. So far, she'd opened just 21. Crossing into the nascent spirit stage would require at least 30 or 40 additional spirit stones. One stone wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, she knew my history, the 10 or more spirit stones I spent on another woman, the prime real estate in the marketplace's central hub I gifted her. That woman wasn't even better than her, in Siegi's mind. And for her, there was no chance she'd lower herself, enduring disgust, for just one measly stone. If I spend a night with you, and you get what you want, what's next for me? I pointed at the sign hanging behind me. 1 spirit stone per night. However many nights you stay, you'll get the corresponding stones. Everyone was utterly shocked. Even Siegi was stunned, her mouth slightly agape. She'd been prepared for me to inflate the value for her first night and offer a few stones at best for a more extended arrangement. Never had she expected that 1 stone per night would mean every night consistently being paid. Others in the venue couldn't believe it, either. Many thought a single stone for a woman's company was already a dream price. At most, they imagined I'd pay 10 ordinary crystal shards after growing bored. Now, the women looked at me with burning enthusiasm, while the men regretted not being born female. Some started to calculate the options, bringing sisters, cousins, or even distant relatives to gain from this reward system. Let's not forget their more provocative thoughts. Wives, mothers-in-law, and possibly even their own mothers were up for consideration if the payout was real. After all, earning 1 spirit stone per night for a few years could set entire families onto a cultivation path, enabling them to forge all new lifetimes. Those calculating thoughts showed in their jealous gazes towards Siegi. Siegi, meanwhile, regained composure quicker than anyone. 1 night, 1 stone. So, if I spend a year with you, that's over 300 stones. 10 years, that's 3,000 stones. These numbers seemed impossible. Not even Siegi's late father at the peak of his cultivation could have amassed so many. She'd doubted me before, but now, she was entirely certain. I was bluffing. I smiled faintly. "You're welcome to try. As long as you serve me well, not 1 stone less." Siegi's gaze burned with disdain. "And how can I know your words are true?" Calmly, I pulled a piece of parchment from my robe. "We can sign a contract." But of course, Siegi was not so easily swayed. Deception. For a contract to take effect, at least one of the signatories needs to be at the chi refinement stage. Neither of us has reached that level. What's the point of signing it? If I decide to go back on my word, she won't be able to do anything about it. Besides, breaking a contract incurs mental demons, making it extremely risky to break through cultivation stages. One might stagnate forever, but for someone like me, who can't even get past the spirit gathering stage, does that even matter? There's no deterrent for someone at rock bottom like me. She definitely wouldn't bet her reputation on my integrity. So she didn't hesitate too long, just casually said, "I'll think about it." Then, under the confused gazes of everyone around, she grabbed Tang Luoluo, who clearly didn't want to leave, and walked away. It was only much later that I found out about what happened afterward. Once they were far enough away, Tang Luoluo couldn't stop lamenting what a good opportunity she'd missed with me. Yet Siegi only scoffed, saying, "Do you really think he could come up with that many spirit stones?" She went on to tell Tang Luoluo that all the stones my father left for me had already been swindled away by some vixen, who also tricked me out of my house. To back it up, she even took Tang Luoluo to Qingyun Road, where the main market of Yunwu Square is located, to see the mansion that still had a sign that read Su Residence. The courtyard walls were tall and long, with a yard far more spacious than an average family's property, a luxurious estate by everyone's standards. They knocked on the door, and a young man inside opened it, looking annoyed. This house was sold to us already. If you're looking for someone, try somewhere else. Xieji didn't argue and simply left. She told Tang Luoluo it wasn't a sale, it was a scam. After all, the first time she met this vixen, the woman hadn't even nurtured a single spiritual vein. So where did she get the spirit stones to afford such a large mansion? And within 6 months of meeting me, that woman had cultivated over 10 veins. Before this, I had even publicly called her my fiancée. Now, really, who would sell a house to their fiancé? Before parting ways, Xieji solemnly reminded Tang Luoluo to stay far away from me in the future. But that's all backstory. At this moment, in the bustling Rogue Cultivator marketplace, after spending several hours without any success, I was about to pack up and leave when a beauty approached my stall. Her outfit was a faint lavender celestial crane-patterned gown with layers of delicate gauze that flowed like clouds as she moved. Her headpiece was silver with white feathers, with long dangling tassels swaying gently by her ears. Her features were stunning, like an immortal goddess plucked straight from a painting, serene and otherworldly when still, and when smiling, it was like sunshine piercing the heart. Perfectly sculpted brows, radiant eyes, pearly whites, and a smile as enchanting as spring flowers. She was easily more beautiful than Xieji from this morning and on par with Jiang Xuanzu in looks. However, her figure was so tall and towering that even my 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11 inches, height felt slightly dwarfed in comparison. Her curves, while graceful, were minimal, like a boundless plain devoid of any waves of interest. This is my friend, Xian Yuan. So how about it? Does she meet your standards? The young man accompanying her asked, his face full of pride. From appearances alone, she scored at least a solid 90 plus. As long as her aura was flawless, I figured I could even let the figure slide. I glanced at my system interface, and it didn't react at all. For a second, I nearly lost my composure. I'd never encountered this kind of situation before. Could it be that her beauty was too overwhelming and broke the system? No, that doesn't make sense. Even Jiang Xuanzu's striking looks were registered normally. Why would this person cause a crash? Perhaps she's some hidden expert, a formidable being disguised as an ordinary person? But that doesn't add up either. This system is vastly superior to anything in this dry, desolate world devoid of spiritual energy. As my gaze lingered on Xian Yuan, scanning her head to toe, I started examining the men surrounding her, an idea starting to form. Well, does she meet the criteria or not? That young man pressed impatiently. I snuck another glance at Xian Yuan's chest area and then connected the dots. Shaking my head with a neutral expression, I replied, nope, doesn't qualify. The man froze, seemingly unable to process how someone could reject such a breathtaking person as this. The crowd nearby broke into loud discussions. What? Not even this one's good enough. Just how high are his standards? This guy's playing us. He's not planning on letting anyone pass. No way. Didn't someone meet his requirement this morning and another one yesterday? Fake. The whole thing's rigged. Xian Yuan herself remained calm, still smiling serenely at me without uttering a word. The young man finally snapped out of his disbelief and demanded, why not? I pointed toward my sign, implying something with my tone when I answered. I'm looking for beauties, not pretty faces. There's a difference. Just then, Xian Yuan finally opened her mouth for the first time, asking, how could you tell? And let me tell you, her voice was a shock. It wasn't just deep or a bit husky. It was downright coarse, more fitting for a burly, muscled brute than someone with her delicate, fairy-like appearance. Every single person around reacted like they'd been struck by lightning, momentarily short-circuiting. Even the women seemed stunned. I was the only one who wasn't completely thrown, since I'd already suspected something. Until this point, I'd only ever tested the system panel on females. It hadn't occurred to me to question whether it might react differently or even fail with men. Suspecting Xian Yuan might not be a woman, I discreetly tested the nearby male onlookers, and, sure enough, the system showed nothing. Wait, you're a guy. The surrounding crowd eventually erupted with utter disbelief. Bingo! Xian Yuan chuckled. His laugh, as sweet as his smile, was devastatingly gorgeous. And immediately, more than a few folks got starry-eyed again. His face could enchant worlds, even if his voice was like thunder on the ears. If Xian Yuan kept quiet, his striking beauty reigned supreme. Some of the women in the crowd even seemed smitten in ways that outshone the men. He's flawless. How on earth can someone so beautiful exist? Makes us women look bad. This is the first time I've lost to a man. I'll pay a spirit crystal to anyone who poisons his throat mute. Any earlier doubts the crowd had about my discernment were instantly obliterated. Seeing through that flawless disguise. Clearly, my judgment was bulletproof. To be honest, at first, I hadn't caught on to Xin Yuan's unusual identity either. From memories of my past life, with its developed internet culture, I'd seen plenty of cross-dressers online. Most were easy to unmask at a glance. But Xin Yuan? His masquerade easily outclassed those I'd encountered before. Even now, knowing he was male, I had to admit, he was absolutely stunning. Still, there was a silver lining. Xin Yuan came with a built-in anti-addiction mechanism. The moment he spoke, any wavering temptation was immediately cleansed from your heart, leaving your mind crystal clear. After that interesting little episode, the rest of the day was uneventful. No other contestants, male or female, captured my attention, nor that of the spectators. Eventually, I packed up my stall and headed back to the inn. The innkeeper was waiting. "Young Master Su, your room payment expires tomorrow. Are you planning to extend your stay? Or?" He prodded with a sycophantic grin. His question reminded me. Technically, I already owned property in Yunwu Square, that aforementioned luxurious estate. Only it got gifted, or conned, away to a woman named Su Jin by the past version of me. From what I recalled of the me from back then, I wasn't the type to grovel after women. My life's circumstances, however, weren't much better. Motherless from a young age, an absentee father who was obsessed with cultivation, and subpar talent that drove me to give up early on. With that kind of background, it's no surprise I became an arrogant, bullying brat riding on my family's coattails. At least the area's strict governance kept me from going completely off the rails. The upkeep of the place was decent. For someone like this so-called young ruffian, if he fancies a woman, the chance of him taking her by force is far greater than him being a desperate admirer. The turning point was when my father met an unexpected demise. All the arrogance I used to flaunt came from my father, who was at the 5th stage of chi refinement. With him gone, the power I relied on disappeared, and the consequences were obvious. Resentment was avenged, grudges were settled, and all the so-called friends I had disappeared overnight. The only reasons I managed to survive until now were the relative order of Yunwu Town and the relationships my father left behind before he passed. At my lowest, when I was treated coldly by society and avoided like the plague, Su Jin appeared. She didn't discriminate against me. She gave me a gentleness I had never experienced before, slowly drawing me in. However, saying I gave her the house wouldn't be entirely accurate. At first, I simply invited her to move in and live with me. Before long, though, she started telling me her mother had injured her leg. Feigning reluctance, she expressed her need to move out and care for her mother. Naturally, I begged her to stay and even generously suggested she bring her mother to live with us. As it turned out, not just her mother moved in, but also a younger brother, allegedly to help watch over her injured mom. Since I was the one to initiate the invitation, even if I had some qualms, I was in no position to voice them. So far, nothing was intolerable. But here's where things went sideways. After a while, rumors started circulating in the neighborhood, painting us in a questionable light. Su Jin would rant about moving out, but her actions betrayed her words. She didn't make a single move to leave. Her mother even sought me out privately, suggesting it was inappropriate for Su Jin and me to live together without a proper title. She subtly proposed that I move out until we officially got married and could rightfully cohabitate. To my infinite stupidity, I actually agreed and moved out. Months have passed since then, and Su Jin continues to delay the wedding with various excuses. There isn't even the shadow of progress on that front. Meanwhile, my house remains occupied by her family, while I'm forced to spend my own money on lodging elsewhere. Initially, I was preoccupied with adapting to this world and focusing on my cultivation, leaving no time to deal with it. But now, the time has come to reclaim what's rightfully mine. Back in the room, I didn't have to wait long before Jiang Xuansu arrived, even earlier than yesterday. Since stepping into the chi refinement stage, her face now appeared even smoother and more delicate, rivaling Xin Yuan's afternoon charm. However, my mind wasn't on such things at the moment. "How's your cultivation progressing?" She thought I was concerned about her and answered softly. "I've already refined a few strands of spiritual energy." She hadn't even touched the spirit stone I gave her earlier this morning yet, as she was still slowly absorbing the remaining spiritual energy from last night's opening meridian ritual. It would probably take her a few days to thoroughly refine. I tossed her another spirit stone. "Not bad. Consider this your reward." She caught it, stunned. Her lips parted slightly as she froze, evidently taken aback by my generous benefactor manner. Refining merely a few strands of energy and receiving a whole spirit stone as a reward? Realizing what had just happened, she tried to return the stone. No, I can't accept this. Exhausted by her modesty, I refrained from taking it back. Just think of it as an advance. My reasoning finally subdued her refusal, so she silently accepted it. By now, I had already laid down on the bed. Wake me up at the hour of the ox. While she had stepped into cultivation now, I was still an ordinary person. After barely sleeping last night and running my stall all day, I was utterly exhausted. Besides, I had things to do tonight. Understood. She replied quietly, sitting at the desk and resting her chin on her hand, zoning out while watching me. She stared for quite some time before finally blushing and averting her gaze, closing her eyes to cultivate instead. As the night deepened, the bright moon ascended high in the sky. I felt a gentle push, stirring me awake. Young master, it's time. Opening my eyes, I was greeted by her delicate face. Thank you for your trouble. Rising from the bed, I walked toward the window and opened it. The cool night breeze washed over me, immediately clearing away any lingering drowsiness. Outside, Yunwu town was engulfed in darkness. Not even a night watchman was in sight. Only the faint outlines of small houses could be discerned under the moonlight. I rested a hand on Jiang Xuansu's shoulder as she approached, feeling her body slightly shudder beneath my touch. Take me down. Though unsure of my intentions, she obediently carried me down to the ground and followed me toward a large gate along Qingyun Road. I pulled out a paper marked with the house's layout. There's a deed in the cabinet of the master bedroom. Go and fetch it. She gave me an incredulous glare. Stealing is wrong. How can it be stealing if it's your own property? I retorted, tossing her a set of keys. The house only ever loaned to Su Jin, not given outright. Naturally, I still held on to the keys. Even if she had changed the locks, Jiang Xuansu's cultivation skills would make unlocking them child's play. This house belongs to me. I merely lent it out. Unfortunately, I misjudged the person and fell prey to an ingrate who, instead of showing gratitude, repaid kindness with betrayal, attempting to claim the place as her own. Understanding dawned on her face. Ah, that explains it. How could someone as magnanimous as the young master resort to stealing, lending out such a good house? That's just the kind of noble gesture that aligns with his character. This realization filled her with righteous indignation. She had been feeling apprehensive about the task, but now she saw it as an opportunity to repay the young master. After all, how could she waver over such a small matter after all the spirit stones I had given her? That would make her no different from the ungrateful wolf dwelling inside. Young master, please wait here. I'll be right back. Taking the blueprint, she vaulted over the wall and slipped into the compound. I didn't follow. As an ordinary individual, I'd only risk exposing myself by going in. The wait was longer than anticipated. Several minutes passed without her returning. Still, the mansion remained silent, and I stayed put. Finally, she emerged, looking tense. Young master, is this it? I took the item from her. My non-cultivator eyes couldn't make out much under the moonlight, but the texture and design matched my memory, so I nodded. Yes, that's it. After securing the deed, I questioned her on the way back. Encounter any problems? Not really, she replied, though her expression remained somewhat uneasy. But there was a woman sleeping inside. I was careful not to wake her, which took a bit more time. I was momentarily speechless. That woman was clearly Su Jin. Given her cultivation level, she hadn't even reached chi refinement. Nothing more than an ant. Forget stealth. Rendering her unconscious with a single blow would have been simple, leaving all the time in the world to rummage through the place. Back at the inn, I examined the deed under the warm glow of an oil lamp, confirming it was indeed the right one. Tossing another spirit stone, I declared, "This is your reward for retrieving the deed." By now, Jiang Xuansu seemed nearly desensitized to how casually I threw out valuable items. Still, she refused out of principle. This was merely my duty. I cannot accept it. I fixed her with a steady gaze. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. What is deserved? A way out. He stayed a while longer, persuading her with his sugar-coated words and promises of stability. However, Su Ji subtly kept him at bay, neither agreeing nor outright rejecting him. After all, her eyes had already set sight on a more lucrative opportunity, one that promised not just material comfort, but the potential for broader horizons. Su Hao looked on with a slight smirk, pleased with their shared decision. The brother and sister duo sat long into the evening, exchanging glances and confirming contingency plans. Nearby, the market buzz subsided as the backdrop of cloud mist market once again cloaked itself in an atmosphere of quiet anticipation, persistent with the unspoken aspirations of its residents. Tomorrow, Su Hao whispered, his voice laced with confidence as if their fate was already sealed. We'll make sure he notices. Left a way out. Xiao Yinping still looked displeased and called Su Haoyin aside to scold him. What was that earlier? Why did you stop your sister from agreeing to me? I'm being wronged here, brother-in-law. Su Haoyin immediately cried out. I already tested the waters with my sister last night. But I was afraid she'd reject you on the spot. That's why I interrupted. Just earlier when I pulled her aside, I even spoke so highly of you. And now you're doubting me? Without me, would you even have met my sister? You still don't know where I stand. At Mingwen, I had just finished my meal and checked out when I was stopped on the street by a middle-aged couple as Jiang Xuansu walked alongside me. My dear nephew, I've finally found you, said a slender Taoist man stroking his beard, laughing heartily. The middle-aged woman next to him was even more enthusiastic and tried to grab my hand. Little Chun, it's been years since we've seen you, and you've grown so much. You've turned out so handsome I could barely recognize you. Though she had gained a bit of weight, she still maintained a certain charm. I instinctively dodged her hand and took the opportunity to glance at the floating panel above her head. Name, Yao Yinru. Age, 46. Aptitude, 4 Spirit Roots. Purity, 90. Total score, 72. After seeing this, I finally remembered who this couple was, Yi Shouqing and Yao Yinru. Both were early Foundation establishment cultivators who used to be on good terms with my late adoptive father, Su Qingtian. 3 years ago, Su Qingtian led a team to Yunzhong Ridge, a few miles out, and this couple was part of the group. The team was attacked by a pack of azure mane wolves, with the Wolf King's strength comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage. The skirmish resulted in heavy casualties, and everyone was forced to scatter and flee. My father decided to stay behind, sacrificing himself to buy time for the others to escape. He was never heard from again, and even his remains were never found. This couple was among the only 2 survivors who made it back. That incident caused an uproar in Yunwu outpost at the time, deterring anyone from venturing into the mountains for a while. After all, there was only one senior cultivator of the late Foundation establishment stage in the entire outpost, with mid-stage already considered top tier. My father, not even 50 years old at the time, had high hopes of advancing to the late stage, and his name was well known. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left me such a large estate and a generous amount of spirit stones. Unfortunately, before my 2 lifetimes' memories merged, the me from back then was downright useless. No progress in cultivation and squandering most of the spirit stones trying to curry favor with women. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this broke now. Uncle Yi, Aunt Yao, how can I help you? I asked, my gaze briefly returning to the purity, 90, hovering above Yi Shouqing's head. Good lord, I could almost see a green glow. Yi Shouqing glanced at Jiang Xuansu, who was following behind me. His eyes briefly showed admiration, but seeing that I wasn't going to introduce her, he tactfully refrained from asking further and instead got straight to the point. Here's the thing. Yesterday, your aunt noticed a jade pendant at a rogue cultivator's stall that resembled one your father used to wear. She bought it for you. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant from Yao Yinru's hand. This is it. My mother gave this to my father. I snatched it almost without hesitation. The jade pendant felt smooth and cool in my hand, roughly the size of a baby's fist, neither jade nor stone, with a phoenix engraved in the middle. Does this mean there's news about my father? I looked at him with hope overflowing in my eyes. Yi Shouqing turned his head slightly, clearing his throat. Ahem, well, not exactly. The light in my eyes dimmed a little. Forcing a smile, I said, still, thank you, Uncle Yi. My father once saved your lives, but there was no need for you to spend money on me like this. Since this is the only keepsake my mother left, I'll shamelessly accept it. The details surrounding my father's disappearance were suspicious, and I wasn't as gullible as the original me to fall for anything at face value. And how conveniently this jade pendant surfaced, out of the blue, right around the time I decided to set up stall. Could it be that this pendant had always been in their possession, and upon spotting me, they figured I might still have some fortune left from my father and used this as bait? Even if my guess was completely wrong and everything they said was true, so what? My father once saved their lives. Taking a jade pendant off of them for free wasn't out of line. When I brought up their life-saving debt, the couple's faces twitched, and they were at a loss for words for several long moments. Finally, Yi Shouqing forced a smile and said, it's the least we could do. After all, it was thanks to your father that we're alive today. Repaying him a little gives us some peace of mind. After a pause, he added, besides the pendant, your aunt also spotted your dad's old flying swords and magical tools at the stall yesterday. However, some of them were damaged, and considering our tight budget, we didn't dare to buy them. Nephew, how many spirit stones do you have on hand? Why don't you give them to me? I'll confirm the items and get them for you. Really? Where's the stall? Take me there. I said eagerly. About that. He hesitated. Your aunt saw it yesterday, and chances are it might no longer be there today. Let us confirm first before taking you. No point getting your hopes up for nothing. All right then. Don't be too disappointed. Your aunt has a good eye. You'd better give me some spirit stones first to lock down a deposit. Otherwise, if someone else snatches them before we get there, you'll lose the only tangible link to your father. Facing his earnest gaze, I hesitated briefly but eventually sighed. Forget it. If my father is already dead, buying those things serves no purpose. It would just remind me of him and bring unnecessary sadness. Yi Shouqing panicked at my response. Don't say that, nephew. Your father is only missing, not confirmed dead. Besides, those magical items and flying swords are damaged. Their prices shouldn't be that high. I spread my hands apologetically. But the spirit stones my father left me? Long gone. Behind me, Jiang Xuansu's eyes flickered. She hadn't been at Yunwu outpost long, so she wasn't familiar with my reputation or the details about my father. To her, how generously I handed out spirit stones in the past hardly matched someone who claimed to be out of spirit stones now. She cast a glance at the Yi couple but ultimately chose to remain silent. Hearing that I was out of spirit stones, Yi Shouqing studied Jiang Xuansu briefly. After a moment of hesitation, his gaze shifted to Ming Yue and behind me. Nephew, didn't your dad leave you an estate? What are you doing staying at an inn? Ugh, don't even get me started. I launched into a tirade. My house was taken over, and my spirit stones were swindled by some lowlife. Uncle Yi, you have to get justice for me. What? Someone dared cheat my nephew out of his spirit stones in Yunwu outpost. Yi Shouqing erupted with anger. Let's go? I'll demand justice for you immediately. Having 2 cultivators backing me up gave me a much better shot at reclaiming my luxurious mansion. With 4 people heading out, we arrived at Qingyan Street, no more than a few dozen steps from Su Manor, just in time to run into Xiao Yanping on her way out. He was captivated by Jiang Xuansu's grace at first sight. After a moment's pause, he averted his eyes and greeted Yi Shouqing, subconsciously straightening his back as he stood upright. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Xuansu didn't spare him a glance and remained entirely focused on me. Oh, you're that young lad from the Xiao family, right? After a brief moment of thought, Yi Shouqing recognized him. In Yunwu town, families with mid-level qi refinement or higher cultivation often had centuries of history behind them, making close relations or mutual acquaintances common. Back in the day, Xiao Yanping's father and Yi Shouqing served together on the law enforcement team. While the two made small talk, I caught sight of Su Jin's younger brother, Su Haotian, attempting to retreat back into their residence as soon as he noticed me. I immediately barked, "Catch him!" A deft silhouette zipped past, and before Su Haotian could fully step inside, Jiang Xuansu grabbed him by the back of his collar and tossed him onto the ground. I approached him, looking down with a faint smirk. Am I so terrifying that you run the moment you see me? His face underwent a flurry of expressions before finally settling on a forced grin. How could that be? I didn't recognize you, Brother Su. If I had, I would have come to greet you without hesitation. Huh, not even calling me brother-in-law anymore? My eyes flicked toward an inquisitive Xiao Yanping in the distance. So, he's found himself a new benefactor. I couldn't be bothered with his posturing and asked directly, "Where's your sister?" "She's not here," he replied, avoiding eye contact. Xiao Yanping was still lingering nearby. It was clear Su Haotian feared the possibility of his sister showing up and letting the truth slip in front of both of us. Before the approval of that wealthy young master, exposing certain things would ruin his fallback plans. Plus, in Yunwu town, many covet this residence. Without the Xiao family's protection, a mundane man like him, along with his qi-gathering sister, wouldn't hold on to the house even if they had the deed. Fine, I'll go in and wait for her, I declared, taking a step forward. Wait. He scrambled to block my way. What? I need your permission to enter my own home now. No, I just don't want people gossiping. Don't worry, I'll give your sister an official title and silence the gossip for good. But my sister has her heart set on cultivating and won't consider getting married until she's past the qi refinement stage. So, she won't marry now, and when she finally advances, she'll think I'm not good enough. Huh? I sneered. What? Planning to stay single forever? Hey, watch your mouth. He huffed. My sister has 3 spiritual roots. If you gave her more spirit stones to aid her cultivation, she would have already reached qi refinement. Oh, so it's my fault now. I snapped back, already weary of this farce. If she's not marrying me, they can get out of the Su residence. Seeing that my patience was wearing thin, and with Xiao Yanping now approaching, Su Haotian dropped the act as well. Kick us out? Do you think this is still your Su residence? If not mine, then whose is it? I shot him a bemused look. Whoever holds the deed owns the house. I chuckled. Of course, he'd never return the deed willingly, which was why I came prepared. Just as I was about to reach for it, Xiao Yanping caught up and asked, "What's going on here?" Seizing the chance, Su Haotian took the first shot, painting himself as the victim. "Brother-in-law, you're just in time. This guy keeps harassing my sister. She doesn't want to see him, and now he's trying to break in. You should call the law enforcement team to arrest him." However, Xiao Yanping remained unmoved. Considering I'd arrived with Yi Shouqing, he wasn't willing to act rashly without understanding the situation. "Is this true?" he inquired, looking at me. Su Haoyan became anxious. Brother-in-law, why waste time humoring him? Just call the enforcers already. Yet Xiao Yinping stayed grounded, awaiting my side of the story. I shook my head. Of course not. This is my house. His sister and he have been squatting here, and all I want is to reclaim what's mine. Caught off guard, Xiao Yinping shot Su Haoyan a suspicious glance. This was news to him. Nonsense. You think just saying it makes it true? I could say it's mine too. Su Haoyan stomped in frustration. Turning to Yi Shouqing, I made a respectful gesture. Uncle Yi, could you bear witness for me? Stroking his beard, Yi Shouqing nodded. I can vouch for it. This residence indeed belongs to my esteemed nephew. You old coot. You're clearly in on it with him. Su Haoyan switched targets, glaring at Yi Shouqing. Your word doesn't mean squat. How dare you? Both Xiao Yinping and Yi Shouqing barked in unison. The latter was particularly enraged, his energy surging as he growled. Know your place. You dare question this old man. The sheer force of a Qi refinement cultivator's aura left Su Haoyan stumbling back in fright, his face pale. He'd just realized Su Shun had a Qi refinement cultivator backing him. Cold sweat poured down his back. With the way things had already escalated between us, this revelation was a death knell. But with no way out now, he pressed on with gritted teeth. So what? Does being a cultivator give you the right to blindly snatch someone's home? You're accusing me of dishonesty, claiming that I, a respected Qi refinement cultivator, would lie just to take your house. Yi Shouqing's voice sharpened with every word. And no, I'm just concerned you've been deceived. This house was originally Su Shan's, but he sold it to my sister. Hearing that, Yi Shouqing hesitated briefly. If true, it would explain what happened in his spouse's vision yesterday. I stepped forward and scoffed. Lying again. At least glance up at the plaque before running your mouth. Everyone turned their gaze to the entrance, where the plaque clearly read, Su Residence. That's just cause we haven't gotten around to changing it. Su Haoyan tried to argue. If you claim it's yours, then where's the deed? What about you? I countered. Do you have the deed? Of course I do, he retorted. Then bring it out and let everyone see. I wasn't bluffing. This world's house deeds didn't list the buyer's name, but did record the verifier's information. Even if he had the deed, he wouldn't dare produce it. It would expose him instantly if it didn't list him as the buyer. Predictably, Su Haoyan faltered, stammering as his confidence crumbled. Instead, he redirected the burden of proof onto me. You show yours first. As such a reasonable person, how could I deny him? Smirking, I pulled the deed from my pocket and tossed it at his feet. Go ahead. Take a good look at this. He snatched it up, scanning every word. When he realized it really was the deed for this residence, his face twisted in disbelief. No way. How could the deed be with you? One party couldn't produce anything. The other had clear evidence at hand. It didn't take long for the spectators to determine who was in the right. Yi Shouqing's tone turned icy. Squatting on someone else's property and deceiving an elder. This won't stand. Xiao Yinping, call the law enforcement team over. Wait. Su Haoyan suddenly exclaimed, a desperate light in his eyes. I see now he must have stolen it. That's right, he stole it from my sister. Steal my own deed? Don't make me laugh. I scoffed. It doesn't matter who holds the deed. All that matters is what's written on it. Does the deed mention any transaction or exchange? Su Haoyan already knew it didn't. Completely defeated, he crumpled to the ground in silence. The others passed the deed between themselves to verify its contents. Nothing about a sale, confirmed Yao Yinru. Both Yi Shouqing and Xiao Yinping were now without doubts, and even Xiao Yinping's demeanor shifted to show visible disapproval toward the squatter. Turning to face, was planning this with his sister and mother all along. They all tried to take over the house. He played the role of a self-righteous bystander to perfection. I wasn't even mad. His eagerness to throw them under the bus only served my purposes. I smirked slightly. Yep, what he said is true. They were all in it together. Su Haotian panicked as his desperation grew. He pleaded hysterically. No. Sir, it's me. I'm the only one to blame. Leave my sister out of this. But the evidence was stacked against them. The young enforcer stepped forward and said coldly. The evidence supports his claims. You and your family have been reported for trespassing and attempting to unlawfully seize property. You must come with us to the station. Sumu started wailing and clutching at her son. No, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't mean any harm. My poor son. Someone save us. The crowd muttered amongst themselves while Su Jin stood there frozen, her face a spectrum of emotions ranging from outrage to disbelief. I could tell she never expected things to escalate to this level. Not with me, the pushover she thought she knew. She looked directly at me and, to my surprise, completely reversed her tone. Su Chun, we've known each other for so long. This can't end like this, please. Spare my family for the sake of what we once had. Her lips quivered as her eyes welled up with tears. The neighbors around us gasped softly at her fragile, heart-rending demeanor. For a moment, it felt like the stage had been set for me to back down, to forgive and forget. But I only looked into her eyes, calm and unshaken. The only sake I recognize is justice. This isn't about our past or present. This is about what's right and wrong. And with that, I waved my hand dismissively, signaling the enforcers to take them away. Su Haotian tried to resist, but was soon subdued. His shrill voice echoed in the courtyard. Su Chun, you'll regret this. You'll regret everything. I didn't even bat an eye. As they were escorted away, Su Jin turned back one last time, the heartbreak evident on her face. But I didn't falter. The days of being walked over by people like her were long gone. You acted decisively, said Jiang Shinsu beside me, an eyebrow raised, half amused, half approving. I'm surprised you didn't go easier on her. It's called drawing boundaries, I replied coolly. You'd be surprised what people remember when you finally draw the line. As the crowd thinned out, a smug sense of satisfaction washed over me. The house was back under its rightful owner's control, not just literally, but symbolically too. And standing in the midst of it all, I couldn't help but feel slightly vindicated. No regrets indeed. Our whole family lives here. I can't understand why we'd be staying here. It was Su Chun who suggested my sister live here. Su Haoyan cried out. The younger officer turned his gaze to me. Is what he's saying true? Everyone's eyes were on me, including Su Jin and Xiao Yinping, though with varying expressions and hidden thoughts. I nodded. Yes, it was indeed my idea for her to stay here. There was no need to lie about this. Xiao Yinping looked visibly disappointed, while Su Jin seemed relieved. Did she forcibly occupy your property? I shook my head. She never said anything of the sort to me. As for whether she has or hasn't, I'll leave that to your investigation. Don't worry, we'll handle this fairly. The young officer patted my shoulder reassuringly before turning to gather evidence from the crowd. Surprisingly, no one overheard Su Jin making any claims. However, the old woman couldn't dodge suspicions. She had discussed this matter with the neighbors the most. Just before being taken away, Su Haoqian shouted, "Wait, I have something to tell my sister." After gaining permission, he pulled Su Jin aside. "Sis, hurry to the rogue cultivator marketplace. If you can win the favor of that young man, he would definitely get us out of this mess." This so-called responsibility he claimed to have was simply a ploy. He knew once they were fully detained, their chances would be completely finished. Su Jin nodded, gave me a deep and complicated look, and then left in a hurry. Meanwhile, Su Haoyan and his mother were taken away, and the crowd dispersed. Dear nephew, earlier you mentioned being short on resources. This estate seems quite valuable. It's probably worth a good amount of spirit stones. Why not sell it? Yi Shouqing entered my residence, surveying it with a gleam in his eyes. Even he was intrigued. Spacious courtyards, stone pathways, flowering vegetation, a small pavilion in one corner, and a large main residence with blue-tiled roofs proudly displaying the plaque, Cloud Deep Residence. The property was even larger than his own. Buying it would definitely not be a loss. Perhaps the proceeds might eventually flow back into his own wallet anyway. Old madam still looks well. If you decide to sell, I can help you find a buyer. I guarantee no less than 10 spirit stones. Thank you, Uncle Yi, I said with a formal bow. However, I don't plan to sell just yet since I have no other place to stay. Very well, whenever you're ready, let me know. After seeing the Yi couple off, with no outsiders around, I tossed a spirit stone to Jiang Xuansu. Good work earlier. Here's your reward. Jiang Xuansu caught it. Her lips parted as if to refuse, but, in the end, she didn't decline. Thank you, young master. No problem. Go back and get some rest. Returning to her quarters, Jiang Xuansu was greeted by her younger sister, Jiang Zhuohua, who eyed her suspiciously. Sis, why are you back so late? I was out handling business with the young master, got delayed. Together handling business? Zhuohua mused silently, but didn't press further. Instead, she asked with concern, have you eaten? Yes. What about you? Since you didn't return, I just went out and grabbed something. Jiang Xuansu took out a spirit stone and 2 talismans, handing them to her younger sister. Here, take these. Protect yourself when I'm not around. The talismans were things she had purchased on her way home. One was a protective golden armor talisman, and the other was a swift movement talisman for escaping. She had kept another golden armor talisman for herself. Altogether, it had only cost her 1 spirit stone. Back in the era before spiritual energy depletion, even a single talisman would have cost more than a spirit stone. Now, with prices so low, it was due to spirit stones becoming increasingly rare, the fact that the materials for talismans, derived from beasts, were still somewhat accessible, and the overall decrease in combat opportunities. Once, treasure hunting and ambushes were common, but now people prioritize their own cultivation, with battles now few and far between. Even looters now turned to the secular world, as most cultivators had next to nothing worth stealing. Jiang Zhuohua took only the swift movement talisman. One is enough for me. You keep the rest. I still have plenty. Xuansu showed her the remaining spirit stones and talismans. Zhuohua's eyes widened. Sis, did you strike it rich? Spirit stones alone, you've got at least two. And those talismans, they're all from the young master. A warm look washed over Xuansu's face. Thinking back to how hard it was for the sisters to even earn a single spirit crystal after their family's misfortune, her eyes began to well up. At the rogue cultivator marketplace, Su Jin hurried with purpose, circling several times without spotting the so-called young noble her brother had described. Upon seeing a crowd gathering, she approached a kind-faced young man to inquire. I heard there's a prominent young noble visiting this market recently. Do you know where he is? The young man, noticing her beauty, politely responded, he was here the past couple of days, but I'm not sure why he's late today. Su Jin furrowed her brows, a hint of anxiety coloring her expression. Don't worry, the young man reassured her with a smile. He said yesterday he'd be here again today. He glanced at her and added, are you here to try your luck? Someone as stunning as you would surely be chosen. The conversation attracted others nearby. Being chosen might not be a good thing. He could be a con artist. No way. People have already been paid spirit stones on the spot. And how do you know they weren't accomplices? Only one person has met the criteria over 2 days. Doesn't that seem fishy? There's actually been two, but one didn't accept the offer. An offer of 1 spirit stone per night is absurd. Even scaling that level of wealth seems unrealistic. If that's true, the person agreed upon the first night might have already earned 2 stones by now. Listening to their chatter, Su Jin gained a clearer impression of this young noble. Like most people, she was tempted to dismiss him as a fraud. After all, the offer was utterly ridiculous. But with no other options, she prayed this faint hope was legitimate. After waiting for some time with no sign of him, she started becoming the target of unwanted advances. Frustrated, she wandered elsewhere. When Su Jin returned later, the previously sparse crowd had swelled several times over. In the center, women lined up in orderly queues. It was clear that the young noble had finally arrived. Hurriedly, Su Jin pushed through the crowd in the hopes of getting a better look. Changing angles multiple times, she finally managed a clear view of this so-called young noble. For a moment, she froze in disbelief. Him? How could it possibly be him? She couldn't wrap her head around it. Standing there was Su Chun, the man she believed had no more worth to exploit, the one she'd been planning to discard. Snapped out of her shock, her first reaction was denial. There was no way Su Chun still had spirit stones remaining. In the past, Su Chun was willing to give her his all, to let her stay in his home, support her family, give her his residence, spend his spirit stones to aid her cultivation. Everything he had was an open book. When he moved out, he only had a single spirit stone meant for their planned wedding and a small sum of spirit crystals for daily expenses. How could he now have enough to openly hire female attendants at such extravagant rates? Just when she was about to leave in disgust at what she assumed was a scam, a thought struck her. Earlier that morning, hadn't Su Chin been followed everywhere by appearance and figure that matched or even surpassed her own? Could it be that the woman was the maid Su Chin hired just 2 days ago? Su Jin stopped in her tracks, asking those around her for any information. After piecing together her appearance and characteristics, she was almost certain that the woman she saw earlier that morning was the said maid. But it was hard for her to believe. How could it be possible that the girl was just a regular person 2 days ago, reaching the chi refinement stage in 2 days? How many spirit stones would that have taken? Don't tell me all those spirit stones were given by Su Chin? Su Jin shook her head. Impossible. There's no way that could be true. The line for matchmaking that day stretched on and on. I never imagined Su Jin would be part of it too. I later heard that when she joined the line, her mind was in complete chaos. The couple ahead of her were arguing, and the husband actually joked about offering up his wife for another man's selection. That comment hit her hard. In her head, she kept chanting, spirit stones, immortality. And her gaze turned from confused to resolute. After all, what's a little self-sacrifice compared to achieving immortality? What's pride compared to a chance at cultivation? The husband looked back at her for a moment, his eyes lighting up just as he was about to approach her, only to step past her and stop in front of someone behind her. Wow, a goddess! Su Jin turned around and saw an ethereal, otherworldly figure clad in a moon-white robe with a silver crown tying up her flowing hair. She was stunning, so beautiful that even Su Jin, as a woman, felt inferior. You're definitely the most beautiful person here. You're sure to be chosen. The man's words jabbed at Su Jin like a sharp knife. That woman smiled sweetly, causing the man to freeze in place, utterly smitten, until the person opened their mouth. Hey bro, weren't you here yesterday too? The deep, gruff voice sent a visible shiver down the man's spine. What the heck? Who said that? Turns out, the goddess was actually a man named Xian Yuan. He brought a finger to his lips, shushing the crowd. Everyone instantly understood and prepared to see Xian Yuan mess with me. Su Jin decided to switch places with Xian Yuan willingly to avoid me mistaking him for a woman and leaving her in the crossfire. When it was Xian Yuan's turn, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Like a goddess descended to earth. No way, this one doesn't meet the standard. I'm a member of the Jiang family. I'm offering 388 spirit crystals as a betrothal gift. I beg for the goddess's hand. Amidst gasps of awe, even some people dared to try to intercept. Those in the know stifled their laughter, waiting to see my reaction. Su Jin peeked out from behind Xian Yuan, sneaking glances at me too. But my face remained unreadable, not a hint of surprise. Instead, I wore a knowing smile, just like the rest of the crowd, looking at the Jiang family boy in front of me. After Xian Yuan rejected him with a slight grin, I finally spoke. Why are you here again? You recognized me? Xian Yuan was taken aback. The moment he spoke, the crowd exploded. Hey, a man! I can't believe it. This has to be some kind of illusion spell. No, my first crush. That's it. My heart is shattered into pieces. I didn't bother humoring them. I don't have face blindness. But a lot of people couldn't tell earlier, Xian Yuan said as he scanned the faces nearby. Besides, what if it was actually my sister? She looks quite similar to me when I dress up. The once heartbroken crowd immediately perked up. Call your sister over. What's her age, though? Is she single? When the frenzy settled, I gave a glance at the still nonchalant system interface in front of me. Whether it's your sister or you, I can make the distinction. Sorry for disturbing you. Xian Yuan smiled sheepishly. Honestly, my sister was just worried you were a scammer. I came to feel things out first. He hesitated, saying nothing more, and stepped aside to spectate. When it was Su Jin's turn, murmurs flared up once more. This one looks pretty decent too. She might make it. I barely glanced at her. Not impressed, but not holding anything against her because of the past either. Doesn't meet the standards. Next, Su Jin thought otherwise. She assumed I still held a grudge, eyes pleading earnestly towards me. I realize I was wrong. Please, can't you give me another chance? I shook my head. This has nothing to do with past events. You simply don't meet my standards. It wasn't like my feelings were completely untouched by what she did back then, but if her score was high enough, breaking a 90, I'd still accept her. After all, cultivation was my priority. With how badly I needed spirit stones, I couldn't afford petty arguments over this. But Su Jin refused to believe me. After everything I had done for her, how could she not meet the requirements? I'll change, really. Just let me make up for it. Please. You don't meet my standards. Don't hold up the line for others. Are you really this heartless? She choked, her tear-soaked face pitiful. Some bystanders began to feel sympathy, only for me to remain steadfast. Please leave. You promised you'd help me enter chi refinement. You have spirit stones, but you won't give them to me. Su Jin broke down, openly sobbing. I was her final hope, and now that hope had been crushed, leaving her with despair. But within those tears, beyond sorrow, was resentment, the bitterness that I, who supposedly had spirit stones to spare, wouldn't spend them on her. Instead, I had helped another woman break into the chi refinement stage. Hearing her words, I liked her even less. Years ago, I believed I had no hope of ever reaching chi refinement. After my father died and I endured endless bullying and ridicule, I pinned all my hopes on her. Nearly every single spirit stone I had earned went to her. And what did I get in return? I did say I'd help you with your chi refinement, but how did you repay me? Su Jin fell silent, guilty and unable to argue. As the crowd whispered, some already recognized me from yesterday, or they had dug deeper about me on purpose. They quickly deduced that Su Jin was the woman to whom I had given dozens of spirit stones, only for her to betray me. Once this got around, those who were initially sympathetic toward her instantly flipped. People began pointing fingers. With nowhere left to hide, Su Jin walked away in disgrace. Still, though the crowd now knew who I was, that didn't mean they liked me. On one hand, my past precedents didn't inspire a lot of goodwill, and on the other hand, they doubted how I could even afford to make such bold claims. Like compensating spirit stones for each night if standards were unmet. Most assumed I was making excuses, using some ridiculously high benchmarks to cover for the fact that I didn't actually have the spirit stones. But I couldn't be bothered to explain, or rather, there was no way I could disclose where the spirit stones came from. I could only snort coldly. Do you think earning a spirit stone a night is that easy? If Jiang Xuansu had overheard, she might have argued otherwise. No, it's actually quite easy. But the rest of the crowd, unaware of the circumstances, all assumed I was right. After all, a single spirit stone was an astronomical sum to a rogue cultivator who might not even save that much in a year. Meanwhile, at noon, Xian Yuan carried a bag of vegetables home to find his sister, Xian He, busy cooking from her wheelchair. He hurriedly rushed over and took the spatula from her hands. Sis, I told you to wait for me to come back before doing anything. My legs aren't working, not my arms. I can't just do nothing and be a burden to you. Xian, he smiled faintly. She bore a resemblance to Xian Yuan in his feminine disguise, but her appearance was softer, more elegant, and carried the delicate air of someone frail yet mature. The most striking difference was in their eyes. Xian Yuan sparkled with liveliness and charm, while Xian He's eyes were like still water, hauntingly vacant, evoking a deep sense of pity. Xian Yuan's nose tingled from the threat of tears. Sis, how could you ever be a burden? By that logic, wasn't I your burden when we were younger? Their father was a gambling addict and a drunk who often beat people, while their mother couldn't take it anymore and ran away. By the time Xian he was about 7 or 8, she had already taken on all the housework and cared for a 3 or 4-year-old Xian Yuan. The worst was yet to come. Her father, desperate to pay off his gambling debts, sold Xian he to the son of the casino owner. Xian he resisted fiercely and, in an act of defiance, kicked the man when he tried to assault her, permanently damaging him. This earned her a horrific reprisal. Her legs were savagely broken into pieces, even her thigh bones shattered. Stop bringing that up, Xian he chided lightly. Why did you borrow my clothes again to go out? You're not a kid anymore. Aren't you embarrassed? Xian Yuan rubbed the back of his head and grinned. The first time he tried it, he had been mortified, but he got used to it quickly, especially when lavished with admiration and compliments that he soon found addicting. Did you go see that young master who's buying spirit stones from women again? She asked suspiciously. Yeah, Xian Yuan admitted. But he recognized me right away again. He had tried to convince her to give it a shot yesterday, but Xian he didn't believe him. She thought the offer was a scam. Why would anyone offer such a high price unless they were up to no good? To prove it wasn't a trick, Xian Yuan went himself. He had nothing to lose as a man. If it were legitimate, and he managed to get even one stone, he'd be able to persuade his sister. After enough stones were collected, her legs could finally be healed. Xian he sighed. Don't waste your time. Even if he isn't a scammer, why would someone like him want a cripple like me? It's just walking. Sis, you're so beautiful. There are plenty of people who would adore you. I mentioned how you look like me to some of them today, and they were instantly interested in meeting you. Don't worry, we'll get your legs healed, I promise. My legs, they're beyond repair. Xian he replied, her voice low with resignation. Xian Yuan clenched his fists as the memory of his sister lying in the clinic, covered in blood, her shattered legs twisted grotesquely, flashed through his mind. Forcing the tears back, he squatted before her. Maybe regular doctors can't do it, but I'm certain that a high-level cultivator could. Her gaze deepened, heavy with melancholy. A cultivator? That's easier said than done. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Road in front of the Su residence, a stunning woman fiddled with the locks several times, but the door refused to budge. What's going on? Could it be that because I ignored Su Haoyan's advances, he had the locks changed? She radiated an irresistible allure, her fair skin glowing, her figure graceful and curvaceous, exuding a charm far more refined than that of a mere girl. She knocked, but no one answered. At that same moment, an elderly woman from next door emerged. Taking the opportunity, she asked, Ma'am, do you know where the Su family went? Why is the door locked in broad daylight? Did they really change the locks? The older woman immediately launched into some eager gossip. Oh, you didn't know? This house isn't actually the Su family's. It belongs to the Su family. Su Chun kindly lent it to them, and those ungrateful people tried to claim it as their own. They've been kicked out now. Su Chun, the beautiful woman, had lived here for over a month without ever hearing the Su family mention that name. She had always been puzzled by why the plaque out front bore the name Su Residence. A wave of worry surged within her. Would she still be allowed to stay? And would her rent even be returned? Her husband was a rue furnace cultivator at the pinnacle stage and had plenty of wealth in the form of gold and silver. However, the rental market here at Yunwu Town only accepted spirit crystals, a currency the couple significantly lacked. 2 weeks ago, her husband had set off for the Yun Mist Ridges to gather spirit crystals and had yet to return. If the new owner forced her out and the rent couldn't be refunded, she'd have nowhere to go. The older woman scrutinized her once over and offered a word of warning. I'd advise you to leave early. That Su Qing guy isn't someone you'd want to cross. When I returned after closing up my stall that afternoon, the first thing I saw upon approaching the house was a stunningly beautiful woman standing at the door. Judging solely by her looks, she was no less attractive than the Su Jin that the original body had been obsessed with a figure that even outshone her by a margin. Almost instinctively, I brought up my system interface for a quick scan. Name, Shun Meiqing. Age, 27. 4 spiritual roots. Appearance, 87. Figure, 94. Elegance, 85. Sanctity, 97. Total score, 90.75. My heart leapt with joy. After fruitlessly scouring the loose cultivators marketplace all day, Wasn't this a serendipitous reward to come home to? A beauty who met all my requirements? Of course, I didn't show any of this outwardly. Neither did I mention the possibility of a deal right away. I didn't want to frighten her off. "Are you Mr. Suchin?" she asked, stepping forward before I even said a word. "I'm Shin Mei-ching, a tenant here." "That's me," I replied calmly. "My rent. I already paid it to Ms. Su-jin." She trailed off self-consciously, clearly aware of the feud between my family and the Su family. It seemed she feared I might use this as a reason to evict her. Naturally, I wasn't about to let her leave. I replied lightly, "There are spare rooms. Stay if you want." "Thank you so much." She visibly relaxed, her face revealing traces of surprise, almost as if she thought, "He's nothing like the rumors." Later, back in my room, I flopped onto the bed as usual, stretching comfortably to shake off the weariness from the day. Then, I pulled out the jade pendant I'd managed to score for free from Yi Shoqing today. I had told him this was the only relic left by my mother. A truth, albeit one I downplayed emotionally. My mother wasn't dead, she had abandoned my family. Therefore, neither the former me nor the current me held any affection for her. The real reason I wanted this jade pendant was that it wasn't just an accessory. It was a decently potent artifact handed down from my grandmother after my mother gave birth to me. Its primary function was to enhance spiritual energy absorption speed by 10%. Before the spiritual energy drought, artifacts like this were highly sought after, often serving as showpieces in major auctions and sparking fierce bidding wars. However, now its value was less pronounced. People had plenty of time, but almost no spiritual energy to cultivate. Yet for someone like me, it wasn't useless at all. With a cheat system and an ample supply of spirit crystals, coupled with the fact that my low-level cultivation required faster absorption, this pendant was anything but a waste. Knock knock. A sudden rapping at the door interrupted my thoughts. Hastily, I tucked the pendant away. "Who is it?" "Mr. Su, someone's here to see you," came Shun Meiching's voice. I thought it was Jiang Xuansu, but when I opened the door, there she was, Shun Meiching, looking slightly ill at ease, and standing behind her was Su Jin. I furrowed my brows instinctively. "What are you doing here?" "I left some of my things inside," Su Jin replied, her usual cool demeanor slightly shadowed by a strained, foggy gaze and a hoarseness in her voice. I didn't respond and motioned for her to retrieve her belongings. When she found me again later, she said softly, "I won't finish packing everything today. Can I stay the night?" Her flushed cheeks gave her a knowing glance, making her go quiet immediately. Translation: "Can't finish it all today? We'll continue tomorrow," I said with absolutely no mercy. She froze and stared at me for 2 full breaths, her eyes glistening with the hint of tears, as if she never expected me to be so heartless. She bit her lip, then raised her hand to undo the tie on her dress. It slid to the floor, revealing a stunning expanse of pale, jade-like skin illuminated by the flickering candlelight. I frowned. "What are you doing?" "I owe you too much. I have nothing left to give, except my body," she whispered, her pale face finally blushing. "Don't worry. No other man has touched me. My body is still pure." I glanced at the attribute panel with her name and saw a perfect score of 100 under purity. I didn't doubt her claim. I knew exactly what she was trying to pull. Memories of my former self came rushing back. All the times I'd longed for her and all the excuses she'd given me. Saving herself for marriage, fearing rumors, not wanting a fling. And now, here she was, offering herself. Classic. Simping never ends well. For a moment, I silently mourned the me from back then. But looking at her flawless face and enticing figure, I couldn't deny I was tempted. Her overall stats weren't quite a 90, but in my past life, she would have easily been a campus goddess. The spiritual stones I gave her were a sunk cost anyway. Might as well not let her get off scot-free. I lifted her chin with my hand. "You sure about this?" "I am. You won't regret it." "I won't." Not playing coy anymore, I pulled her into my arms and was about to carry her to the bed when a knock at the door interrupted us. I guessed it was Jiang Xuansu this time and decided not to have Su Jin hide. I wasn't going to stick to just one woman. Might as well let her get used to that notion early. Su Jin had no intention of hiding either. Without even dressing, she shyly burrowed into the blankets, peeking her head toward the doorway. I opened the door, and sure enough, Shin Mei-ching was standing there with Jiang Xuansu. "Young Master Su, another lady wants to see you," Shin Mei-ching announced, curiously glancing at my face for some clue as to why even someone as stunning as Jiang Xuansu would come looking for me. Ignoring her, my attention went straight to Jiang Xuansu. For some reason, she looked even more beautiful than before. My eyes quickly darted to her attribute panel. Name: Jiang Xuansu. Age: 18. Dual spirit roots. Appearance: 93. Figure: 88. Aura: 87. Purity: 99 overall, 91.75. As expected, her purity had dropped by a point, but her overall score remained the same, thanks to a slight boost in aura. Was this the result of cultivation progress? Examining her again, she did seem more ethereal, with fairer skin and a softer texture, though not enough to bump her appearance higher. Good news for me, though. I'd been worried about girls like Xie, whose score was barely 90 and would drop below that after initial interactions. But if their stats could increase over time, that problem was solved. Still, no matter how lovely Jiang Xuanzu looked tonight, she wasn't my focus. You can stay in the east wing tonight, I instructed her, tossing her a spiritual stone. Shen Meiqing's eyes went wide. Spiritual stones? What had this girl done to earn a whole one from me? For the first time, she seemed to grasp that my appeal went beyond just looks. Su Jin's gaze also turned fiery. See, he still had spiritual stones. And plenty of them, it seemed. If Jiang Xuanzu wasn't even staying over tonight, but still got rewarded, then if I could make him fall for me again. Jiang Xuanzu, who should have been the least surprised, almost dropped the stone. From her perspective, she had just caught a glimpse of Su Jin lying in my bed. She froze, expression blank, which the other two took as sheer excitement. Once the door was shut, Shen Meiqing led Jiang Xuanzu away, chirping, "What's the deal between you and young Master Su?" Huh. Jiang Xuanzu was still dazed, her mind replaying the scene over and over. I was clearly here first. No, wait. She was here first. But why does this feel so awful? Back in the room, I returned to bed. Su Jin was noticeably more enthusiastic now, climbing out from under the sheets to cling to me, helping me undress. If I teased her, she'd just flush redder and wouldn't resist, only shooting me sultry glances that I inevitably punished with even more teasing. When the last piece of clothing came off, she lay back on the bed, face flushed and chest heaving, her thin undergarment barely clinging on. I nudged her gently, and she melted onto the mattress as soft as silk, wrapping herself around me willingly. My desires roared to life, pushing thoughts of cultivation far from my mind as we surrendered to our most primal instincts. Half an incense stick later, watching Su Jin collapsed and breathless on the bed, I wiped sweat from my brow, letting out a frustrated sigh. This body is seriously pathetic. It's all flash and no substance, purely cosmetic. If it weren't for my expertise, I wouldn't have even lasted that long. But this can't keep up. Struggling with just one. What happens when more women enter the picture? I need to prioritize gathering spiritual stones to cultivate properly. Once I unlock the primal holy scripture, the ultimate dual cultivation method, even the most untamed seductresses won't faze me. With that thought, I sat up. In this moment of tranquility, when lust had faded and my mind was clear, all I could think of was the path ahead. Currently, the only women meeting the system's criteria, but not mine, yet were Xie and Shen Meiqing. Xie wouldn't agree easily, so she was off the list for now. Shen Meiqing, though, her purity was still 97. With enough spiritual stones, she'd come around. Su Jin stirred, her watery eyes fixed on me. Seeing me upright, she assumed I was meditating and suddenly thought I looked distant, unfamiliar. Truth be told, she'd felt this way all day long, like I was a completely different person. Did lying to him hurt him this badly? She wondered, guilt-ridden. To think that a once carefree and idle Su Shun was now training even after everything we'd done. Tears of mixed regret and resolve welled in her eyes. She gazed at me with fiery determination, clinging to the hope that she could rekindle my affection and secure the resources she needed to soar. As I stopped meditating, Su Jin's full attention locked on me. Boldly, she curled herself around me again. Su Shun, I want more. At sunrise the next day, holding Su Jin's warm, soft body, I picked up my train of thought from the night before. Goals were set. It was time to hunt for cultivation techniques. With a bit of spare spiritual crystals from pawning off an unused residence, I'd go browse the market later. Su Jin stirred awake, cuddling closer to me. Testing the waters, she asked, "So, how many spirit veins have you unlocked?" No way I'd reveal my secrets that easily. I smirked. Don't ask questions you're not meant to know. Then, giving her. He grabbed her twice and sat up, shooing her away. You go out first. Her cheeks flushed red, but instead of being upset, she felt a little delighted. Being interested in her was still better than no interest at all. It was just a pity she hadn't been rewarded with spirit stones like the woman last night. She endured the discomfort, got dressed, and left the room. When Jiang Xuanzu caught her on her way out, she wasn't embarrassed. In fact, she intentionally acted even more inconvenienced than she was. After Su Jin left, I started pondering the question she had asked. I've opened 3 spiritual meridians so far, but to cultivate spiritual energy and formally step into the chi refining stage, I'll need to open at least 189 more. And it's not just any 189. With 5 spiritual roots, I'd need to open a specific set of 192 fixed meridians. These 192 meridians are predetermined. When spiritual energy depleted, countless predecessors spent centuries conducting experiments to deduce the minimum combination needed to cultivate spiritual energy. This set of 192 is the absolute minimum. Making a mistake in the sequence isn't as simple as opening one extra. Every mistake disrupts the balance. The structure of the meridians is highly intricate. Some complement one another, some don't interfere, and some outright conflict, even mutually repel like fire and water. Properly opening the 192 forms a complete circuit, allowing for efficient spiritual energy refinement. Opening just one wrong meridian disrupts the balance, forcing one to open additional ones to compensate. Right now, I can't even do internal visualization, let alone comprehend the combination of meridians. My body system of meridians is as messy and complicated as a labyrinth. Getting it right during the opening process seems almost impossible. In comparison, the advantage of those with heavenly or dual spiritual roots is immense. They require fewer meridians to be opened, all of which are main meridians, which reduces errors. And even if they do err, opening an additional 2 or 3 will rebalance the system. But for me, with 5 spiritual roots, if I mess up even one, I need to open at least 20 or 30 more to rebalance. If I make mistakes with 3 or more meridians, I might as well open them all because it would take unlocking nearly everything to get back on track. Thinking about it gives me a headache. Luckily for me, I don't need to worry about that. From the very beginning, I've decided I'll just open every single one. Before spiritual energy was depleted, whether someone had heavenly or 5 spiritual roots, they would simply open all their meridians during the cultivation process. Back then, spiritual energy was abundant and endless, so who cared about how much was spent on opening meridians? It never even occurred to anyone that it was possible to cultivate without clearing all the meridians. It wasn't until 100 years after spiritual energy depleted, with countless cultivators suffering due to resource scarcity, that a genius cultivator named Meng Jingchuan proposed and proved such a possibility. This discovery was groundbreaking. Fewer open meridians meant less energy and fewer resources were required, reigniting hope for countless wandering cultivators who previously had no chance to begin their journey. Most importantly, opening fewer meridians didn't affect cultivation at all. In fact, it required fewer resources during practice and sped up progress. The only downside was that spiritual energy was less dense compared to cultivators who opened all their meridians at the same level. But honestly, quantity doesn't beat quality. Being faster and advancing to higher stages makes it much easier to crush lower-level cultivators with denser energy, doesn't it? Because of this achievement, Meng Jingchuan became revered by future generations and was given the title Saint Meng. Even though he himself only reached the foundation establishment stage before passing, his contributions were immortal. The version of meridian combinations he proposed, although inferior to today's refined versions, was still groundbreaking. Back then, even heavenly spiritual root cultivators needed to open 27 meridians. But I'm not here to ride on the coattails of historical advancements. My plan is to reverse history and fully open all my meridians. Anyway, as long as I find another woman, I won't lack spirit stones. Spending time distinguishing which meridians are essential and which aren't would probably take longer than mindlessly opening them all. And as for cultivating faster? Sure, clearing 192 meridians is technically faster than all of them, but it's not twice as fast with half the effort, or anything as dramatic as that. If it worked like that, then heavenly spiritual root cultivators, already unrivaled, would be 30 times faster by only opening 12 meridians. Doesn't make sense, right? Aside from the number of meridians opened, talent and comprehension also influence speed. Typically, opening 192 might make cultivation at best 20% quicker. But that difference is far smaller than what I could gain by simply finding another woman to help me bolster my resources. More importantly, cultivation isn't just about competing with others, it's about defying the heavens. Even before spiritual energy depletion, the mortality rates for tribulation crossroads were high. If I stick to some downgraded version of cultivation, wouldn't overcoming tribulations become even harder? Stashing away the few remaining spiritual crystals, I got up and headed out. Su Chun, Sister Shun, made some breakfast. Would you like to join us? Su Jin greeted me with a smile as I walked out. I glanced at Shun Meiqing behind her. Shun Meiqing nodded politely at me. She'd made extra portions as thanks for allowing her to stay. Since Su Jin hadn't acted presumptuously on her own, I didn't refuse. My little sister is still at home, so I'll have to pass. Jiang Xuansu excused herself and took her leave. I didn't hold her back and tossed her a spirit stone. Refund of 1 spirit stone. Accept. Still only 1 spirit stone. When will it ever become 2? Choosing to accept, I casually threw it into my space. Witnessing this all too familiar scene, Shun Meiqing and Su Jin froze in shock. Another gift of spirit stones? But Jiang Xuansu didn't even do anything last night. She just rested, and yet earned another stone? Su Jin could justify last night's payment. It was pre-agreed. But today's, she couldn't wrap her head around it. Seeing how easily I handed out 2 stones, she even started to feel sorry for me. Meanwhile, with the stone in hand, Jiang Xuansu's previously low mood finally lightened up. If the young master was still willing to give her spirit stones, that at least showed he wouldn't discard her just because of Su Jin. After she left, I shared breakfast with Shun Meiqing and Su Jin. Following the meal, I pulled Su Jin aside to discreetly inquire about Shun Meiqing's situation. Upon learning she rented the place with her husband, I temporarily shelved specific thoughts. Heading out this time, I didn't go to the scattered cultivators market, but instead visited a store selling cultivation techniques and manuals. Previously, I practiced the Xianjin technique, passed down from my father, a metal-based technique. While I could cultivate it, it didn't resonate well with me. Even before spiritual energy depletion, it was hard for 5 spiritual root cultivators to reach foundation establishment with such techniques. Those who did were capped there. So, I decided it was time to change course. The system provided original scripture is merely a dual cultivation secret art. Like Great Evolution divine art, which increases divine sense, it is a functional technique and cannot be used as a foundational cultivation method. The shop is called Miao Fa Go. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only a storefront in a small market town. The variety of cultivation methods it carries is astonishingly complete. Attribute-based, cultivation-based, functional techniques, combat techniques, righteous path, demonic path. Even the sect-defining manuals of some major sects are here. This wasn't because Miao Fa Gu had some incredibly powerful backing, but because after spiritual energy was exhausted, many cultivation methods became widespread and common. It started when a golden core sect ran out of resources and was about to collapse. In a flash of inspiration, the sect master overruled all objections and had the entire sect's cultivation methods, including the sect-defining manual, copied tens of thousands of times and sold everywhere. At the time, countless cultivators rushed to grab them, especially the sect-defining manuals. Initially, they even appeared at auctions, with major powers competing to bid. After all, methods of that level had never before entered the market. Only later did everyone come to their senses. Cultivating these high-grade methods required vast resources, and even if you bought them, you wouldn't have the resources to practice them. If spiritual energy never came back, even sects could barely survive. So what use were cultivation methods? Once this dawned on them, more and more sects joined the fire sale ranks. Those quick to react could still fetch a decent price. Those slow on the uptake could only sell even their sect-defining manuals for a pittance, and do so with tears in their eyes. 1,000 years have passed since then. Many nascent soul-level sects have perished into dust, and the ones that survived by luck are far worse off than before. Only that first golden core sect to sell its cultivation methods preserved its strength, and even rose from a mid-tier sect to become one of the top powers in Eastern continent. That sect master who had overruled everyone else was even granted, after death, the same treatment as the founding ancestor. Their spirit tablets were placed side by side, and they continued to receive the sect's incense offerings. After looking around for a while, I was dazzled by the choices. There were so many cultivation methods, and they were cheap, almost all under 10 spirit stones. In the past, that would have been unthinkable. A sect-defining manual-level method wouldn't even be sold for 100,000 spirit stones. In the past, 10 spirit stones would only buy a common method like health-nourishing art or evergreen technique. Now, some advanced methods were actually cheaper than the common ones. After all, common methods had a low threshold, were easy to get started with, required few resources, and sold well. Advanced methods were hard to begin cultivating, consumed many resources, and didn't move. After browsing for a while and finding nothing satisfactory, I simply asked the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, do you have any cultivation methods suitable for 5-element spiritual roots?" The shopkeeper was a thin old man with a goatee. He froze for a moment before saying, "Yes, of course." He also gave me a hesitant look, probably not expecting that in this day and age there would still be someone with 5 spiritual roots wanting to cultivate. He led me to a corner, pulled out a book titled 5 Elements Technique, and handed it to me. "What do you think of this one?" I flipped through it. It was indeed true to its name, suitable for 5-element spiritual roots, but it had a lot of drawbacks. Its grade was the same as evergreen technique, the lowest tier common method. It was easy to begin cultivating, but tended toward mediocrity. Its spiritual power was enduring, but its spell power was weak. It consumed even more resources than evergreen technique and cultivated very slowly, even before spiritual energy was exhausted. The chance of someone practicing it successfully reaching foundation establishment was less than 1 in 10,000, and its ceiling was only foundation establishment. Too slow. Anything else? I handed the method back. The shopkeeper wasn't surprised. He led me again to the prominent display at the entrance and took out evergreen technique. Although this one is wood attributed, it's highly inclusive, and among 5-element spiritual roots, it cultivates the fastest. I had just looked at this one and didn't take it. Any higher grade ones? Want a higher grade method? The shopkeeper was secretly delighted. So this was a bumpkin who didn't know better. After a brief thought, he took another one from the top shelf in the corner and handed it to me. What do you think of this 5 Elements Primordial Unity Treasure Manual? This was once the sect-defining manual of the top-tier Power 5 Elements sect. 5 Elements sect? I asked as I took it. The shopkeeper began explaining beside me. The 5 Elements sect was one of the top sects in Central Continent before spiritual energy was exhausted, and it relied on this 5 Elements Primordial Unity Treasure Manual. If a 5-element spiritual root cultivated other methods, their ceiling would be at most foundation establishment. But this treasure manual could take a 5-element spiritual root all the way to golden core, even nascent soul. And 5-element spiritual roots were the most common in the cultivation world, which meant the 5-element sect had almost no threshold when recruiting disciples. It was said that at its peak, it had the largest number of disciples on the entire continent. Unfortunately, this manual had a fatal flaw. It required an enormous amount of resources, and it could only be cultivated if all spiritual veins were fully opened. This was also one of the reasons the 5-element sect ultimately vanished. Of course, as the sect's foundational manual, it had plenty of advantages too. Its ceiling was high. Its spiritual power was far more abundant than that of those at the same level. Its techniques were tremendously powerful, and in battle, it was rarely matched. Its greatest advantage, however, was its cultivation speed. So long as the resources were sufficient, it could make a 5-spirit root cultivator as fast as a genius cultivating top-tier techniques. That was the key to raising the upper limit of a 5-spirit root. There was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. If one still hadn't established their foundation by the age of 60, this life was basically over. A 5-spirit root's low ceiling was, in the end, because cultivation was too slow, making it very difficult to reach the completion of chi refinement and attempt foundation establishment before 60. Even if one barely succeeded, their potential would already be exhausted, and further progress would be extremely difficult. Otherwise, with the 5-spirit root's richer spiritual power, the success rate of surviving the tribulation would actually be higher. After reading the introduction, I made up my mind on the spot. This one. How much? I think, young friend, you and I are fated. I'll only charge you 1 spirit stone, the shopkeeper said with an expression of great sacrifice. I rolled my eyes. Shopkeeper, do I look like a sucker? Specially suited for 5-spirit roots, extremely resource-hungry, and requiring all veins to be opened. Stack that many flaws together, and you still dare sell it for 1 spirit stone? Exposed to my face, he wasn't embarrassed at all, his expression unchanged. Then how much do you think is appropriate? At most 10 spirit crystals. Aside from the spirit stone that had given birth to an egg, I only had 10 spirit crystals left on me. How can you haggle like that? The shopkeeper nearly jumped up, glaring and blowing his beard. Seeing that I didn't budge, his tone quickly softened. Fine. Since we're fated, 10 spirit crystals. I'll sell it to you. Damn, I overpaid. I realized instantly that I still hadn't haggled hard enough. But I couldn't be bothered to fuss over those few spirit crystals. I paid without delay, took the manual, and left. Cloud Script Pavilion. I heard that the bastard who used to pester you is setting up a stall at the loose cultivator market. Want to go take a look? Xiang Xiaochen asked Xie, folding fan in hand. No interest. Xie didn't even lift her eyes, continuing to practice drawing talismans with a brush on scratch paper. Su Chun was certainly detestable, but she had even less goodwill toward the man in front of her. Back when Su Qingcong was still alive, Xiang Xiaochen had merely been one of the many lackeys around Su Chun. Now that Su Chen's father had fallen, he was calling Su Chun a bastard all the time, and his family still ran a gambling house, causing many wives to be separated from their husbands and many families to be ruined. I truly looked down on Xiang Xiaochen. Su Chun at least had a face worth looking at, and he dared to openly admit whom he liked. When someone harassed Xie, Su Chun would still stand up for her. But what about him? He dressed like a gentleman and looked no more than gentlemanly in return. Back when Su Chun was pestering Xie, not only did he not stop it, he was one of the accomplices. And now he had come running to flatter Xie. He also knew he was unwelcome, so he tried to defend himself. Back then, I had my own difficulties. It was my father who was optimistic about Su Chen's father and specially asked me to befriend Su Chun, so I had no choice but to mix with him. Xie didn't buy it at all. Young Master Xiang, what you're saying has nothing to do with me. If you're not buying talismans, then don't hinder my business. Rejected coldly, Xiang Shaoqin left Cloud's script pavilion with an ugly expression. He had wanted to trample me hard in front of Xie and draw a clear line between us. But Xie simply didn't care, which deeply hurt him. He didn't dare vent on Xie, so he blamed everything on me. Not far after leaving, he spotted a beautiful female cultivator whom I had also harassed before, and his heart brightened. He hurried over. Sister Aoyue, what are you doing here? Lin Aoyue, seeing that it was him, wore an expression of utter disgust. Don't call me so familiarly. Am I that close to you? Xiang Shaoqin gave an awkward laugh, not daring to reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. The Lin family had an ancestor at the 6th layer of qi refinement, second only to the Yi family in Cloud Mist Market. Back when Su Qingcang was still alive, Xie would do anything to avoid Su Chun and swallow her anger. But Lin Aoyue, on the other hand, would dare to strike directly. If he brought her to me, he absolutely wouldn't come to any good end. What exactly do you want? Xiang Shaoqin hurriedly said. I heard that Su Chun is setting up a stall at the loose cultivator market. Do you want to go take a look? What would I look at him for? Xiang Shaoqin then told her the news he'd heard. I heard he's recruiting beauties, offering an outrageous price of 1 spirit stone a night. 1 spirit stone? Lin Aoyue's proud face finally showed a hint of surprise. She had 4 spiritual roots, and her talent was average. It would take nearly 3 spirit stones to open 2 meridians, and finishing the meridian opening task would require almost 150 spirit stones. Even with family support, the shortfall was still considerable, but she quickly became suspicious. Are you sure it's 1 spirit stone, not 1 spirit crystal? I haven't checked yet, but that's what I heard, 1 spirit stone. I don't believe it either, so I was just about to confirm it. Lin Aoyue became interested this time and went with him to the loose cultivator market. When they arrived, they saw a certain spot packed so tightly with people that not even water could get through, and there was even a line forming. The two squeezed inside, looked behind the stall, and sure enough, it was me. The sign clearly read, Recruiting beauties, 1 spirit stone per night. Xiang Shaoqin stepped forward and questioned me. Su Chun, do you even have spirit stones? And you dare set a price of 1 spirit stone for 1 night? I glanced at him, then withdrew my gaze. No men. Ha ha ha. The whole scene erupted in laughter, and even Lin Aoyue couldn't hold it in. Xiang Shaoqin was so angry, he almost coughed up blood. Who cares whether you're recruiting men or not? I'm asking whether you even have spirit stones. Whether I do or not, I still won't give them to you. I paused, then emphasized again, no men. The laughter grew even louder, and Lin Aoyue had to cover her mouth just to keep up appearances. Xiang Shaoqing's face turned green with rage, and he didn't even know where to begin arguing. Lin Aoyue suppressed her laughter and strolled forward. You really never change your ways. Your father is dead, and you still dare spend spirit stones recklessly looking for women. I glanced at her panel. Name, Lin Aoyue, age, 23. Talent, 4 spiritual roots. Appearance, 85. Figure, 86. Temperament, 79. Purity, 99. Overall rating, 87.25. Pretty high score, but still not up to standard. A 23-year-old woman was already old. Her potential was nearly exhausted. Unrelated people, please step back. Don't interfere with my business. I was utterly unceremonious. Only then did Lin Aoyue truly understand Xiang Shaoqin's frustration. She secretly ground her silver teeth and glanced at the sign. Who says I'm unrelated? Didn't you say you were recruiting beauties? What do you think of me? Go stand at the back of the line. What? She stared at me. This man who had once harassed her, doubting her ears. You actually want me to queue? I shook my head and pointed at the line. It's not that I want you to line up. It's that you want to cut in line. Ask them whether they agree. We don't agree. The people in line said in unison. Why should you not line up? Who do you think you are? Move aside, go to the back. A wave of curses surged over. Lin Aoyue shot me a glare and resentfully went to the back of the line. Xiang Shaoqing also glared at me and followed her. He had originally wanted to smear me a little, but instead he got used as a punching bag and was cursed out thoroughly. He then turned his attention to a female cultivator standing in front of Lin Aoyue, one even more beautiful than her. Before he approached, that female cultivator was still smiling sweetly. The moment he got close, her expression turned cold. But that frost-like, aloof demeanor that kept people at a distance only made him more infatuated. He fawned over her even more enthusiastically, which made Lin Aoyue grow even more disgusted with him. By the time it was that female cultivator's turn, Xiang Shaoqing waited a long while without seeing anyone meet the standard, and he still hadn't found an opportunity to expose the fact that I had no spirit stones. But, for this one, he was absolutely sure she would meet the standard. Even if I said she didn't, he could still use that to make trouble. As soon as he spoke, I merely gave him an indifferent look. Before he could even figure it out, a few more snickers rang out around him. What are you laughing at? He looked around, but everyone who knew the truth was holding back laughter and saying nothing. I withdrew my gaze and turned to Xin Yuan. I already said it. No men. Are you blind? Where's the man here? I gave him a meaningful once-over. Of course I'm a man. I was talking about the people in line. Someone nearby burst out laughing. I turned to Xin Yuan again. Xiang Shaoqian followed my gaze, and his eyes stopped on Xin Yuan's chest. Flat. But how dare you insult someone like that? He thought I was saying Xin Yuan's chest was too flat, which drew bursts of laughter from the crowd. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Xin Yuan spoke up. Sorry for the trouble. That voice was even deeper and more commanding than Xiang Shaoqian's, startling him into a flinch. The few nearby who had thought Xin Yuan was a woman also looked stunned, and those who recognized Xin Yuan now laughed even harder. You're a man? Xiang Shaoqian took quite a while to recover his wits, too flustered even to keep up with the ridicule. Xin Yuan turned his face away, too lazy to bother with him. That silent look nearly made him fall again. He was starting to question everything in life. After hesitating for a moment, Xin Yuan finally couldn't help asking me. If there were a woman who looked like me, even prettier than me, but had a leg problem and couldn't walk, would you mind? I sized him up. If there really were a woman who looked like him, she wouldn't need to be prettier than him, just with looks and temperament of at least 90 points. As for her figure, she would at least be better than a man. If purity were full marks, then even a figure that was only 80 or even 75 might still bring her up to 90. What's this woman's character and reputation like? Her personality is excellent. Xin Yuan hurriedly said. There may be some bad rumors, but I guarantee her body is absolutely clean. I had a good idea now. I won't reject her because of her legs. But whether she meets my conditions or not, I need you to bring her here. Only after I see her can I give an answer. Xin Yuan hesitated. Without a definite answer, he wasn't confident he could persuade his sister. But in the end, he still thanked me. After several more people failed to meet the standard, it was finally Lin Aoyue's turn. Can you say it now? Do I meet your conditions or not? She looked impatient, but underneath it there was a faint trace of expectation. She had watched for so long and knew how high my standards were. Not a single person had qualified. If she were chosen, it would be a great honor. My tone was no different from how I'd spoken to everyone else. You don't meet them. Next. What? Lin Aoyue froze on the spot. Xiang Shaoqian immediately jumped out. Su Chun, I think you just can't come up with the spirit stones, so you're deliberately making everyone fail and fooling us all. He had taken losses several times before, and now he'd finally found an opportunity. Turning to the onlookers, he exposed me. Everyone may not know this, but Su Qin used to rely on his father, who was at the 5th level of qi refining, to harass Sister Owen many times and even wanted to marry her. Now he says she doesn't meet the conditions. If it's not because he can't afford the spirit stones, then what else could it be? Quite a few skeptical voices rose from the crowd. I remained expressionless. I had bad judgment before. Lin Aoyue glared at me fiercely. Thinking back to how the clan had once wanted to sacrifice her to curry favor with my father and match her with me, she felt immensely relieved that she had firmly refused back then. As for me, who could only now rely on swindling, she felt even more disdain. You think anyone would buy that? Xiang Shaoqian sneered. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I didn't care. That attitude only made him more dissatisfied. You toyed with everyone. Do you think one sentence will settle it? If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I'll smash your stall. I wasn't afraid of having my stall smashed. It was just a signboard. At worst, I'd put up another one. But this would affect my search for women who met the system's conditions, and I absolutely couldn't let him define me and ruin my reputation. I reached into my robes and took out a spirit stone. Now is it okay? Xiang Shaoqian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. One isn't enough. If you dare set such a price, at least bring out 10 for everyone to see. Of course I couldn't produce 10. You want me to take it out just because you said so? Then where would I put my face? I put the spirit stone away again and said, didn't you say I was deliberately making everyone fail? Shunji came here before, and she did meet the conditions. If you can persuade her to be my woman, then let alone 10 spirit stones. I'd even pay her 10 spirit stones in advance. What? Pay 10 spirit stones in advance? The whole place instantly erupted. Xiang Shaoqian was caught off guard and stood there, not knowing how to respond. Lin Aoyue clenched her silver teeth in secret. My saying that she didn't qualify while Shunji did was basically saying she was inferior to Shinji. The two lived in the same market town, both from mid-tier refinement families, so comparisons were inevitable. In terms of spiritual root talent, she was already inferior to Xieji by a notch. Now even her looks, which she had always taken pride in, were being denied by me. She was furious enough to grind her teeth. Xiang Shaoqian finally came to his senses. You think you can covet Xieji? A toad trying to eat swan meat. Xieji had come by, but hadn't told him, which left him a little depressed. But hearing that Xieji had turned down my offer of 1 spirit stone per night, he felt somewhat pleased again. I didn't react to that, which only earned me a hard glare from Lin Aoyue. Then she turned and left. Hey, where are you going? Yunlu Pavilion. Didn't I want Xieji to be my woman? Lin Aoyue intended to help me make that happen. As long as she got Xieji to agree, it would be good for her either way, whether I could produce the spirit stones or not. If I couldn't, then I'd be exposed as a fraud, and by then the crowd's outrage would see how I got out of that mess. If I could, then Xieji would have to be my woman. Once she became the woman of a loser like me, her life would be ruined, and what would she have left to compare with me? Xiang Shaoqian understood her scheme at once and hurried after her, though his mind was in knots. He wanted someone to expose me, yet he didn't want Xieji to become my woman. After agonizing for a while, he could only helplessly realize that no matter what Lin Aoyue planned, or how Xieji decided, it wasn't something he could change. Not long after the two left, I was visited by another acquaintance. Brother Su, do you think I'm okay? Standing before me was a timid-looking little girl with a round face, only 14 or 15 at most. I resisted the urge to brush her off with, I'm not interested in little kids, and glanced at the panel. Name, Zhong Kiki. Age, 15. Talent, 5 spiritual roots. Appearance, 87. Figure, 69. Temperament, 86. Purity, 100. Overall score, 85.5. As expected, not qualified. Stop fooling around. I don't want your grandpa scolding me. The other acquaintances all had grudges with me, but Zhong Kiki was one of the few I was on good terms with. We had known each other since childhood. Her parents were very close with my father, and in the end they went together to Yunjiang Ridge, where both met their deaths. Before, when the original owner gave the house to Su Jin to live in, Zhong Ki's grandfather had even tried to persuade him otherwise. It was precisely because there were a few people like that, who remembered my father's kindness and were willing to help me, that the house had remained mine until now. My grandpa is sick, she said softly. The healer said ordinary medicine won't work. He needs spirit pills. Zhong Kiki knelt before me, her face full of pleading. Brother Su, please help me. I'm willing to do anything. I could tell she really had no other choice. She had heard that someone here was hiring maids in exchange for spirit stones, so she came with the mentality of trying her luck, never expecting it to be me, someone she had grown up with. Her grandfather was her only living relative, and this also had a bit of our Su family's credit in it. In both reason and sentiment, I should help. But right now, I was a mud bodhisattva crossing a river, powerless to even save myself. I wanted to help, but my hands were tied. After thinking it over, I said, go back first. Once I close up, I'll come see you and your grandfather. Really? Brother Su. Her sorrow turned to joy. I warned her in advance, don't be happy too soon. I may not be able to help. By evening, Xian Yuan and Lin Aoyue still hadn't returned. I sighed, packed up my stall, and went home. Jiang Xuansu still hadn't arrived, so I didn't rush to go alone. At that moment, Su Jin revealed a piece of news. Sister Shin's husband went to Yunjiang Ridge over half a month ago and still hasn't come back. I didn't ask about her little ulterior motive in not mentioning it in the morning and only bringing it up now. Just then, Shen Meiqing finished cooking and came over to ask if I had eaten. I sized her up, full figure, a face glowing with a soft, moist luster, a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, a teardrop mole at the outer corner of her left eye, dressed like a housewife, her hair loosely pinned up and falling over her shoulders. It reminded me of a line from my previous life. Madam, that hairstyle is very dangerous. At the dining table, Su Jin quickly finished eating and left, leaving only the two of us. Why? Are you looking at me like that? She asked, blushing under my gaze. I put down my bowl. Be my woman. I'll give you 2 spirit stones a day. I'd already prepared the cultivation technique. All that was left was the spirit stones to begin training that I urgently need a second woman who meets the system requirements to help me get spirit stones. Besides, the chance of running into someone I know while setting up a stall is getting higher and higher, so I need to advance to the qi refining stage as soon as possible to protect myself. Cloud Mist Market may look orderly, but if someone mistakes me for having a lot of spirit stones and takes a risk, that's not impossible. And there's also Zhong Kiki. How can you say something like that? Shen Meiqing said, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. This humble woman is already married. Please show some respect, I said, but I heard your husband went to Wujiang Ridge and hasn't come back for more than half a month. He's probably already died. Her face went pale. She shook her head. Impossible. My husband is definitely still alive. I fell silent. Her chastity value was 97. I had originally thought she'd be easy to win over. At the price I was offering, let alone if her husband's life or death was uncertain. Even if he were right beside her, not many women could refuse. I hadn't expected to fail here. She stood up and said coldly, "Please, young Master Su, don't ever speak to me like that again." With that, she left. Su Jin came out of the room. "Su-chun, do you really like Sister Shin? Like her? I'm not Chow Chow. After knowing a woman for 1 or 2 days, I'm not going to steal someone's wife." But there was no way to explain that. "What, jealous?" She shook her head, then hesitantly nodded. "You said you'd give her 2 spirit stones a day. Was that true? Do I look like I'm joking?" I asked, feeling unbalanced. "No, I still haven't paid back what I owe you. So how could I dare hope for anything else?" Though she said that, her mood was clearly down. Seeing that I gave no reaction, she finally forced herself to brighten up. "Sister Shun's husband has had no news for so long. He's probably in trouble. She just can't accept it for now. When she calms down, I'll talk to her again. I believe she'll agree." I stirred. Whether Xin Yuan's older sister could reach 90, or even whether she would come see me was uncertain. The only ones I knew for sure met the standard were Xie and Xin Meiqing. Xie held a deep grudge against me. Making her my woman would be harder than killing her. Compared with that, Xin Meiqing was the most hopeful. "If you can get her to agree, I'll write off what happened before. There'll be no shortage of benefits for you in the future." I made the promise. The spirit stones I gave Su Jin couldn't be taken back, but as long as I won Xin Meiqing over, my spirit stones would keep increasing without end. By then, if she stopped causing trouble, what was wrong with giving her a few spirit stones? At last, Su Jin showed joy. "I'll do my best." Her eyes looked at me with deep affection. It was completely dark by the time Jiang Xuansu arrived, looking apologetic. I was cultivating and didn't notice the time. "I'm late. I hope you can forgive me, young master." She was refining spiritual energy faster and faster. The energy in her body was nearly finished being refined. I tossed her a spirit stone. "Come with me somewhere." She caught it skillfully and followed in silence. Halfway there, I stopped. "How many spirit stones do you have on you now?" "I can't use my own yet, so let her front the cost for now. She probably wouldn't refuse." She looked a little guilty. 3. "How did you end up with so few?" "I gave some to my younger sister." "You have a younger sister too?" My eyes lit up. She seemed to have mentioned it before, but I hadn't paid attention. Thinking about it now, since she was this beautiful, her younger sister couldn't be much worse. Maybe she could meet the requirements too. As long as I took her sister as well, I wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones anymore. But if Jiang Xuansu kept sharing the spirit stones I gave her with her younger sister, what reason would her sister have to snatch a man from her own older sister? I need to find a reason to keep her from giving spirit stones to her sister anymore. Seeing me frown, Jiang Xuansu hurriedly explained, "My younger sister was injured before. The first spirit stones I got were to save her. Later I also bought protective talismans for her, and she still hasn't reached chi refining, so I wanted to help her refine chi first. Besides, I still have spiritual energy in my body, so I don't need the spirit stones for now." My expression turned even more serious. "I gave you spirit stones so you could improve your cultivation as quickly as possible and assist my cultivation. If you give them to your sister and delay my own cultivation, how do you expect to account for that?" She didn't doubt me at all. "I'm sorry. I didn't think that far. Pay attention next time." Once I had the effect I wanted, I didn't pursue it further. "Where are you two living now?" "We rented a room in the West District of the market," she said, looking a little embarrassed. The Western District was the most run-down place in Yunwu Square, nothing like the central area where I lived. The two sisters had just arrived and were short on money, so they saved wherever they could. I took the opportunity to say, "You and your sister should move in. That way, you won't have to worry about not being able to find me sometimes." She, however, thought I was trying to spare her embarrassment and had deliberately come up with a tactful reason. Her eyes were full of gratitude. "Thank you, young master." I said nothing more and headed to the Eastern District where Zhongkiki was. That was already close to the edge of the inner square. Yunwu Square was divided into an inner square and an outer square. The inner square was the original area. Before the spiritual energy was depleted, formation arrays concealed it, so ordinary people couldn't see it or enter. After the spiritual energy ran dry, the arrays could only be sustained by spirit stones, which was extremely costly. With resources scarce, there was naturally no point in maintaining them. Once the concealment was gone, the location was discovered by ordinary people, and word spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100. More and more people seeking immortals, and the Tao came running. By now, the outer square was several times larger than the inner square, but it wasn't within the protection range of the enforcement team. It was almost entirely ordinary people, and public order was much worse. Eastern District, the Zhong family. "Grandpa can't hold on much longer, Kiki. You have to take good care of yourself from now on." Zhong Shun lay on the bed, his cloudy eyes full of reluctance. Zhong Kiki knelt by the bed and cried, "Grandpa, you'll be fine. I met Brother Suchin today, and he promised he'd come see you. Even if I have to beg him, I'll make him save you. Zhong Shun was jolted, but the light in his eyes quickly dimmed again. Suchun. In the end, he was not someone worth entrusting things to. Based on his understanding of me, the spirit stones my father left behind had probably already been squandered by me. Promising to come over was most likely just because he was after Kiki. He was just about to tell his granddaughter to be careful not to be tricked by me when knocking sounded from outside. It must be Brother Suchun. Zhong Kiki looked delighted and ran to open the door. Brother Suchun, you're finally here. How is your grandfather? He's almost gone. Hurry and save him. I brought Jiang Xuansu into the room and looked at Zhong Shun on the bed. Unlike the kind old man from my memory, who was always smiling warmly, he now looked emaciated and haggard, his eyes dim. It was obvious at a glance that he was in terrible condition. First help Grandpa Zhong stabilize his condition. On the way here, I had asked around. Jiang Xuansu didn't know medicine, but if her spiritual power was carefully controlled, it could nourish an ordinary person's body and help them recover a little. She channeled spiritual power into him, and Zhong Shun's complexion improved noticeably. Grandpa, do you feel better? Much better. After reassuring his granddaughter, Zhong Shun looked at me somewhat surprised. Thank you, Xiaoqing. He had thought I was just after his granddaughter, but he hadn't expected me to actually bring back an immortal master. It's what I should do. Grandpa Zhong, please rest for now. I signaled to Kiki and had her come out with me. Outside the bedroom, Zhong Kiki asked curiously, that beautiful day, is the immortal master you invited? I didn't answer directly and asked instead, how did the doctor describe your grandfather's illness? Her face darkened with worry. The doctor said it couldn't be treated and told me to find an immortal master. Did you? Yes, but I don't have any spirit stones, so the immortal masters wouldn't even see him. My expression grew even more solemn. Earlier, when she said only an elixir could cure him, I had thought an immortal master had already confirmed that there was a pill that could save him. But now it seemed that even if she really found a chi-refining physician, they still might not be able to treat him. Especially when I thought of Zhong Shun's face just now. He was clearly nearing the end of his life. Is my grandpa in a very bad state? I shook my head. Not sure yet. The one inside is only a chi-refining immortal master, not a physician. If we want to know the exact condition, we need to take him to a clinic. She dropped to her knees immediately. Brother Su-chun, please save my grandpa. I'll do anything you want. However many spirit stones it costs, just think of it as a loan from you. I'll definitely pay you back. Get up first. I pulled her up. We'll talk about the details after we get to the clinic. After asking about a few more details, we went back inside. Jiang Xuansu had already stopped channeling spiritual power. She had only just entered chi refining, and her spiritual power was limited. Without that nourishment, Zhong Shun gradually became weak again. I helped him sit up. Grandpa Zhong, I'll carry you to the clinic. He waved me off. No need. I know my own body. Don't waste any more spirit stones on me. He sighed. The only thing I can't function on now is Kiki. Xiaoshan, can you promise me one last request? Help me take good care of Kiki. In the past, Zhong Shun would never have trusted me with his granddaughter. But just in the short time since I came in, he had already sensed the astonishing change in me. I no longer burst in noisily, and I had become a little more steady. And there was also my relationship with this immortal master. At first he had thought I had hired him with spirit stones. If that were really the case, then between the two of us, the immortal master should be the one in charge. I could tell that Zhong Shun's attitude toward me had changed. Normally, as an ordinary person, I should have been the one trying to curry favor with the immortal master. But the way he saw me interacting with Jiang Xuansu made it clear that I was the one in charge. For an exalted immortal master to actually obey my instructions, that alone was enough to make him look at me differently. Later, when discussing the illness, I didn't ask about it so casually in front of him. I was afraid that hearing bad news would affect his mood, so I specifically called Kiki out to talk alone. He probably thought that I was careful, capable, and virtuous, with the only flaw being my poor talent and the fact that my family's resources were almost used up. It would be difficult to make a place for myself in the inner market, but going to the outer market or an ordinary city wouldn't be much of a problem. In his eyes, I was already someone worth entrusting things to. After I finished speaking, before I could reply, Zhong Kiki burst into tears first. Grandpa, I don't want you to die. You're definitely going to get better. I simply carried Zhong Shun on my back. Grandpa Zhong, let's go to the clinic and have a look first. After our persuasion, he finally gave in. By the time we left, it was completely dark. The Zhong family normally rarely went out at night and didn't even have lanterns, so in the end we could only have Kiki hold an oil lamp, carefully shielding the flame to light the way. When we arrived at the only clinic in the market with an immortal master in charge, the door was already closed. Alas, if this is heaven's will, there's no need to force it, Zhong Shun sighed, surprisingly calm. Kiki was at a loss. I exchanged a glance with Jiang Xuansu, and she understood, stepping forward to knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Coming, coming. A girl's voice came from inside. The door opened. Huh, Suchun, what brings you here? Tang Luoluo held up a lantern and shone it forward. To treat an illness, I said straight to the point. Why are you here? Is there anyone else? This shop belongs to our family. I'm on night duty tonight, so it's just me. She stepped aside. Hurry and bring the patient in. No one thought there was anything wrong with her words, including herself. But I couldn't help feeling sympathy. At Tang Luoluo's age, in my previous life, she'd only have been a middle school student, yet she was already working the night shift alone. It looked like she was already used to it. I carried old Master Zhong into the back room and placed him on the simple sickbed. When will the immortal master from your clinic come? I knew she had a four-spirit root. At her age, it was impossible for her to have achieved chi refinement. The immortal master is usually only here during the daytime. She walked to the bedside. Let me take a look first. Though she was still far from chi refinement, her medical skills were already the best among the younger generation of the Tang family. For a patient like Zhong Shun, she had seen many. Just one look was enough for her to have an idea. After examining him more closely, her suspicion was confirmed. Back in the front hall, she asked me, how old is the old man this year? I looked at Kiki. My grandpa is 53. Just as I thought. Tang Luoluo nodded. The old man is simply too old. His oil is spent and his lamp is drying up. To be honest, it's already a miracle he's been able to hold on until now. Kiki's tears came down at once. Grandpa must be worried about me. Big sister, please save my grandpa. I'm begging you. Tang Luoluo shook her head. It's not that I don't want to save him. I really can't do anything. Even an immortal master can't. Even immortal masters have their end. They can't even change their own lifespan, let alone someone else's. As she said this, her own mood also turned low. With her talent and income, she too had no hope of chi refinement, and in the end she would not escape the old man's fate either. I was deeply moved as well. 53. Back in my previous life, I hadn't even retired yet, but in this world it counted as a long life. I used to hear that ordinary people couldn't live past 50, and I didn't feel much about it. But now, seeing a living life, someone I knew, about to slip away before my eyes, the shock made me clench my fists, and I felt a growing sense of urgency in my heart. You're actually in a pretty good situation. A lot of people don't even get to see their grandpa. Tang Luoluo comforted Kiki, then casually dropped another hell joke that on further thought, that made sense too. Given the average human lifespan, 99% of people would never even live to see their grandchildren grow up, including the former Su Shun. From birth until now, he had only seen his grandfather once. The good news was that his grandfather was probably still alive. He just didn't care for this useless grandson with 5 spirit roots. Coco didn't make things difficult for her anymore, and silently shed tears by herself. I asked how much. Tang Luoluo hesitated for a moment. Forget it. I didn't really help much anyway. Medical fees still have to be paid. I glanced at Jiang Xuansu, who took out a small handful of spirit crystals and handed them over. Is this enough? Too much. Tang Luoluo was practically drooling at the sight, but in the end, she only took one. One is enough. After taking it, she sized up Jiang Xuansu's stunning face in the lamplight and asked softly, Sister, were you the one Su Shin attracted with his stall? Jiang Xuansu looked warmly at my back and admitted generously, Yes. You're so beautiful. No wonder Su Shin chose you. After sighing with admiration, Tang Luoluo looked at her uncertainly. Sister, are you already in chi refinement? Jiang Xuansu nodded. You're already an immortal master in chi refinement, and you were still willing to accept his kind of conditions? When I went there, I hadn't reached chi refinement yet. Huh? Tang Luoluo's eyes widened. So you reached chi refinement using the spirit stones Su Shin gave you? But he's only been setting up his stall for a few days. Even one spirit stone a day wouldn't be many, would it? She frowned in thought, then suddenly realized. Were you already close to perfecting spirit absorption before that? Jiang Xuansu shook her head, stopping at that. Back then, I was still far from perfecting spirit absorption. Then how many did he give you exactly? That, you'll have to ask the young master. I can only say, it was definitely more than you think. Tang Luoluo's mouth formed an O. More than she thought. Then it wasn't just one a day. One a day already sounded outrageous to her. At that moment, she finally understood why a dignified chi refinement immortal master would obey me, such an ordinary person, so completely. Before leaving, Tang Luoluo even found a chance to be alone with me and once again volunteered herself. Can't you really consider me? She knew she wasn't as pretty as Jiang Xuansu, but she still considered herself quite attractive and was called the Little Immortal Doctor. She had no shortage of admirers. She wasn't asking for a formal status. Being a maid would be enough, right? Jiang Xuanzu was already an immortal master and still followed me, which meant that one spirit stone per night there was guaranteed. A single night's earnings would be worth more than half her annual income. If she could become my maid, wouldn't there be hope for chi refinement? Unfortunately, being pretty wasn't enough. I sent her off with a single line. I'm not interested in little brats. Watching me walk away, Tang Luoluo lowered her head. With her line of sight completely unobstructed, she could see her own toes at a glance. Frowning, she fell into deep thought. What kind of thing would make this area a bit bigger? Back at the Zhong residence. Xiaoxin, I'll be relying on Coco to you from now on. Zhong Shun brought it up again while lying in bed. I looked at Coco and met her pitiful, pleading eyes. To be honest, I didn't want to bring along a burden. If I thought about it carefully, today was actually the first time I'd ever met her. But since I had borrowed this body to gain a second life, I had also inherited its karma and should repay its debts. Besides, the situation didn't leave me any room to refuse. I'll do my best to care for her until she can be independent, I said, not making an absolute promise. Life is long. Who knows what twists and turns might happen along the way. That's good. Zhong Shun let out a sigh of relief, then turned his somewhat dull gaze toward his granddaughter and extended a hand. Coco immediately took it with both hands. Grandpa can't accompany you anymore. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. You must be strong and live well. Zhong Shun stared at her for several breaths, then closed his eyes peacefully, his hand dropping lifelessly. Grandpa, Coco called softly, her voice trembling. There was no response. She shook as she reached out to feel his breathing. Then in the next second, she collapsed onto her grandfather's body and broke down crying. Grandpa, don't go, wake up. Coco can't live without you. Jiang Xuanzu turned her head away and wiped the corner of her eye. I felt terrible too. Immediately, a tricky problem came to the fore. What should be done about the funeral arrangements? I had no experience at all, and Coco, being just a young girl, probably didn't know either. I called Jiang Xuanzu over to the side. Do you know how to handle the funeral arrangements? She shook her head, then paused. There should be specialized people in the outer market for this. I tossed her a spirit stone. Thanks for making the trip. Just ordinary mortal silver is enough. I only have this on hand right now. Do what you can. Poor to the point of having only spirit stones left. Jiang Xuanzu was momentarily speechless. Knowing my decision would be hard to change, she accepted the task and left. Only Coco and I remained in the room. I couldn't just leave the little girl here alone. I casually glanced at her panel. Name, Zhong Kiki. Age, 15. 5 spiritual roots. Appearance, 87. Figure, 69. Temperament, 86. Purity, 100. Overall rating, 85.5. Aside from her undeveloped, still childish figure, everything else was pretty good. She could be considered a promising candidate with real potential to break 90. I could only comfort myself this way, not a complete burden. After crying her heart out, Coco gradually steadied her emotions. She walked over and threw herself into my arms. Thank you, Brother Su-chun. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do on my own. Feeling how tightly she was holding me, as if terrified of losing me, I patted her head. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Once your grandfather's funeral is taken care of, move in with me. I don't know how to handle the funeral arrangements. I've already sent Jiang Xuanzu to get someone. When they arrive, they'll teach you. Hearing that, she felt much more at ease. Jiang Xuanzu was very efficient, probably because I paid well. It didn't take long before she brought back a large group of people, all carrying tools, even bringing a coffin with them. After confirming that morning music wasn't prohibited here, they quickly started playing. Many areas in Yunwu Market banned morning music, fearing it would disturb certain people who shouldn't be disturbed. Of course, it depended on who it was. For example, if someone from the Yi family died, they'd play it even in the most central district, and no one would dare say a word. With so many people and the music playing, the quiet house instantly became lively. Looking at the small, frail figure kneeling there in sackcloth and mourning hemp, keeping vigil, I did feel sorry for her, but I had no intention of staying with her forever. Tomorrow, Xi and his older sister and Xie might come to my stall. Right now, the most important thing was still to increase the number of women around me as quickly as possible. Everything else had to give way. I said goodbye to Coco, told her I'd come back to see her tomorrow during the day, and left. At first I wanted to have Jiang Xuanzu stay behind to take care of Coco, but as soon as I stepped outside and saw how pitch black it was, I decided my own safety was more important. So I gave her another spirit stone and asked her to send me back first, then return to protect Coco. Meanwhile, under the night sky, at a corner not far from the Su residence. Are you sure you saw Su-chen go out? Xian Xiaochen asked the servant beside him. Today, Lin Aoyue had gone to find Xie, but Xie had refused on the excuse of keeping watch over the shop. However, given Lin Aoyue's relentless personality, Xian Shaoqian figured Xie would sooner or later be dragged off to see me. He couldn't change Lin Aoyue, nor could he stop Xie, so he decided to tackle the problem at its source. If he could just teach this good-for-nothing a lesson and warn him not to cause trouble, then there'd be no need to fear the one thing he least wanted to see. If I really did have spirit stones on me, he could snatch them while he was at it. This time, besides the household servants, he had also brought casino enforcers. The weakest among them were already in the bone-tempering realm, and there was even a furnace-nurturing realm expert holding the line. To deal with a waste like me, in his view, it was simply overkill. There was no way it could fail. As for me going to the enforcement team afterward, he hadn't personally made a move anyway. The ones who did were all servants and enforcers. At worst, they'd be locked up for a while. It wouldn't implicate him at all. They had lain in ambush for a long time along the only route back to Qingyan Road. He's here. Hearing the furnace-nurturing realm expert beside him to him, Xian Shaoqian perked up and leaned out to look toward the intersection. A faint point of light was drawing nearer and nearer. As the person approached, and the glow of the lantern illuminated my face and the face of the person beside me, Xian Shaoqian's eyes lit up. Confused and excited, he said, "Since when did Su Chun have such a beauty beside him?" He immediately guessed it was the woman I'd tricked into coming here by setting up a stall, and jealousy drove him mad. "When you make your move, don't hurt that beauty. Find her and bring her to my room." Tu Yuanqing, the blood-handed butcher in charge of holding the line, nodded in agreement. Then he suddenly saw the target stop and frowned. "It looks like he's discovered us." As soon as Xiang Shaoqian heard that, he urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and move. Don't let him run off with my beauty." On the other side, Jiang Xinxian suddenly stopped in her tracks and shielded me behind her. "Young master, there's an ambush." After advancing to qi refinement, her 5 senses had clearly grown stronger, far beyond those of ordinary people. I almost instinctively wanted to run. Better to stay alive and bide my time. If the hill is still green, there'll always be firewood. Right now I was skinny and small, and I should have kept a low profile and developed in silence. As long as I was alive, I'd eventually get stronger. But then I thought again, there's only 1,000 days to be a thief, never 1,000 days to guard against one. Someone had set their sights on me, and if I didn't dig them out early, I'd be on edge every day from now on. And conveniently, Jiang Xuanzu was here today. If I didn't seize this chance and waited until I got cornered alone some other day, I'd regret it too late. After hesitating for a moment, I asked her, "Can you handle them?" I didn't sense any spiritual power fluctuations. They should all be martial artists. "I'm fine on my own, but I may not be able to look after you, young master. Do you have a talisman for self-protection?" "Yes." She took out the golden armor talisman she had originally prepared for herself. By then, the ambushers were already blocking our path brazenly. "Oh, a beauty." The bald strong man in the lead looked like he had just happened to pass by, staring lecherously at Jiang Xuanzu. "What a pretty face, like a fairy. Beauty, how about having some fun with us brothers?" I took the talisman, then took the lantern from her hand, and stepped back a few paces. When the people blocking the way saw that, all of them showed contempt, thinking I was going to dump her and run off on my own. "Stop right there. You brat, are you even a man? None of you are getting away today." I hadn't planned to run in the first place. After activating the golden armor talisman, I stood to the side and became a spectator. Jiang Xuanzu slapped a swift movement talisman on herself to speed up, then charged straight into the crowd. Those people only saw a black shadow flash by. Before they could react, the weaker ones were already falling to the ground one after another. "Bad. She's a qi refining immortal master." A man named Tu Yuanqing cried out in alarm. Seeing Jiang Xuanzu move as fast as a ghost, he knew he couldn't escape. Grinding his teeth, he turned and charged at me instead. If he could capture me, maybe he could force her to hold back. When I saw him rushing over menacingly, I really did get a little nervous. After all, I had never used the talisman before and didn't know how effective it would be. But I couldn't outrun a master like that anyway, so I simply stood still without moving. That attitude, in Tu Yuanqing's eyes, instead made it seem like I had some sort of backing and didn't take him seriously at all. Add in Jiang Xuanzu as an unexpected variable, and his vigilance shot to the maximum. He had originally planned to grab me directly, but now he switched to his strongest palm technique, wanting to test my depth first. He struck a palm toward me, hitting me squarely. Golden light flashed, and I didn't budge an inch. But Tu Yuanqing's protective qi shield was instantly shattered by the surging spiritual power. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. When he hit the ground, his face was full of horror. "Immortal master?" He had actually mistaken me for an immortal master too, regretting that he had believed that foolish young master's words and gone to ambush an immortal master. That fool was Xiang Shaoqian, hiding in the distance. At first, seeing how spineless I was, he had been looking down on me and even thought he had a better chance of winning over the beauty. But when he heard, bad, she's a chi refining immortal master, the excitement on his face instantly froze. An immortal master? Who was the immortal master? It definitely couldn't be that loser Su Chun. But why would an immortal master be with Su Chun? When Tu Yuanqing shouted, "Immortal Master," for the second time, Xiang Shaoqian looked up and saw that a whole pile of people were already lying on the ground. He didn't have time to think any further, turned around, and ran. The next second, I grabbed him by the back of the collar and threw him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Just as he was trying to get up, I stepped on his chest and looked down at him. "So, it was you little rat trying to harm me." Xiang Shaoqian's whole face flushed red, but he didn't dare lash out. He forced out a smile. "Brother Su, what are you saying? We grew up together. How could I possibly harm you? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You call bringing so many people to block me a misunderstanding? Then when it's not a misunderstanding, how many people would you have to bring?" I pressed down harder with my foot. He screamed miserably. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please spare me." I kicked him twice more, then crouched down and began searching him. What are you doing?" He clutched his chest protectively, his face full of terror, looking exactly like a helpless little wife about to be bullied. I was disgusted to the core. I got up and kicked him a couple more times. "Hand over all the spirit stones and spirit crystals on you." I couldn't kill him. Even though he'd brought people to block me first, if I killed someone from a chi refining family, unless I fled Yunwu Market overnight, staying would basically be a death sentence. But I wasn't going to take that beating for nothing either. If you dared to block me, you had to pay the price. I didn't let the others off either. In the sensory spirit realm, one could sense the spiritual energy inside spirit stones and spirit crystals. With Jiang Xuansu, this immortal master here, unless someone had a spatial treasure like a storage ring, nobody could hide it. After a full loot the corpses session, I tallied it up and found I'd actually gotten 2 spirit stones, more than 200 spirit crystals, plus over 10,000 taels in gold and silver. Just Xiang Shaoqian alone contributed 2 spirit stones, dozens of spirit crystals, and over 1,000 taels in silver notes. A windfall. My net worth had instantly multiplied several times over. As expected, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass. If you want money fast, you have to take an unconventional route. But if you counted the 2 talismans and Jiang Xuansu's spiritual energy consumption, it might not even be a profit. I glanced at this bunch of people, considering whether to turn them over to the law enforcement squad. After thinking it over, I decided against it. First, there were too many of them, and quite a few were still unconscious, so I couldn't move them all, and I couldn't let Jiang Xuansu go alone either. She had to stay and protect me. Second, the Xiang family had great power in Yunwu Market, so even if I sent them over, it would be pointless. They might be released before dawn. Third, my spoils of war might be confiscated. So I warned Xiang Shaoqian a few times, told him not to provoke me again, and let him go. Back at the Su residence. "This is your reward." I tossed 3 spirit stones to Jiang Xuansu. A system prompt rang out. 3 spirit stones returned. Collect. It was still a one-times return, but at least the quantity was different now. After receiving the return, I asked her, "How much spiritual energy did you use tonight?" "Almost all of it," she said honestly. Tonight she had first helped old Master Zhong nourish his body, then was ambushed. Her already limited spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted, and it couldn't recover automatically. She could only replenish it with spirit stones and pills. I gave her another 3 spirit stones. "This counts as compensation. Recover your spiritual energy first. You'll still need to trouble you later to go to the Zhong family, and help me keep an eye on Zhong Kiki." After saying that, I shoved 3 more into her hand. Su Jin and Shun Meiqing, who had come out of the bedroom upon hearing the noise, were both stunned. Jiang Xuansu didn't stay the night. Su Jin took the initiative to bring hot water and crouched down to wash my feet for me. Her soft little hands were honestly pretty comfortable. It was a completely different experience from washing them myself. No wonder so many people in my past life were willing to pay to have their feet washed. After she poured out the foot washing water and came back, she shyly wanted to continue with flesh compensation. This time I refused. I'd just lost someone I knew, and I really wasn't in the mood. Besides, now that I had spirit stones in hand, I was eager to cultivate. How could I let lust corrupt my heart of pursuing the Tao? After telling Su Jin to go back to her room and rest, I sat on the bed, took out the spirit crystals, and began my first proper cultivation session. The result was far harder than I'd imagined. Jiang Xuansu had swept through more than 20 spiritual meridians in a flash, while for me, when I absorbed spiritual energy to open my meridians, the biggest feeling was, were my meridians blocked shut or something? Every step forward was extremely difficult, accompanied by an indescribable soreness. I kept at it until midnight, spending nearly 200 spirit crystals before barely managing to open one meridian. It was even slower than cultivating by inhaling Jiang Xuansu's exhaust. At this rate, just the meridian opening task alone would require over 700 spirit stones, and it would take nearly a year, as expected of the so-called pseudo-spiritual root, 5-spirit root. Under conditions like this, who could possibly make anything of themselves? I stretched my stiff legs and thought, I wonder how effective opening meridians would be if I used spirit stones and dual cultivation with the primordial sacred canon. Thinking that I still had to set up my stall tomorrow, I didn't cultivate any longer and lay down to sleep. The next day, Shin Meiqing didn't prepare breakfast for me, so I had no choice but to find a random stall outside and fill my stomach. Fortunately, I'd made a windfall last night. Otherwise, aside from the spirit stone I couldn't touch, I wouldn't even have had money for meals. After eating, I first went to see Zhong Kiki, then headed to the wandering cultivators market to set up my stall. Near noon, at the market entrance, Xian Yuan, back in men's clothes, pushed the wheelchair. Sis, should I go see whether that guy's here first? He wasn't talking about me, but about Xiang Xiaoqian. Yesterday, he went home and relayed my words to his sister, but she didn't agree. This morning, he accidentally slipped and mentioned the Xiang family members he had run into in front of my stall. I thought that would upset his sister after all. Her leg was broken by the Xiang family. But after a moment of silence, she unexpectedly agreed to come to my stall and give it a try. Xian, he gently shook her head. No need. Once they entered the market, as expected, there was already a crowd gathered to watch the spectacle, just as his younger brother had said. After having him push her into the line, a man came up to them. Haha, caught you again. Today you're not fooling me anymore. Xian, he looked confused, clearly not recognizing him. Still pretending? I've already carved your face into my mind. Don't even think about tricking me again. Xian Yuan on the side was barely holding back laughter. He recognized this man, the one who had failed to recognize him for 3 straight days, and who yesterday had been driven to the brink by the words, "You forgot your brother again." The man was still rambling on. Do you know I dreamed of you all night last night? You were wearing phoenix coronet and bridal robes, marrying me in the wedding ceremony. Then when we entered the bridal chamber and I lifted the veil, you said, "You forgot your brother again," and it scared me awake. Xian, he roughly guessed that the other party had mistaken her for her younger brother and was amused by this terrifying experience, covering her mouth as she laughed softly. That unable to contain its smile left the man completely stunned. It took him a long while before he came to his senses and shook his head in a daze. No, no. He slapped his own face hard, trying to wake himself up and not walk down a path of no return, but he still couldn't stop looking. Why do you look even more feminine today? You've changed so much. Your eyes, nose, and mouth all look different. How did you do that? And why are you pretending to be a cripple today? Xian Yuan had been barely restraining his laughter, but at those last words he exploded in anger. You're the cripple. That familiar voice, hitting him straight in the soul, made the man turn his gaze to Xian Yuan's face. His eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. You're Xian Yuan? No wonder he didn't believe it. Xian Yuan in men's clothing could only be considered fairly handsome. Without the striking beauty of her women's clothes, her presence was ordinary. Compared with her sister, all the attention was stolen away. He looked back and forth, confirming that Xian Yuan's features were actually more like the dream lovers, and gave an awkward laugh. If you're Xian Yuan, then who is she? This is my sister. Xian Yuan said irritably. Right now, he hated nothing more than people mentioning cripple. Xian he didn't mind, and even helped apologize. I'm Xian he. My younger brother is mischievous. Please don't take offense. Hearing that soft, sweet voice, the man felt as if he were hearing celestial music and nearly cried on the spot. Sure enough, the one he liked really was a woman. It's fine, it's fine. My name is Meng Hua. I was rude to the immortal maiden just now. I hope you won't blame me. By now, the commotion had already drawn plenty of attention, and many people were sizing Xian he up, whispering among themselves, "She's so pretty. Today, she's the best-looking one here." Beautiful women have been getting more and more common these past 2 days. No need to spend money at Miaoying Fong to see them anymore. Too bad no one's been chosen yet. She's this pretty, so she has to be chosen, right? Hard to say. Who would hire a maidservant who's a cripple? Who'd end up serving whom? A cripple and still so beautiful. Could she be the one whose gambling addict father sold her off, and who was later ruined by being played with? What? There's such a thing? Does she still take clients now? Which brothel is she in? What? You want to go support her business? Heh, and you don't? With that face, I'd be willing to try for 1 spirit crystal a night. No wonder she got ruined like that. Humph, filthy whore. All she does is seduce men. The whispers reached Xian Yuan's ears, and he flushed red with anger. You're the whore. My sister is innocent. Don't you dare talk nonsense. He herself remained very calm. She knew these rumors were deliberately spread by the Xiang family to tarnish her reputation and avenge that kick, so that she would live in pain. That was also the reason she was still alive now, since she had seen through it. Why would she ever let her enemies have their way? She had already mentally prepared herself before coming. She wasn't even afraid of death. What was there to fear about a few idle rumors? Meanwhile, at Yunluxuan, Xiang Shaoqin was worried that Lin Aoyue might come back to confuse Xie, so he had been hanging around the shop since early morning. Even though he didn't have a single spirit crystal left in his pocket, he still refused to leave. But with Tang Luoluo and Lin Aoyue both coaxing and pressuring from opposite ends, he could only watch helplessly as Xie was lured away. The group arrived at the stall I was running and quickly noticed Xian He in the wheelchair. Wow, that older sister is so pretty too, Tang Luoluo whispered. Xiang Shaoqin glanced over and curled his lip. A man? Tang Luoluo widened her eyes, shocked beyond belief, still a little unconvinced. No way, right? A man can be this beautiful? If you don't believe me, go talk to him and you'll know, Xiang Shaoqin said firmly. But his eyes kept drifting over there, and the more he looked, the more he felt it was a pity. Tang Luoluo couldn't make up her mind, but she didn't know the person, so it wouldn't be right to walk up rashly. At that moment, Lin Aoyue started urging Xie again. Qiushin said you met his conditions, so you don't have to queue, right? Hurry and go try it. See whether he can actually produce the spirit stones. Xie stood still. I only agreed to come. I never said I'd become Su Chen's woman. Xiang Shaoqin immediately chimed in. Exactly, don't agree. Su Chen is just a fraud. Where would he get that many spirit stones? With someone like Jiang Xuansu, that fairy-like chi refinement master, protecting me, it was already enough to make him miserable. If I were to get Xie as well, that would be even more unbearable for him than making him eat shit. Fortunately, he was certain that with Xie's pride, she would never take a liking to a loser like me. He had also heard from his men about the full details of last night's ambush and knew that I had stood motionless and sent 2 Yuanqing flying. He was startled, but after thinking it through, he concluded that with my 5 spirit root talent, it would be impossible for me to have achieved chi refinement. So he decided I must have used talismans, and that 2 Yuanqing simply lacked the experience to tell. Lin Aoyue glared at him, then tried persuading Xie a few more times. Seeing that Xie remained unmoved, she could only stand off to the side with her arms crossed in displeasure. It wasn't long before Xianhe's turn came. At first glance, I almost mistook her for Xian Yuan. But on closer inspection, the two were clearly different. It was just that Xian Yuan had come 3 times, and each time his makeup was different. It was only natural to mistake someone who looked somewhat similar at first glance. Besides, with my system, confirming it was even easier. I glanced at the panel. Name, Xianhe. Aptitude, 4 spirit root. Appearance, 93. Figure, 81. Temperament, 92. Purity, 100. Overall rating, 91.5. Sure enough, she wasn't Xian Yuan. She was a woman, and a woman who met the system's requirements at that. Can my sister do it? Xian Yuan asked eagerly from the side at that moment. Hearing that familiar voice, I finally confirmed that he was Xian Yuan. The difference between men's clothing and women's makeup was actually quite significant. Standing next to Xianhe, the contrast was even more obvious. They only vaguely looked 2 or 3 parts alike. Rather than saying he looked like his sister in women's clothing, it was more like he had dressed up according to his sister's makeup style. That made me feel a little relieved. If the siblings had really looked exactly the same, I honestly wouldn't have been sure whether I could bring myself to do it. I nodded at them both. Yes. As soon as I said that, the crowd immediately erupted. Weren't these onlookers just waiting for this moment? Some praised Xianhe's looks, some looked forward to her taking spirit stones, and some questioned my taste, saying I only looked at appearances and would take in any trash. Xiang Shaoqin even jumped out in triumph and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Su Chen, you've had your turn fooled too. You didn't even realize she was the man from yesterday. The instant he said that, the entire place fell silent. Those who didn't know stared at Xianhe in surprise, while more of them cast an inscrutable look at Shaoqin, making him once again experience the same creepy sensation of being watched by everyone that he'd felt yesterday. Xianhe and I both merely glanced at him casually before looking away. What do you need me to do? Xianhe asked softly, her voice gentle and ethereal, like spring water beginning to thaw. Xiang Shaoqin froze and pointed at her. Why you're a woman. Xianhe ignored him, no longer even looking at that face which bore some resemblance to the person she hated most. I wasn't affected either. Come to the Su residence on Qingyun Road tonight to find me. All right. Seeing that the two of us were about to settle it in just a few words, Xiang Shaoqian could no longer bother with mocking remarks and hurriedly tried to stop us. Fairy, don't agree to him. He doesn't have that many spirit stones at all. Don't get tricked. If Xian he had been a man, he would have gladly watched me make a fool of myself. But how could he stand to let such a beautiful woman fall into my hands? One Jiang Xuansu was already enough to make him green with envy. If another Xian he came along, he'd be so jealous he wouldn't even be able to eat. Lin Aoyue was also just waiting for a chance to expose me. He stepped forward and said, "Didn't you say you could pre-advance the spirit stones? Dare to pre-advance them to this young lady?" Xian he looked at me, and naturally I had no objection. If she came again at night, something unexpected might happen along the way. Settling it now was better. I took out the contract. Sign this, and the spirit stones can be advanced to you. Can I take a look? Xian, he was very cautious. Of course. She picked up the contract to read it, and her younger brother leaned in as well to inspect it. Xiang Shaoqian wanted to look from the other side, but Lin Aoyue shoved him aside and squeezed in himself. After seeing that the contract not only had lenient terms, but also protected the woman's safety, Xian he even looked up at me in surprise. If this contract could really take effect, she thought she might not even be able to refuse it, provided it could satisfy me. After reading it, she signed as expected. I took out a spirit stone and handed it to her. Successfully gifted 1 spirit stone. Current number of women, 2. Returned 2 spirit stones. Claim now. At last. At last I'm making spirit stones. I held back my excitement and claimed them. Looking at the 4 spirit stones in my storage space, I felt incredibly reassured. From now on, I'd never have to worry about spirit stones again. The people around us were excited too. She got a spirit stone so easily. Jealous, envious, and resentful looks all landed on Xian he. Even she was a little dazed. Before she could even thank me, Xiang Shaoqian jumped out again. 1 isn't enough? If you've got the ability, take out a few more. I silently gave him a thumbs up in my heart, then took out 2 more and handed them to Xian he. When Xiang Shaoqian saw those spirit stones, he suddenly remembered the 2 I had snatched from him last night. Adding the 1 he had shown earlier, that made exactly 3. And the ones I gave Xian, he looked more and more familiar the more he looked at them. Successfully gifted 2 spirit stones. Current number of women, 2. Returned 4 spirit stones. Claim now. For spirit stones. For all at once. More than my entire previous fortune. For the first time, I felt as if the hard times were finally over. The women were here, the spirit stones were here, and the future was bright. Xian he looked at the 2 spirit stones in her hands, and a look of confusion appeared on her cold little face. When she first heard her younger brother mention me, she had thought I was a liar. Now, instead, she felt more like I was the one who was easy to scam. Yet she couldn't help feeling excited. She hadn't held out much hope before coming here. First, because her legs were inconvenient and it was hard enough for her to take care of herself. So how could she work as a maid? Second, the price of 1 spirit stone per night was absurd. It couldn't possibly be real. But now, 3 spirit stones lay quietly in her hands, so tangible that they felt unreal. 3 spirit stones were enough to buy her life, yet now they were only the price of 3 nights. Was she really worth this much? Thinking of how her father had sold her for just a few dozen spirit crystals, she felt an even stronger urge to cry. She had originally given up hope of treating her legs, but these 3 spirit stones had rekindled that hope. How come it's only 3 spirit stones? Didn't you say you could advance 10 spirit stones to Xieji? Xiang Shaoqian kept looking for trouble. I gave him another approving look, then took out 5 spirit stones in one go and handed them toward Xian he. This time, it wasn't just a stir in the room, it was outright frenzy. 8 spirit stones. A full 8 spirit stones. She hadn't done anything at all and already got 8 spirit stones. If she could stay by my side all the time, how many would she get? At this moment, not just women, even men wanted to crawl into my bed. Some of those who had been hesitating about whether to bring their wives and daughters over to try were completely swept up. Xiang Shaoqian was stunned too, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't figure out how I could still take out so many. Even if he took my expression as provocation, he had nothing to say for a moment. After Xian he froze for a moment. She came back to her senses and calmly pushed the spirit stones back to me. No, I can't take them. You've already given me enough. Everyone around us froze in unison. Her younger brother's excitement instantly turned to shock. Sis, why won't you take them? He said anxiously, looking like he wished he could accept them for her. I was anxious too. If you don't take them, how am I supposed to make more spirit stones? But on the surface I stayed as composed as ever. Keep them. They're not a gift, just an advance. Xian he shook her head. Too many spirit stones. Even if you give them to me, I won't be able to keep them. Me? That reason was far too convincing. I could only take them back. 2 or 3 spirit stones weren't enough to make someone take crazy risks under the order in Yunwu market. But for 2 ordinary people, One of them even in a wheelchair, holding 8 spirit stones was another matter entirely. Anyway, I could always give her more later, and the return would only double. I wasn't in a hurry. What a pity. I had just been busy fleecing Xiang Shaoqian and making him help me find a reason to give out spirit stones, and forgot to make a bet with him. As Rin Xinyuan pushed Xian He away, I looked at Xiang Shaoqian. Why are you still here? I said I don't take men. Listening to the laughter all around, Xiang Shaoqian gritted his teeth in fury, yet there was nothing he could do to me. At the same time, he looked worriedly at Xie. Would she waver after the way I had just acted so extravagantly? I still had 5 spirit stones I hadn't given away. Would I really use 10 to tempt her? But then he thought again. When I'd been provoked into offering 10 just now, I'd only taken out 5, and with the 3 from before, that made only 8. Could it be that I simply couldn't produce that many at all? Thinking of this, he became conflicted, unsure whether he should urge Xie to try, or tell her to stay far away from me. Lin Aoyue and Tang Luoluo didn't have so many concerns. Xie, look, he really can take out that much, and the contract is guaranteed. Why not hurry up and try? Yeah, Sister Xie, you should try too. Xie didn't refuse immediately. Instead, she hesitantly looked at me, which made Xiang Shaoqian's heart tighten. Lin Aoyue directly pushed her in front of me. Su Chun, what you said before, if Xie agrees to be your woman, you'll advance 10 spirit stones. Does that still count? I smiled lightly. Of course it counts. Lin Aoyue nudged Xie, signaling her to speak. Xie was still hesitant. It was clear she was struggling inside. Xiang Shaoqian hurriedly said, Xie, don't believe him. He definitely can't take out that much. I stared at him. If I do take it out, what are you going to say? He opened his mouth, but didn't dare say a single harsh word. That guilty look of his, together with his clownish behavior from earlier, drew a chorus of jeers from the crowd, and even Lin Aoyue looked at him with undisguised contempt. I knew he didn't have many spirit stones on him, so I said, how about this? If I can produce 10, I won't ask you to gamble with 10. You just have to kneel, kowtow 3 times, and swear that from now on, whenever you see me, you'll take a detour. How about it? Dare to bet. As soon as the wager was made, the crowd started jeering. Bet with him. Bet with him. But even with this extremely favorable wager right in front of him, Xiang Shaoqian struggled for a long time and still, amid the jeers, became a coward and backed down. I gave a dry laugh, and the sound must have been especially grating to everyone else's ears. Xie flushed red with shame, while I couldn't be bothered to look at her reaction. After a struggle, Xie finally let out a breath, her gaze turning firm. Without you, I can still cultivate qi. I understood her worries well enough. Setting aside the ridiculous things I had done before, just the fact that I had already found 2 women, and might find even more in the future, was more than she could bear. What's more, judging by the way I carried myself, I clearly had no intention of giving her even the status of a concubine, let alone marrying her. How could Xie swallow that humiliation? She made up her mind and turned to leave. I wasn't disappointed. Ever since I made a pact with Xian He, I hadn't been nearly as desperate for women as before. So I lazily threw out one sentence. If your goal is only to cultivate qi, then do as you please. As soon as those words were spoken, Xie stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at me in surprise. I could tell what she was thinking. Could it be that I could even let her cultivate beyond qi refinement? If there really were a chance, of course she would want her cultivation to be as high as possible. With her 3 spirit root talent, before the spiritual energy dried up, she truly had a chance to establish her foundation and even possibly form a core. But now spiritual energy had withered away. Not even heavenly spirit roots dared hope for foundation establishment. What made her think she could? And what right did I, a 5 spirit root, have to make such grand claims? In her eyes, I was nothing more than someone lashing out after being rejected, spouting nonsense in a fit of anger. After figuring that out, her eyes became resolute again, and she left without another word. Lin Aoyue, however, pressed me. What did you mean by that? Nothing much, I replied dismissively. Seeing how unruffled I was, she stared at me, a hint of unfamiliarity in her eyes. Then, as if shaking off some thought, she tilted her head and said nothing more. Although you might be able to pull out 10 spirit stones, I still don't believe you have many. Think whatever you like, I said, maintaining the same attitude. Tang Luoluo, standing nearby, hesitated and glanced at me several times, but in the end she didn't dare speak. She turned and hurried after Xie. Only later did I learn that Tang Luo had asked Xie what I meant by those words, and Xie had sneered. He meant that if I followed him, he'd not only give me qi refinement resources, he'd even help me establish my foundation. Who would believe such nonsense? Not even a ghost. Tang Luoluo muttered softly. But what if it's true? Impossible, Xie said without even thinking. Just reaching the peak of chi refinement takes at least 10,000 spirit stones. His father was only at the 5th level of chi refinement. How many could he have left him? Foundation establishment needs a foundation building pill too, and even major sects have run dry of those. Where is he supposed to get one? But if he really can give you dozens of spirit stones and help you cultivate chi, that would still be pretty good, wouldn't it? I can cultivate chi on my own. Why should I endure humiliation and serve him as a maid? Over there, Tang Luoluo returned to the medical clinic and happened to run into the pair of siblings from my stall earlier that day. Xian Yuan was kneeling on the ground, begging an elderly man in blue robes to save his sister Xian He's legs. That old man was third grandfather of the Tang family. Stroking his beard, he sighed. It's not that I won't treat her. It's that I can't. Both of her leg bones are broken into several pieces, and she missed the best time for treatment, so they've healed crookedly. To fix them, I'd have to break the bones again and set them properly, but there are too many shattered fragments. They simply won't grow back. Even if I treat her, it will only cause her more suffering. Tang Luoluo crouched down and examined her personally, and sure enough, it was exactly as he said. She had originally envied Xian He for catching my eye, but now she felt sympathy instead. What impressed her even more was that Xian He looked calm and composed, with not a trace of despair. Is there really no way at all? Xian Yuan asked in despair. Third grandfather hesitated. Not entirely. If she can successfully cultivate chi, then by nourishing the shattered bones with her own spiritual energy, they can naturally knit back together. The rest didn't need to be said. Everyone understood. How difficult was it to cultivate chi? Even someone like Tang Luoluo, born into a cultivation family, had no hope, let alone a crippled, ordinary person. Xian Yuan collapsed onto the ground. His sister had 4 spirit roots, and advancing to chi refinement would require at least 100 spirit stones. For the siblings, that was an astronomical sum. But Tang Luoluo suddenly had a thought. Sister, you have spirit roots? Yes, for spirit roots. Don't give up. For spirit roots still mean hope. Didn't Su Qin say 1 spirit stone a night? Enough time for you to reach chi refining in a year. It's not like it can always be this price, and it's not possible to have one every night. Maybe it is. After coming out of the clinic, Xian Yuan pushed his sister and came looking for me. Stop. Xian He held him back. Don't make things difficult for young Master Su. Also, don't call me that nonsense. I'm just a servant. But maybe young Master Su would really be willing to give that many spirit stones. 100+ spirit stones. How could they be so easy to give away? Did you forget how father ended up falling into gambling? Xian Yuan fell silent at once. In fact, there were ordinary families in Yunwu Market who had succeeded in chi refining, relying on generations of saved-up spirit stones. The Xian family had originally been well off and had saved more than 20 spirit stones. By the time it reached their father's generation, their father happened to have rare 3 spirit root aptitude. Unwilling to live as an ordinary man, he inherited the spirit stones and wanted to take a gamble for a future. As a result, once he went to the gambling den, he set foot on a road of no return and ended up with his wife and children scattered apart. Because of this, Xian He never had any illusions about cultivation. She even resisted it. Her father had ruined the family over just 20 or 30 spirit stones. So how could she dare to hope for cultivation resources worth over 100 spirit stones? That afternoon, after Xian He, there were no more customers, so I packed up my stall early. I didn't go straight back to the manor. First I went to Yunlu Pavilion. What are you doing here? Xieji had thought I came for her, and looked quite surprised. I asked back, besides selling talismans, what else does your Yunlu Pavilion sell? She heard the sarcasm, that I was mocking her for being self-important, and said coldly, what talisman do you want to buy? Which ones are for saving my life? I had made a small profit today, and planned to buy some life-saving talismans as backup. Now you know not to flaunt your wealth? She jabbed back. Is that how you talk to customers? I turned and shouted toward the elder in the shop. Shopkeeper, what kind of attitude does your shop assistant have? Do you even want to do business? The elder hurriedly introduced. This is our young lady. Not the family head's daughter, and she still counts as a young lady? I punctured his attempt to save face. Xieji gritted her silver teeth, but in the end she endured it, and even apologized on her own initiative. I was rude just now. May I ask what grade of life-saving talisman the customer wants? The lowest grade will do. I didn't blush at all. Anyway, I couldn't use high-grade ones right now either. She introduced them. Golden armor talismans and protection talismans are for defense. Agile talismans and divine walk talismans can help you escape. 40 spirit crystals each, 3 per spirit stone. I took out 1 spirit stone, 1 golden armor talisman, 1 protection talisman, and 1 divine walk talisman. After buying them, I turned and left, leaving Xie Ji standing there in yet another daze. After leaving Yunlu Pavilion, I first went to Zhong Keek's home. There was a professional team handling the morning hall, so Zhong Kiki only needed to keep vigil. By the time I arrived, besides the staff and Zhong Kiki, there was also an unfamiliar young girl wearing a veil talking with Jiang Xuanzu. Her features were somewhat similar to Jiang Xuanzu's. She should be her younger sister. Going by those features, she shouldn't look too different, I thought, glancing at the panel. Name: Jiang Zhuohua. Age: 16. Aptitude: 3 spirit roots. Appearance: 59. Figure: 86. Temperament: 86. Purity: 100. Overall score: 82.75. Her appearance actually failed? I was greatly surprised, and somewhat pitying too. The other 3 categories were all good enough. If her appearance had scored 90, she would have met the standard. But it was only 59, and even perfect scores in the other categories couldn't make up for it. When I saw that veil, I had even thought of the masked beauties from TV dramas in my past life. Only now did I understand. The veil wasn't for a hazy allure, but for practicality. It was purely to hide an unsightly face. Jiang Zhuohua had already walked over enthusiastically. You must be the young master Su my sister keeps talking about. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, like 2 little suns. I even wondered how such beautiful eyes could belong to someone whose appearance didn't pass. Fearing her sister might say something wrong and upset me, Jiang Xuanzu quickly pulled her back. Young master, this is my younger sister Zhuohua. She has a mischievous nature, so please don't take any offense if she says the wrong thing. It's fine, just a normal greeting. As I said that, I also lost interest and took out a golden armor talisman to hand over. I used your talisman last night. I'm returning it. No need. You've taken so many spirit stones from me. How could she possibly feel okay accepting it? Without another word, I took her hand and stuffed the talisman into it. Keep it. I don't like owing people things. Successfully gifted 1 golden armor talisman. Current number of women: 2. Returned 2 golden armor talismans. Claim now. The system chimed, and I nodded inwardly. As expected, it wasn't only spirit stones that could be returned. Other resources worked too. I stuffed the 2 returned talismans, along with the remaining protective talismans and movement talismans, into her hands. Watch over things for me these next few days. Keep Zhong Kiki safe. Use the talismans when you should. Don't be stingy. I'll do my best to protect Miss Zhong. She found it hard to refuse. Looking at the 8 extra talismans that had appeared out of nowhere, I felt much more at ease. Then I stuffed the remaining 5 spirit stones into her hands as well. Don't fall behind in cultivation. Don't try to save me money. Jiang Zhuohua, standing nearby, was stunned. She already knew I treated her sister well and was generous, but seeing me give away 5 talismans and 5 spirit stones without even blinking still shocked her beyond words. That, in turn, made my charm in her eyes rise sharply. Jiang Xuanzu, however, pushed the spirit stones back. No, that's too much. Not much at all. If you're protecting Zhong Kiki, you'll be expending spiritual power, and you'll need spirit stones to recover. I stressed it again. Anyway, don't save them. Cultivation and safety come first. Seeing the concern in my eyes, warmth seemed to flow through her heart, and at last she stopped refusing. Successfully gifted 5 spirit stones. Current number of women: 2. Returned 10 spirit stones. Claim now. Claim. Spirit stones had finally broken into double digits. I was both emotional and excited, and didn't linger. After greeting Zhong Kiki, I left before the sun had fully set in the west. What happened after I left was something I learned only later. Jiang Zhuohua looked at my departing figure and said, "Sis, I approve of this brother-in-law." Jiang Xuanzu blushed and told her not to talk nonsense, saying that we weren't that kind of relationship and that she absolutely mustn't call me that in front of me. When I got back to the entrance of the Su residence, I was stopped by Aunt Wang, who happened to pass by, and chatted with her a while. I glanced at the panel. Name: Wang Shufan. Age: 42. Aptitude: no spiritual root. Appearance: 54. Figure: 49. Temperament: 13. Chastity: 90. Overall rating: 51.5. That 90 for chastity made me think. I had already seen that number on more than one person. In fact, it could be said that 90 and 100 appeared most frequently. 100 was understandable, but 90? How could that be such a coincidence? Were a bunch of people all just happened to have slept with 10 men? And this was in a world where women were bound by etiquette and morality. Besides, many of those people were, in my memory, proper and law-abiding wives and mothers, just like Aunt Wang in front of me. Even if it were all an act, with an appearance score in the 50s, it wouldn't be easy to have 10 men, would it? When I entered and ran into Shun Meiqing, I swept my eyes over her panel again. Shun Meiqing, 27. 4 spiritual roots. Appearance: 87. Figure: 94. Temperament: 85. Chastity: 97. Overall rating: 90.75. 97. It was probably not saying she had had 3 men. If I wasn't mistaken, Chastity wasn't measured only by number of partners, but also by the wear and tear from frequency. One encounter with one person and 100 encounters with one person would definitely produce different levels of wear. And the maximum where one person could cause was probably 10 points of chastity. If that was the case, then Shun Meiqing refusing me made sense. Not everyone would betray their husband for spirit stones. Seeing that she was still deliberately avoiding me, I knew Su Jin hadn't persuaded her, and also hadn't gone looking for trouble. Back in my room, I took out the spirit stones and prepared to cultivate, then suddenly paused. I thought of a question. In this world, with spiritual energy gone, dual cultivation could only rely on the spiritual energy inside spirit stones. But there was no way you could dual cultivate while clutching a spirit stone in both hands, right? That would be so inconvenient. Spirit stones weren't as comfortable to hold as something soft, after all. I placed the spirit stone by the bedside and tried to absorb it from a distance. But no matter how I adjusted the distance, it didn't work. Only direct contact would do. Could it be that I can only dual cultivate while holding a spirit stone in one hand? As I was thinking absently, I looked at the spirit stones in the system space and instinctively took a breath. Unexpectedly, I actually drew out the spiritual energy from the spirit stones in the space. I instantly perked up. I tried a few more times, and every time it was easy, almost no different from holding them in my hand. The problem that had been troubling me was solved just like that, and I was greatly encouraged, so I immediately began cultivating. Who knew how much time had passed before there was a knock at the door? Su Chun, there's a brother and sister outside looking for you, Su Jin said from outside. I opened my eyes to check my progress. Less than half a spirit stone's worth of spiritual energy had been used up, which showed just how poor this body's meridian opening efficiency was. The motivation I'd just been given felt like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over it. It seems I need to test using spirit stones for dual cultivation myself as soon as possible, or the efficiency is just too low. I got up and went outside. It was indeed the siblings from the Xin family. Why? Haven't you gone to treat your leg first? I asked curiously when I saw Xin. He was still in a wheelchair. I had already advanced 3 spirit stones in payment, which should have been enough to treat her leg. Otherwise, if her leg couldn't even move, how was I supposed to do anything? It's not like I had some special fetish, and I'd still have to worry about hurting her leg. Before Xin Yuan could be stopped by his sister, he said, "We did go, but the immortal master said that unless my sister can also become an immortal master, it can't be treated." I nodded and said gently to Xin, "Then you should focus on cultivating first. Don't worry about anything else." But my sister doesn't have any spirit stones. I can advance them. Really? Xin Yuan couldn't hide his excitement. He was also moved, but soon her expression dimmed. But I only have 4 spiritual roots. 4 spiritual roots are pretty good, better than me. I glanced at Su Jin beside me and took out 5 spirit stones to hand over. Take these first. Come find me when you've used them up. Originally, I wanted to ask outright, would 200 spirit stones be enough? And settle it in one go. But Su Jin wasn't yet someone I fully trusted. Money can drive people crazy. Such a huge pile of spirit stones was unimaginably tempting. If she took it out in front of them, not only would word get out, she might even team up with others to rob me, or even make a move against me. Even if I let her avoid it, he didn't have a storage ring and couldn't hide so many spirit stones anyway, which would only cause trouble. Just 5 pieces, and it had left all 3 of them stunned. All right, you 2 head back for tonight. The siblings were stunned again. They had taken 8 spirit stones from me in total today, and now they could just go back without doing anything? The 2 of them felt like they were dreaming. After seeing them off, I lifted Su Jin's chin as she followed me into the room, met her burning gaze, and began painting a rosy picture. Behave well. If you satisfy me, you'll get a share too. Her eyes grew even hotter, and she tiptoed to offer her lips. I lowered my head and took them, then wrapped my arms around her and toppled onto the bed. As skirts and robes flew apart, I activated the primordial sacred scripture and immediately felt the speed of opening meridians and absorbing spiritual qi surge dramatically. The secret of locking yang within it made me into an invincible war god, supplemented by all the fighting techniques I had learned in my past life. It wasn't until midnight, when Su Jin could no longer hold on, that I finally let her go. That night, I used up a full 9 spirit stones and opened 4 new spiritual meridians. And that was with Su Jin not meeting the system's conditions and therefore unable to double the effect. According to the primordial sacred scripture, the speed of dual cultivation also depended on the partner's cultivation level and talent. If it were Jiang Xuansu, who had already reached qi refinement and had better talent, how fast would it be? I had originally thought becoming a qi refinement cultivator was still far away, but now it felt within reach. If not for the painstaking groundwork from the previous night, I wouldn't have been so excited about opening 5 meridians in half a night. I might even have felt a gap compared to Jiang Xuansu's more than 20 meridians in one night. But compared to the exhausting half-night that had only opened one meridian before, now, opening four in a comfortable half-night, I was more than satisfied. After Su Jin recovered a bit, she wrapped her arms around me and asked, "Brother Chun, why are you so capable tonight?" I held her sweat-soaked body and shamelessly said, "I was just taking pity on you before." Brother Chun, she didn't doubt it at all, and sweetly offered me a fragrant kiss. Then she suddenly cried out, "Why do I have one more spiritual meridian?" I wasn't surprised. Dual cultivation is still dual cultivation. Naturally, both parties have to participate for it to count. Although she didn't absorb spiritual chi from outside, during the process I would send spiritual chi into her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used up 9 stones to open 4 meridians. Normally, opening 1 meridian for myself wouldn't take less than 2 stones. "Did you help me?" She had already guessed it. Apart from me, there was no one else. "Just a little trick," I said casually, as if it were nothing. Seeing that she had put in effort tonight too, I took out another spirit stone and placed it between her peaks. "This is your reward." Her eyes shimmered with ripples. Brother Chun, if she weren't truly unable to go on, she would have wanted to repay me with her body. I was thinking that today there had been 2 people who met the conditions, and one of them had even nearly gotten 8 spirit stones. That would surely stimulate more people to come try their luck, so I'd have to keep setting up the stall tomorrow. With that in mind, I didn't continue teasing her and simply held her as I fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, I got dressed under Su Jin's care and stepped out, only to hear an argument coming from outside the gate from far away. "It sounds like Sister Shun's voice," Su Jin said uncertainly. I walked out. "Let's take a look." At the gate, I saw 2 men entangled with Shun Meiqing. "Your husband has already sold you to us." "No. Impossible. Ji Feng would never do that. This is the written agreement. You recognize his handwriting, don't you?" One of them handed over a sheet of paper. His arm muscles were knotted, his temples bulging, clearly a martial arts expert. The other was dressed in Taoist robes, hands behind his back, strolling leisurely. He seemed to have a higher status and was likely a cultivator. Shen Meiqing took it and looked at it, then swayed on her feet. Her husband had been missing for more than half a month, and she had always believed he was still alive, waiting for him to come back. Now he indeed wasn't dead, but what had come back was the fact that he had sold her for 50 spiritual crystals. Seeing me approach, she looked even more embarrassed. I had wanted her to be my woman for 2 spirit stones a day, but she had refused for her husband's sake. And yet her husband had turned around and sold her for 50 spiritual crystals. How ironic. Her beautiful face was full of pain, shame, and indignation, and she forced back her tears. "Where is Ji Feng? I want to see him. What do I care where he is? Since he sold you, you have nothing to do with him anymore. What you need to do now is serve our immortal master when well." The burly man exposed the Taoist's identity in one sentence. The Taoist studied her for a moment before finally speaking, his accent strange. "Not bad. You are qualified to serve this immortal master. I heard you even have spiritual roots. If you perform well, I may grant you the chance to bear my offspring." The burly man chimed in. "Being able to serve the immortal master is your honor. Why aren't you thanking him already?" Shen Meiqing felt no honor at all. Setting aside the fact that this immortal master looked to be in his 50s or 60s, just the fact that he, as some lofty immortal master, was even less generous than I was made her disgusted. I could give 2 spirit stones a day, yet he was treating childbirth as a reward. If not for his status, she would have spat at him twice. "If I can't see Ji Feng, I won't go with you. Whether you go or not is not up to you." The burly man was about to make a move. I stepped forward and shouted, "Who dares cause trouble on Qingyan Dao? Are you treating the Yi family and the enforcement squad like decorations?" As I spoke, I secretly pinched a golden armor talisman in my hand. I now had 5 golden armor talismans and 3 protective talismans. So long as I didn't use the Shunshin talisman, even a chi refinement cultivator with shallow cultivation might not be able to break my defenses after exhausting all his spiritual power. And as for someone with deeper cultivation, they wouldn't be so desperate as to come rob an ordinary woman to take as a concubine. The burly man clearly knew the weight of the Yi family and the enforcement squad. He backed down and no longer dared to act. "Who says we're causing trouble? She's already our person. We're taking our own people away. Can you stop us?" Shen Meiqing looked at me pleadingly. Right now, I was her only support. That helpless, pitiful look had a different kind of charm from her usual allure. I really couldn't bear to let such a woman, who had finally met the system's conditions, be snatched away. I took the agreement, glanced at it, and tossed it back to the burly man in disgust. "You two are legally illiterate, aren't you? Shen Meiqing is only Ji Feng's wife, not a slave. You can sell someone without ownership? Then can I sell you too as well?" The burly man fumbled to catch the agreement, for a moment not knowing whether to throw it away or keep holding it. Though he had never heard the terms legally illiterate or ownership, he understood this much. Without a deed of sale, you can't buy or sell another person, and the law won't recognize it. This agreement was just waste paper. Only then did Shun Meiqing react. Jifeng had no right to sell her at all. Her heart settled somewhat, and her impression of me improved greatly. Generous with money, and even daring to stand up for her against such a high and mighty immortal master. Compared to Jifeng. What? Still not leaving? Do you want me to call the enforcement squad and see whether they recognize this agreement? I signaled to Su Jin, and she agreed and was about to head out. Forget it. The Taoist gave me a deep look, then turned and left, with the burly man hurrying after him. Once they were gone, Shen Meiqing let out a long breath. The tears she had been holding back finally burst forth, and she looked at me with tear-filled eyes. Thanks to you today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. With that pitiable look, I almost wanted to take her back to the room and start a round right then and there. But thinking that she wasn't in the mood right now and wasn't going anywhere anyway, I wasn't so impatient. I told her to rest well first, planning to come back that night and comfort her properly. I hadn't gone far after leaving the Su residence when I ran into Xian Yuan, who was pushing Xian He back. Why are you here? I asked. Xian Yuan scratched his head. My sister ran out of spirit stones. So fast. I looked at Xian He in surprise. How many spiritual meridians did you open? She was embarrassed too. 6. The 7th is only halfway open. She hadn't wanted to block me first thing in the morning for spirit stones. She just figured that if she didn't come early, she'd have to look for me at the rogue cultivator market, and it wouldn't be appropriate to take spirit stones in front of so many people. If she came at night, she could only cultivate at night, and she couldn't possibly go without sleep every day. Besides, I had given her hope of healing her legs, and she couldn't wait a moment longer. I praised her. Looks like your talent is pretty good. Talent refers not only to spiritual roots, but also to comprehension, soul, body, and all other aspects. Not every dual spiritual root cultivator is as easy to open up as Jiang Xuansu, and not every 5 spiritual root cultivator is as tightly blocked as I was. Xinhe used 8 spirit stones in one night to open 6.5 spiritual meridians, proving that her meridian condition was very good. There were people coming and going on the street, so it was not convenient to give her spirit stones there. So I told her to come back to the manor with me first. There's one more thing. Besides the main meridian, I don't know which of the remaining meridians should be opened, Xinhe said, looking at me for help again. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have come looking for me in such a hurry. I actually had no confidence in Xian's case. I had originally wanted her to open all her spiritual meridians like I had, but after thinking about it, I gave up. I could give her spirit stones, but I couldn't help with her cultivation speed. With her talent of 4 spirit roots, even before spiritual energy was depleted, she still would have had no hope of establishing her foundation. Since I was already going to the Zhong family, I decided to bring Xian He and her younger brother along and asked Jiang Xuansu about it. When I arrived at the Zhong residence, Jiang Xuansu came out first. Seeing Xian He, her gaze gained a hint of scrutiny. Who is this? Xian He, just like you. This is her younger brother, Xian Yuan. After introducing them, I handed her the remaining 5 spirit stones. You've worked hard these past few days. Usually, when I gave her so many spirit stones, she would refuse. Today, for some reason, she only hesitated a little before accepting them. It's nothing. Thank you, young master. Successfully gifted 5 spirit stones. Current number of women, 2. Returned 10 spirit stones. Claim now. Claim. The spirit stones were back in double digits, and I was in a good mood. I told Jiang Xuansu about Xian He's situation. Since she came from a scholarly cultivation family and had learned these things before the family upheaval in her childhood, she patiently taught Xian He and even spent her own spiritual power helping guide the meridians that were about to open. Seeing the two of them get along well, I felt even more satisfied. Xian He had used up 8 spirit stones in one night, so during a whole day she would definitely need more than 10. I had originally planned to give her 20 at once, but with her current state, taking 20 home would be no different from a child carrying gold through a crowded market. And since she still needed time to become familiar with her meridians, I called her into a separate room, gave her 10 first, then after the 20 spirit stones were returned, gave her another 10. I told her to stay here during the day, learning and cultivating at the same time. I also asked for her address, planning to go to her home after I closed up shop in the afternoon. After leaving the Zhong family, I made another trip to Yunluxian. What happened this morning made me realize that talismans couldn't just be used for survival and escape. If those two really had attacked this morning, I couldn't just stand there and take the beating. Sometimes eliminating the opponent is the best way to protect yourself. Attack-type talismans were far more varied than defensive ones. Fire pellet talismans, armor-piercing talismans, wind blade talismans, water arrow rain talismans, and then there were utility talismans like concealment talismans, rejuvenation talismans, and water prison talismans. I spent 5 spirit stones in one go and bought 15 kinds. I was definitely a big customer, and the shopkeeper's face was all smiles. But Siege couldn't smile at all. She suspected I had deliberately come here to show off in front of her, so she'd regret it. I hadn't thought that much about it. After buying the talismans, I went to a pill shop. Shopkeeper, do you have meridian opening pills? I couldn't use other pills. Only meridian piercing pills, which were used for opening meridians, were useful to me. The moment the shopkeeper heard that, he was overjoyed. His plump face smiled so hard that his eyes nearly disappeared. Most pill formulas nowadays had been passed down from before spiritual energy was depleted. The principle of the meridian-piercing pill was to reverse spiritual power back into spiritual energy, using the violent surge of energy to force open the meridians. That spiritual energy was uncontrollable. Before depletion, once all meridians were opened, there was no need to worry about it. But now, one had to choose which meridians could be opened and which could not. So this pill was almost completely ignored. For someone to suddenly come by it now, the shopkeeper was naturally delighted. Yes, yes, how many do you want? How are they priced? There are 3 grades: low, medium, and high. Since they were all for opening meridians, I figured that regardless of grade they should all work now. What's the difference? The low grade is equivalent to the spiritual energy of 2 spirit stones, 1 pill per spirit stone. The medium grade is equivalent to 5 spirit stones, 2 pills for 5 spirit stones. The high grade is equivalent to 10 spirit stones, 1 pill for 5 spirit stones. The low grade can be used directly by ordinary people. For medium and high grade, it's best to have an immortal master watching over you. As he spoke, the shopkeeper quietly sighed. I heard that before spiritual energy was depleted, even the lowest grade sold for 5 spirit stones a pill. Now the price had dropped 5-fold. The reason it could still be sold at this price was thanks to the fact that a 5-spirit root cultivator had to open at least 192 meridians. Opening them all with meridian-piercing pills was more cost-effective than using spirit stones. But nowadays, there were still very few people with 5 spirit roots who wanted to cultivate immortality. Su-chun. A little head poked out from behind the shelf. It was Tang Luoluo. I even felt a bit sorry for her. You're working part-time again? Yeah, this is also part of our family business. She was actually quite happy to earn spirit crystals. When the shopkeeper saw his niece knew me, he quickly waved her over to help build rapport, afraid the sale might fall through. After chatting with her for a few moments, I took out 20 spirit stones. Give me 10 low-grade and 4 mid-grade. How many? The shopkeeper and Tang Luoluo were both stunned, doubting they had heard correctly. After the shopkeeper confirmed it, he was so excited that the flesh on his face trembled. These days, business at the pill shop was difficult. Most pills were meant to speed up cultivation, but what people had in surplus now was time, not spirit stones. Even if they had spirit stones, they would rather cultivate directly than spend extravagantly on pills. The meridian charging pill was even more unwanted. In the more than 10 years since he took over, he had only sold 2 of them, each time just 1 low-grade pill. To him, these 20 spirit stones were practically free money, almost pure profit, definitely his biggest deal in over a decade. To keep me as a customer, when handing over the pills, he even gave me 2 extra low-grade ones and promised discounts in the future. After seeing me out, he immediately handed 1 spirit stone to Tang Luoluo as a reward. Well done. Keep building a good relationship with this young master in the future. In his calculations, as long as I kept cultivating, that would be a business yielding over 200 spirit stones in pure profit, nearly matching the family's earnings over several decades. When Tang Luoluo received the spirit stone, she was completely bewildered. She didn't seem to have done anything, but getting a spirit stone for free naturally made her happy. At the same time, she thought of Siege, who had refused me. Sister Siege is probably really going to regret it. After leaving the pill shop, I glanced at the meridian charging pills in my storage space, resisted the urge to go home and cultivate, and headed to the loose cultivators market. Money really was going out like water. The spirit stones I had finally saved were about to run dry again. But these medicines were useless to others, and I couldn't give them away and get doubled returns, so I could only buy as many as possible. As for the mid-grade ones, I'd wait until I tested the effects of the low-grade pills. In a corner of the loose cultivators market, G-Foam, you actually dare to play us for fools? A burly man blocked a man in green robes, while a Taoist stood beside him. The very 2 people who had been pestering Shun Meiqing in front of my residence that morning. The one called G-Foam looked innocent. Brother Tian, what are you talking about? The burly man grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Still pretending? We can save you, and we can also take your life. Ji-Feng hurriedly clapped his hands in surrender. Brother Tian, I really didn't. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare lie to you and immortal Master One. The burly man looked at the Taoist. Only after the Taoist nodded did he put Ji Feng down and tell him about what happened at the Su residence. When Ji Feng heard that another man was protecting his wife, he immediately thought it was Su Haoyan. Recalling how Su Haoyan had looked at his wife before he left, his expression darkened. Could it be that during this time, Shen Meiqing had already gotten involved with Su Haoyan? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. Ji Feng hurriedly said, wait. Let me go back and take a look first. If necessary, I'll trick her out and get the deed done. Once it's cooked rice, she won't be able to deny it even if she wants to. The burly man then patted his shoulder in satisfaction. That's more like it. He put an arm around him and was about to head toward the Su residence, but after only a few steps he stopped and pointed ahead. It's that pretty boy. Ji Feng looked over, but didn't see Su Haoyan, just a stranger. Who is he? He lives with your wife. You don't know? I really don't. I hadn't seen him before I left. Ji Feng felt both wronged and jealous, seeing my face, which was even more handsome than his. He had already convinced himself that I was having an affair with his wife. At that moment, the burly man saw a large crowd surrounding me as I set up a stall in an open area, even lining up, and his curiosity surged. What's he doing? Why are so many people gathered around him? The three of them squeezed over to ask around, and soon they learned the whole story. 1 spirit stone a night. Then just how deep are his pockets? The burly man clicked his tongue, not quite believing that someone in this remote market would be so extravagant. Ji Feng became even more certain that his wife had already gotten together with me. The burly man suddenly said, tell me, if you sell your wife to him, how many spirit stones do you think you could get? Ji Feng was instantly tempted. He had been willing to sell for just 50 spirit crystals before, and now he was asking for only 1 spirit stone for a whole night. How much more could he possibly sell for? But he had already sold his wife to these 2 men, and fearing they were testing him, he dared not reveal anything. She's Master Wen's woman now. How would I dare sell her again? Come on, stop pretending. Your wife is beautiful, sure, but if she can be sold for a few dozen spirit stones, why would you ever lack pretty women? The burly man laid it out plainly and even promised to split the profits afterward. Only then did Ji Feng feel relieved. Still wearing a bitter look, he said, but she hates me to the bone now. He paused. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to help me act out a little scene. No problem, no problem. The 3 of them went into the house and plotted for a while. After Ji Feng left, the remaining 2 exchanged glances and began speaking in another language. Tanaka-kun, isn't it inappropriate to make trouble at a time like this? What are you afraid of? It's all that coward Ji Feng doing the work, and we only need to cooperate in the act. Don't you want to become a true Qi refinement immortal master? In the afternoon, having found nothing, I closed my stall early as usual. News of me taking out 8 spirit stones in public yesterday had spread, and today there were even more people. Quite a few people from the outer ward paid spirit crystals and brought their wives and daughters into the inner ward to find me, dreaming of getting rich overnight. But after the whole day, the highest score was still only a little over 87. From what I saw, the average looks of the beauties in the inner ward were clearly a notch above those in the outer ward. That was obvious from the change in Jiang Xuansu after she advanced to Qi refinement. Cultivation really could improve one's appearance. Those who could live in the inner ward all had ancestors who once produced cultivators, so their descendants were naturally prettier than ordinary people. Of course, that was only the general trend. A few special cases were not strange. Now that spirit stones could be doubled in return, the most important thing was to improve my cultivation. Before closing up, I announced that I would only set up the stall once every 3 days from now on. I followed the address to the Xian family home, and it was even shabbier than Zhong Keek's place. I simply told Xian he to move in with me too, but for some reason she had concerns and did not agree right away. She only said she could come anytime if needed. I checked her progress. All 20 spirit stones had been consumed, and she had opened 16 spirit meridians. While feeling envious, I also felt a stronger sense of urgency. If I didn't work harder, the women would all be at Qi refinement while I was still opening meridians. How embarrassing would that be? After leaving another 20 spirit stones and some talismans, I left. Sis, why didn't you agree to move there? Xian Yuan asked in confusion. After the incident, the siblings had moved out and were living in this shabby little house. It would definitely be more comfortable to stay in that big house. Xian, he shook her head. If I go over like this, I'll only cause trouble. If father finds out, he might even go there to make a scene and bring trouble to young Master Su. Just making a joke of ourselves. He really has the nerve. When I got home, I planned to have Su Jin bring Jiang Xuansu back. Keeping Jiang Xuansu by Zhong Keek's side was more about care than protection, and Su Jin could do that job too. As for the speed of double dual cultivation, Su Jin could not provide that. Shin Meiqing might not be willing to dual cultivate with me so quickly either. I would still need to build up our feelings. Su Chun, you're back. Su Jin came out to greet me, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. I stepped inside. What's wrong? Sister Shin's husband is back. He still has the face to come here? Su Jin's expression grew even stranger. After hesitating, she said, well, maybe let Sister Shun tell you herself. When I entered Yinshin residence, sure enough, I saw Shun Meiqing sitting intimately and chatting with a man in a green robe. Not far away sat a veiled young girl. It was Jiang Zhuohua, who had moved in today. When she saw me, Jiang Zhuohua's veil made it impossible to read her expression, but Shun Meiqing's face was obviously unnatural. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up and came over. Young Master Su, this is my husband, Ji Feng. Then she introduced me to the man. Husband, this is young Master Su Chin Su. This manor belongs to him. Those two men who harassed me this morning were rescued by young Master Su. Many thanks to young Master Su for saving my humble wife. Ji Feng cupped his hands in thanks. This morning she was sold off by someone, and by afternoon she had already brought her man home, and she still looked as if nothing had happened, being all lovey-dovey with him. I couldn't be bothered to deal with that Ji Feng and directly looked at Shin Meiqing. She hurriedly explained, my husband was coerced by others, so he had no choice but to write that promissory note. This afternoon, he already returned the spirit crystals to those two people in front of me, and almost came to blows with them. Since she had said so much, what else could I say? I immediately said, since your husband is back, and my residence is full of women, it's not convenient to keep him here. You two should move out and stay elsewhere. Even looking at her once irritated me. Shin Meiqing's face instantly turned red. After I saved her this morning, she had actually already accepted me in her heart, and had even prepared herself to offer her body. But her husband suddenly came back, and said he had been forced. What was she supposed to do? She couldn't just abandon her husband and, disregarding public opinion, throw herself into someone else's arms. She lowered her head and said nothing, her gaze dim. Ji Feng, on the other hand, chuckled and said, it's getting late today. May we stay one more night? I was hoping they'd get lost as soon as possible, but waiting one more night was still tolerable. I didn't say much and went straight back to my room. Jiang Zhuohua, who had watched the whole thing, was instantly filled with gossip, thinking there had to be something going on between me and Shin Meiqing. As for the woman who followed me into the room, there was even less need to mention her. And then there was Zhong Kiki in morning clothes, and Xian he whom she had seen at the Zhong family during the day. She was probably sighing inwardly. It really wasn't easy for a sister to rise to the top. After returning to my room, I asked Su Jin to help take care of Zhong Kiki, and gave her a spirit stone as a reward. She accepted it happily. Not long after she left, a knock sounded at the door. I thought it was Shun Meiqing, or maybe Jiang Zhuohua, the younger sister of Jiang Xuansu. But when I opened the door, it was unexpectedly Ji Feng, the one person I hadn't considered. What are you here for? I blocked the doorway. May I come in and talk? Only then did I let him in. Speak. What is it? He pondered for a moment. I wonder what young Master Su thinks of my wife. I frowned. If you have something to say it directly. Haha. I just like young Master Su's straightforward personality. He laughed twice. I heard young Master Su set up a stall to hire beauties, with the price set at 1 spirit stone per night. I wonder if my wife can still catch the young master's eye. I studied him carefully, wanting to see what kind of person could have such a fetish. Then I curled my lips into a smile. What? You want your wife to come and keep me company? What does the young master think? I immediately dropped the smile. I'm not interested in other people's women. The smile on his face stiffened for a moment, but he quickly became unconcerned again. Then what if I said I planned to sell my wife to the young master, and from then on she would be the young master's woman, with no further connection to me? What would the young master think then? Sell her again? Looks like what he said about being coerced was quite debatable. I had no interest in sharing a woman, but outright buying one was another matter. I also wanted to see what he was really up to. Oh, how many spirit stones do you think your wife is worth? My wife is naturally a priceless treasure in my heart. His tone changed. But if the young master likes her, I'm willing to part with her for 50 spirit stones. I almost laughed out loud. This morning you sold her to those two for only 50 spirit crystals, and now you want 50 spirit stones from me? Do you think I'm a sucker? He didn't even blink. That promissory note was signed because they forced me to, and was not my intention. I didn't have time to argue with him about that. At most 10 spirit stones. 10 is too little, isn't it? You charge 1 for a night. How about 30? If you want to sell her, then sell her. If not, forget it. I'm not short of one woman. He immediately hesitated. He was probably calculating that the 2 women in my residence were no less beautiful than his wife, especially Xian he, who wore a veil. His wife only had the advantage in figure, but after all she was a faded flower and discarded willow. At most I would just have some fun with her. Being able to offer 10 spirit stones was already pretty good. Fine, I agree. He finally clenched his teeth and accepted. Compared to 50 spirit crystals, this price was 20 times higher. Don't rush, I said leisurely. I don't like forcing people. Just now it was all you talking. I still don't know what your wife herself thinks. He rarely showed any embarrassment. She still doesn't know. I spread my hands. Then I can't do this deal. I don't want to spend spirit stones and still end up the bad guy. The meaning was very clear. Let him be the bad guy and tell his wife in person that he was going to sell her. His original plan had been to settle the deal, take the money, and leave. At most, he would write a statement so I could deal with Shun Meiqing myself. But now he had to personally persuade his wife to go with another man. How was he supposed to bring that up? But the temptation of 10 spirit stones, along with the threats from those two, finally made him agree. As soon as he left my room, argument and scuffling soon came from the guest room. I couldn't hear it clearly, but I could make out Shun Meiqing's crying and questioning. Ji Feng kept repeating that it was all for her own good. When he got agitated, he even cursed her for being fickle and said nasty things like she'd long ago cuckolded at him. After the cursing, the guest room fell quiet. Not long after, the couple came to my room together. Shun Meiqing's eyes were red from crying, and Ji Feng had a palm print on his face. Master Su, this is the divorce agreement between her and me. He handed over the signed divorce agreement. I looked it over, then at Shun Meiqing. What do you say? She turned her head away in obvious embarrassment. Ji Feng anxiously urged her in a low voice several times before she finally said, I was blind before. From now on, I belong to Master Su. In that case, come sign this. I took out a contract and handed it to her. She thought it was a slave contract and took it like a walking corpse. But after a glance, on it was actually the promise I had made earlier, 2 spirit stones a day. Tears instantly fell. Thinking of how she had once refused that sky-high offer for Ji Feng's sake, and even, worried that Ji Feng would overthink it, deliberately pretended not to know me in front of him, only for him to sell her again for 10 spirit stones. At a time like this, I not only didn't kick her when she was down, I even offered an even higher price again. She covered her mouth with her hand just to keep from crying out. Ji Feng also thought it was a slave contract. Seeing how upset she was, he gave a perfunctory comfort before urging her to sign quickly. After she signed, I took out 10 spirit stones and, under Ji Feng's burning gaze, pushed them to Shun Meiqing. Keep them safe. From now on, you're my person. Ji Feng's expression tightened. Why did you give the spirit stones to her? I looked at him in confusion. She's the one selling herself. Of course the spirit stones go to her. I'm not buying you. That choked him into silence. Shun Meiqing was also stunned. You're really giving all of these to me? Of course. I said it before. You're only his wife, not his slave. He has no right to sell you. She had not forgotten what I said that morning. If Ji Feng were selling her to someone else, she would never cooperate. But selling her to me, although she was disappointed and hurt by her ex-husband, she actually felt relieved. She no longer had to be torn between the two of them, and she could also make up for what she owed me. So she went along with it. I grabbed her hand and placed 1 spirit stone into her palm. Take it. It's what you deserve. As for how you handle it, that's up to you. Successfully gifted 10 spirit stones. Current number of women, 3. 30 spirit stones returned. Claim now. Claim. Triple return really was different. In one go I got 30 more, and my spirit stones successfully broke through the 40 mark. Shun Meiqing held the spirit stones and looked at Ji Feng, eyes brimming with satisfaction, as if all the grievances and humiliation were being vented at this moment. Ji Feng looked miserable, but for the sake of the spirit stones he didn't dare explode. Instead, he lowered himself and played the sentiment card. He said that seeing how I treated her like this proved he hadn't made the wrong choice, and he was relieved now. Then he said that since they had been husband and wife once, for the sake of their past feelings, he asked her to share some of the spirit stones. In the end, her heart softened. Moved by his words, she took out 5 and gave them to him. Take these spirit stones, and from this moment on, we're done. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I cursed her in my heart for being a prodigal woman. If you don't run a household, you don't know how precious and hard-earned firewood and rice are? 5 spirit stones. How valuable, how rare. So when Ji Feng left and she threw herself into my arms crying, I had no intention of comforting her at all. I picked her up and threw her onto the bed, then pounced on her directly. Don't. I'm not ready yet. I didn't stop. I helped you in the morning, and by night you bring another man home, and you still want me to care about your feelings? If you want to forget someone, the best way is to find someone else to fill the void and force him out. Tonight, I'll make you forget him for good. An experienced woman really is no match for a girl in that respect. Not to mention that Shun Meiqing was also a martial artist. If it weren't for the primordial sacred classic, I might not have been her match. At the same time, I finally experienced what triple cultivation speed meant. Before midnight, I had opened 11 spiritual meridians. That was more than 10 times faster than grinding away on my own, and not far behind Jiang Xuanzu at all. Of course, it can't be said for certain that it was faster than her. After all, that night Jiang Xuanzu not only opened more than 20 spiritual meridians, she also refined spiritual power and successfully advanced to the qi refining realm. In addition, triple speed only made things faster. It did not reduce the amount of spiritual energy needed to open meridians. In the past, 2 spirit stones would open 1 meridian. Now, in the same amount of time, opening 3 meridians would cost 6 spirit stones. So in just half a night, I had already used up 26 spirit stones. Even Shun Meiqing, who had never cultivated before, had opened 3 major spiritual meridians. After a brief truce, once she recovered, I once again turned into a cultivation maniac. Meanwhile, after getting the spirit stones, Ji Feng didn't leave through the front gate. Instead, he climbed over the wall in the dead of night and slipped out of the Su residence, intending to keep everything for himself. But before he had run far, he was blocked by 2 figures. They were none other than Daoist Wen Jingliang and the burly Tian Zhongxian. Where do you think you're going? Tian Zhongxian clenched his fists until they crackled. Ji Feng forced out a smile uglier than crying. I was just about to look for the 2 of you. Oh, I don't remember this being the direction we agreed on. Huh? It was probably too dark, and I took the wrong way. That's better be it. Tian Zhongxian snorted. How did things go? Where are the spirit stones? Ji Feng didn't dare play tricks and took out all 5 spirit stones. Why is it only this little? Tian Zhongxian took them, with no intention of sharing any with him. He even scanned him from head to toe to make sure he hadn't hidden any before letting it go. Ji Feng didn't dare mention splitting the stones. Instead, he spoke indignantly about how I had toyed with him, putting all the blame for why he sold only this much onto Shen Meiqing. He said she had long been involved with me, and that the 2 of us were in cahoots to set him up. Tian Zhongxian stroked his chin. If that's the case, and he could still give your wife 10 stones, how many must he have on him? At least several dozen, Ji Feng said firmly. Maybe even over 100. Tian Zhongxian and Wen Jingliang exchanged a look. You're sure he's just an ordinary person? I asked that slut around. And just like the rumors said, he's only a 5-spirit root trash who even opening meridians would be difficult for. Anyone else in the residence? Besides that slut, there are 2 other women, both ordinary people who haven't even reached qi refining. Tian Zhongxian took out 1 spirit stone, hesitated, then added another and handed them to Ji Feng, patting his shoulder. Tonight, you lead the way. We'll rob that brat of his spirit stones, and your share won't be forgotten. Ji Feng hesitated. The other side hadn't wanted to split with him earlier at all. Would that be okay? The law enforcement team is nearby. What if we draw attention? What's there to fear? With Immortal Master One here, what noise could come from dealing with a few ordinary people? Once we've robbed them, we leave the market city immediately. With the world so big, would they still be able to find us? Tian Zhongxian tightened his grip. Besides, can you really stand seeing that adulterous pair enjoying themselves? Ji Feng's shoulder hurt, and the moment he thought of that slut presently serving me beneath me, his face twisted with rage. Fine, I'll take you there. In the middle of the night, I was still working hard, immersed in the joy of cultivation. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the door bolt. The door opened, then quickly shut again. A black shadow flashed through the darkness. I had been cultivating in the dark for a long time, so I was already used to it. A warning alarm blared in my mind, and I immediately slapped a golden armor talisman onto myself and onto Shun Meiqing beneath me. HM, what is it? Shen Meiqing, seeing me suddenly stop, asked in a sticky, weak voice. As soon as the words fell, a burst of fragrance swept by, and the black shadow had already stopped close by. Sure, don't speak. It's me, is Jiang Xuanzu's voice. Suddenly hearing a woman's voice, Shen Meiqing was so startled that she nearly screamed, and only barely managed to hold back by desperately covering her mouth. I immediately got up and asked while getting dressed, what happened? Someone snuck in, Jiang Xuanzu said, her pretty face faintly flushed in the darkness. After a pause, she added, they are heading this way. I immediately pulled a handful of talismans from my spatial storage and stuffed them into Jiang Xuanzu's hands, both offensive ones and ones for restoring spiritual power. Outside, under cover of the night, Ji Feng led 2 people carefully to the outside of my room. The one called Tian Zhongxian gave a low command. Once you're in, no matter who's on the bed, just kill them. Ji Feng hesitated a little, but he knew it was not up to him. Got it. Should we just smash the door open? That would make too much noise. Tian Zhongxian signaled for him to step back. Let Master Wen handle it. When Jingliang stepped forward, formed hand seals with both hands, and fiddled for quite a while before bringing his two fingers together and pointing toward the latch on the inside of the door. Soon, the latch began to slide gently, though much more slowly than Jiang Xuanzu had just done. Even so, Ji Feng still looked at him with envy. So this is the divine power of an immortal master? Tian Zhongxian smiled without saying anything, but a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. It's done. When Jingliang withdrew his hands, the three of them pushed the door open from both sides and rushed in. One rolled to the bedside, one swung a fist, and one drew his sword, all striking at the bed curtains, only to miss completely. Where is he? Tian Zhongxian yanked back the curtains in exasperation and felt around, and sure enough, no one was there. The bedding is still warm. He just ran. As he said that, he casually wiped his hand on Ji Feng. Ji Feng was so nervous, he didn't notice at all. How did he notice us? When Jingliang frowned. This isn't the time to ask that. Do we chase or not? Tian Zhongxian said. We don't even know where he is. How are we supposed to chase? Ji Feng said. There are other women in the manor. Should we grab one and question her? As soon as he spoke, the oil lamp in the room suddenly lit up brightly. The three of them jumped in fright. What made their hair stand on end even more was that I and the two women were standing right by the window less than a zhang away, silently looking at them. And yet they had not noticed us at all. Ji Feng, you actually want to kill me? Shen Meiqing clutched the clothes she had hastily put on, her face full of disbelief. Being sold twice she had accepted, but she never expected Ji Feng to sink even lower. Ji Feng, upon seeing our faces clearly, instead let out a breath of relief, though the hand holding his sword trembled with rage. Bitch, you just divorced me, and you're already so eager to climb into another man's bed. Her disheveled clothes, her flushed cheeks that had not yet faded, and the lingering smell in the room, all spoke of what had just happened. Thinking of that, the humiliation and anger in Ji Feng's heart could no longer be suppressed. Shen Meiqing sneered. You already sold me. What I do has anything to do with you. By then, Tian Zhongxian had also calmed down. He had seen two of the three people here. He had simply assumed the remaining woman was just my ordinary maid, which was why he hadn't noticed her earlier. Kid, you sure know how to have fun, he said, his gaze greedily sweeping across Jiang Xuanzu's face, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. When he saw Shen Meiqing in the morning, he already thought she was beautiful enough. He never expected to see an even more beautiful one in the same day, and two of them serving me at once. He was practically itching to replace me himself. Precisely because he hadn't smelled a strong aura of spirit stones in the room, he hadn't attacked immediately. Hand over the spirit stones, and I might consider sparing you and your women. Why waste words on him? He's a useless trash, just kill him. Ji Feng's eyes blazed with fury, both from hatred and from fear that delaying any longer would bring the immortal master. Tian Zhongxian also wanted to frighten me a bit, so he didn't stop him. You heard him. What I said still stands, but you'd better hurry. My patience is limited. His answer was the spiritual glow that suddenly lit up in Jiang Xuanzu's hand. Not good. It's a qi refining cultivator. When Jingliang cried out, rolling away first, Tian Zhongxian snatched Ji Feng up and used him as a shield in front of him. Several streaks of light flashed by, and multiple water arrows pierced Ji Feng's body, making him scream in agony. Tian Zhongxian flung him to the ground. Trash. You can't even investigate clearly. After cursing him, he turned and fled with Wen Jingliang, not wanting to fight at all. Jiang Xuanzu chased after them, and soon the sounds of battle came from outside. I didn't go out. Jiang Xuanzu had said those two people's auras hadn't reached the qi refining stage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to remove the concealment talisman. She already has the stack of talismans I gave her, so there's no need to worry. I strolled up to Ji Feng, picked up the sword he had dropped, and said, Tell me, how should I deal with you? The water arrows on his body had already turned to water. Blood kept flowing out, but it wasn't fatal. He wouldn't die any time. Soon. Cough, cough. Young Master Su, spare my life. I was forced into this too. Forced? And just now, when you were insulting me as trash and shouting that you'd kill me, were you also forced? I was just playing the part with him, one good cop and one bad cop. I really never meant to kill you. Please, let me go. I swear I'll never appear before you again. Who are those two people? I don't know either. I ran into them in Yunzhong Ridge. I only know they're from out of town. With nothing else to ask, I handed the sword to Shen Meiqing. You decide what to do with him. She took the sword a little flustered and walked up to Ji Feng. Meiqing, for the sake of all our years together, please let me go, okay? You know what I felt for you all these years. A husband and wife, for one night, owe each other 100 days' kindness. I know there's still me in your heart. Shen Meiqing had been hesitating, but hearing that, she thrust the sword down. You, so cruel, Ji Feng said in disbelief. Before he could finish, his hand fell limply. She threw the sword away and covered her face, crying. I reached out and held her in my arms. Leaning against my chest, she asked, "Will you think I'm too heartless?" I shook my head. "You already gave him 5 spirit stones before. That was more than enough kindness. He turned around and tried to kill you and me. If you still let him go, I'd have to wonder whether you still had feelings for him, and whether I should even keep you by my side. Ever since he sold me out the second time, I've had no more feelings for him." She looked up at me with deep emotion. "Tonight is the first time I've truly felt the happiness of being a woman." I was very pleased. I lowered my head and kissed her red lips. Seeing that the commotion outside had already subsided, I took her by the hand and went out. In the courtyard, the 2 men were both lying miserably on the ground, while Jiang Xuanzu stood there completely unharmed. Beside her was a girl holding a lantern. Her profile was almost no less pretty than Jiang Xuanzu's, and her features were somewhat similar too. Jiang Xuanhua. So beautiful, and yet she's not even below passing? I glanced at the panel. Name: Jiang Xuanhua. Age: 16. Talent: 3 spiritual roots. Appearance: 59. Figure: 86. Temperament: 86. Purity: 100. Total score: 82.75. So it really was her. She must have come out to check after being woken by the noise. Only when I got closer did I notice a scar on the other side of her face. No wonder she usually wore a veil. But with such a good foundation, even a scar shouldn't make her fail, right? If the scar were gone, she might even break 90. "What are you looking at?" She glared at me and reached out to cover the scar, turning her face away. "Little sister, don't be rude," Jiang Xuanzu scolded. I didn't mind and smiled. "It's fine. You're quite pretty. There's no need to wear a veil at all," she muttered under her breath. Smooth-talking bastard. And her earlobe quietly reddened in the night. Only then did I ask Jiang Xuanzu about the 2 men on the ground. "There's something strange," she said. "Neither of them has reached the qi refining stage, but they can use spiritual power. It's just that the circulation is sluggish, and its power is also inferior to normal spiritual energy." Curious myself, I walked up to them and said, "Well then, tell me, who are you, and what's going on with the spiritual power in your bodies?" The 2 of them only glanced at me, then closed their eyes as if they were ready to submit to whatever fate awaited them. I was just thinking about how to pry their mouths open when, bang, 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 a pounding came from outside. "Law enforcement team, open the door for inspection." I couldn't help but complain. Why is it that even in this world, the law enforcement team only shows up after the fact? Before anyone could go open the door, the burly man who had just been so willing to die suddenly panicked and fished something out from his body. The Taoist priest still braced himself, using his injured body to block in front of him. Jiang Xuanzu thought it was a hidden weapon and pulled us back to protect us. But then the burly man shoved that thing straight into his mouth and swallowed it quickly. Madness flashed across his face. "The heavenly will avenge us. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Open the door quickly. If you don't open it now, we'll smash the door down." Seeing that both people on the ground had gone motionless, I motioned to Jiang Xuanzu. "I'll open it." Jiang Zhuohua grabbed the lantern and ran over. As soon as the door opened, there were quite a few people, 6 in all. "What are you dawdling for?" The one in front came in while cursing, and the moment he saw the people on the ground, he instantly went on guard. "Nobody move. Back up." Just as I was about to explain, another figure rushed in a flurry. "Nephew, are you all right? What happened?" It was Yi Shouqing, the one I'd previously gotten a free jade pendant from. Only after seeing him did the law enforcement team relax a little. "Brother Yi, you know them?" "This is my nephew, Su Chun, Su Qingsang's son." After introducing me, Yi Shouqing asked again, "What exactly happened?" "We don't know either. We sensed spiritual power fluctuations here, and when we rushed over, these 2 were already lying on the ground." Yi Shouqing looked at me. "Nephew, who are they? Why are they in your courtyard?" I shook my head. "I don't know them. I was asleep when they suddenly broke in and forced me to hand over spirit stones." As soon as Yi Shouqing heard that, he understood. My loud, high-profile street stall had already drawn a lot of attention. It was just that the local people had too many reservations and didn't dare make a move. Since these 2 dared to act, either they had no ties and planned to make one quick score before running, or they were outsiders. After the law enforcement team finished checking, they found both men dead and asked me, "Were they killed by you?" "No. We still wanted to find out who they were. But as soon as you came, they suddenly ended up like this." I guessed they should have taken poison and killed themselves. The man pried open their mouths and took a look. Sure enough, it was poison. Then they searched the bodies and found 4 spirit stones plus several hundred spirit crystals. The 6 of them immediately looked much better, and not the slightest sign they intended to return any of it to me. "Anyone else?" the leader asked again. They hadn't helped at all and had even stripped my loot clean. My impression of them plummeted. Thinking of how Shen Meiqing had previously given Ji Feng 5 spirit stones, he should still have some on him. I hesitated a bit about whether to mention it, but after thinking it over, I still said, "There's another one in the room." Spirit stones were a minor matter. After all, giving them to my woman would get doubled in return. What mattered most was not leaving hidden trouble for myself. The law enforcement team carried Ji Feng's corpse out of the room and, sure enough, found 2 spirit stones and several spirit crystals on him. This trip had yielded them a bountiful harvest, so even though I admitted Ji Feng was killed by me, they didn't pursue it. Yi Shouqing could testify that I was the owner of this residence, and these people had broken in late at night, so getting killed served them right. But they didn't leave. The leader coughed twice, then looked at Yi Shouqing a little awkwardly. Yi Shouqing leaned close to my ear. "Nephew, a hardship fee." I looked blank. "You didn't help at all, stripped my spoils, and now you want a hardship fee?" Only then did I understand what that look from the leader meant just now. He was asking Yi Shouqing whether he could ask me for a hardship fee. If Yi Shouqing helped me refuse, then considering they'd already made plenty, they probably wouldn't press the issue. Seeing my confusion, he explained, "The law enforcement team all used spiritual power to rush over as quickly as possible, and so did I. Once spiritual power is spent, it can only be restored with spirit stones. Without a hardship fee, who would keep wasting spiritual power for nothing in the future?" It sounded reasonable enough. But shouldn't this money be paid by the Yi family, which formed the law enforcement team? They also got salaries normally. And it didn't seem like they'd arrived all that quickly anyway. They hadn't helped with anything, yet they'd still taken so many spirit stones. If they ran into an ordinary person with no spirit stones, what would you use to pay this hardship fee? I was deeply dissatisfied with this hardship fee, but I also knew I didn't have the strength to fall out with them right now, so I could only ask, "Uncle Yi, how much would be appropriate for this hardship fee?" Generally speaking, 1 or 2 spirit stones per person is about right. 1 or 2 spirit stones each. Did they really think I was stupid? At that rate, even your young master from the Yi family probably couldn't come up with the money. It seemed my repeated excuses about not having spirit stones and not buying my father's relic had already displeased Yi Shouqing. Of course, it was also possible he was deliberately probing my financial situation. So we absolutely can't give him what he asked for. If we do, we'll be marked as easy prey and hounded endlessly afterward. We might even have an accident. "Uncle Yi, I don't have that many spirit stones. How many can you give then?" "At most 2. I asked Jiang Xuansu to hand over 1, then stuffed it into his hand. "Thanks for your trouble, Uncle Yi. Please put in a good word for me." Yi Shouqing accepted it and put on a reluctant expression. "Fine. They should be willing to give this old man some face." I asked Jiang Xuansu for 2 more spirit stones and gave them to Yi Shouqing, telling him to pass them on to the law enforcement team. After taking the spirit stones, the law enforcement team indeed didn't stay long. They took the body and left. I had originally wanted to tell them about the heavenly generals and the abnormal spiritual energy, but seeing this, I let it go and decided to investigate secretly myself. After what happened tonight, I thought I should set up a protective array for the residents. This kind of thing continuously consumes spirit stones, and since very few people use it these days, demand is low and the price isn't that high. But it still wasn't something with the few spirit stones I had left could afford. I did the math. After buying the Meridian's clearing pill today, I had 5 left. In the afternoon, I gave Xin 20 stones and received 20 back from the twofold return, bringing the total to 25. When I got back, I gave Su Jin 1, leaving 24. Then I gave Shun Meiqing 10, and with the threefold return, that brought me to 44. I used 31 stones cultivating with her and opened 13 spiritual meridians. The 3 from just now were obtained from Jiang Xuansu, so I currently had 13 left. Thinking this through, I went back to my room, took out 10 spirit stones, and pushed them in front of Jiang Xuansu. "You worked hard tonight." After she accepted them, I pushed the returned 30 stones over as well. "The spiritual energy in your body is almost completely refined, right? Take these first. Don't save them for me. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible." "No, that's too much. I have enough spirit stones." Jiang Xuansu didn't follow my script and even handed the unused talismans back to me. I felt tired inside. There's no reason for what I give away to be taken back. Keep them for later. Only then did she take the talismans back, but she still wouldn't accept the spirit stones. I glanced at Shun Meiqing, who was standing there stunned, and pushed the stones toward her. "You get some too. Consider this an advance payment." Shun Meiqing quickly waved her hands. No, 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 that's too much." 10 spirit stones were enough for her ex-husband to sell her off, and yet I was giving her 30 at once. Shock, gratitude, and bitterness surged through her, and she almost cried on the spot. I was even more exasperated, so I turned to Jiang Zhuanghua, who was staring at me eagerly, and took out 1 stone for her. "It's late. Go back and sleep." Jiang Zhuanghua took it, looked at the lonely one in her hand, then at the big pile on the table, and finally understood what differential treatment meant. Still, getting a stone for free made her very happy. Thank you, sis. No, brother Sue. Under her sister's warning gaze, she didn't dare call me anything wrong and ran off with the spirit stone. I then took one more stone to make it 30 and asked Shun Meiqing, "How old are you this year?" Her eyes dimmed. 27. Ordinary people rarely lived past 50, so 27 was already over halfway through life, and most women had already started to age by that point. She had already felt that she wasn't worthy of me, and now that she was so much older than Jiang Xuansu, and not as beautiful either, she figured she'd likely become plain and old in just 3 or 4 years. She couldn't help feeling a trace of regret. Why hadn't she met me earlier? I kept sweet-talking her. Then why aren't you taking them? Work hard at cultivation and reach chi refinement sooner. If you end up old and faded in 2 or 3 years, would you be worthy of me giving you 2 spirit stones every day? She looked up in surprise. Cultivation? I can cultivate too. Of course you can. But I only have 4 spirit roots. So what if you have 4 spirit roots? I have 5 spirit roots. I gestured for her to take them. Shin Meiqing was instantly moved to tears. No one didn't long for cultivation, especially a woman like her who was already past the midpoint of her life. Yet even people from cultivation clans found it hard to cultivate. So what could someone without background or talent like her do? Before meeting me, she hadn't even been able to produce a single spirit stone. Where was she supposed to find the hundreds required for 4 spirit roots? For her, cultivation had been an impossible dream she didn't even dare to imagine. And now she was being told she could cultivate, and given spirit stones too. She simply threw herself into my arms, tears quickly soaking my clothes. I patted her head and let her vent for a while. All right, take them. Only then did she get up, looking a little embarrassed as she glanced at Jiang Xuansu, and then at me. But I don't know how to cultivate. I wasn't surprised. If she knew, she would already realize that she had opened 4 spiritual meridians by now. If there's anything you don't understand, ask Miss Jiang. I then looked at Jiang Xuansu. Tomorrow, take her to choose a suitable cultivation technique. Yes, Shin Meiqing said gratefully. Sorry to trouble you, little sister. Then she looked at that pile of spirit stones, her eyes filled with gratitude, happiness, and longing. Longing to become an immortal master so she could keep a youthful appearance and stay with me for several more decades. But soon she frowned again. There are too many. I can't carry them. Find something to hold them yourself. She went back into the room and found a cloth bag to pack them in. Successfully gifted 30 spirit stones. Current number of women, 3. Returned 90 spirit stones. Claim now. Claim. The spirit stones arrived, and my total was now close to the 100 mark. After Shun Meiqing left, I took out another 30 and pushed them toward Jiang Xuansu. Take them. Since you moved in, daytime counts as pay too. Let's make it 5 spirit stones a day. No, that's too much. Just give me 2 a day like Sister Shun. If Shun Meiqing hadn't set the baseline at 2 a day, she would have thought even 2 was too much. But since someone else was getting 2, how can that be? I refused without even thinking. If I gave so little, how was I supposed to get rich? You're at the chi refining stage now, so you should take more. Cheongjie and Xinhe still need your help with cultivation, and once Cheongjie advances, hers will go up too. Hearing that, and with Shun Meiqing having just taken 30 spirit stones at once, Jiang Xuansu no longer refused. Successfully gifted 30 spirit stones. Current number of women, 3. Returned 90 spirit stones. Claim now. Claim. Another 90 spirit stones arrived, and my total broke into 3 digits, reaching 152. After she also packed them into a cloth bag, I stood up. All right, you've worked hard tonight. Go back and rest. A trace of disappointment flashed in Jiang Xuansu's eyes. After reaching chi refining, her eyesight had become exceptional, and she knew what I and Shun Meiqing had been doing when I entered the room tonight. She had clearly come first, and yet I only called her Miss Jiang, while Shun Meiqing was Sister Qing. Does the young master not like me? She reflected inwardly. Could it be that I'm not proactive enough? She didn't dare throw herself into my arms like Shun Meiqing, and even less dare do what she'd seen tonight. Conflicted inside, she ultimately didn't dare speak up and asked to stay. Yes, young master. Don't call me young master anymore. From now on, call me by my name, or Big Brother Su, or Brother Chun. Either is fine. I smiled, cupped her face, and said, I'll call you Susu from now on, okay? At such close range, Jiang Xuansu could hear her heartbeat speeding up, and her face burned hot. Even more fatal was the tingling sweetness spreading from her heart, making the smile impossible to hide from the corners of her mouth to her eyes. Big Brother Su. Susu, I softly called her once, then lowered my head and kissed those bright red lips. She didn't resist or struggle, but shyly and clumsily responded instead. After savoring that intoxicating softness and fragrance once more, I finally let her go. All right, go back and rest. Her voice was soft and tender now, with not a trace of disappointment left. Not long after she left, Shen Meiqing, who had not rested and had been paying attention to the commotion here all along, came again. With her dress lightly undone and her eyes shimmering with springtime allure, she said, "Husband, I'm here to serve you and help you rest. The spring night is short, and the sun rises high before you know it." I could also be said to have experienced what it means that, from then on, the king no longer held court early. But it wasn't that I skipped court, it was that I didn't want to keep working hard at cultivation anymore. Yet last night's events were still vivid. I might already be under someone's watchful eye now. If I didn't work hard at cultivation and protect myself as soon as possible, how could I continue living these worth 1,000 gold spring night moments? After finishing the meal prepared by the Jiang sisters, I had Jiang Xuansu guard nearby while I began cultivating with the meridian's penetrating pill. I tried a low-grade one first. The fat shopkeeper said low-grade ones were not dangerous, but to be safe, I should still be steady. As soon as the pill entered my mouth, a surge of spiritual energy, 10 times more violent than absorbing spirit stones, raged wildly inside my body. In less than half an incense stick of time, it easily broke through a spiritual meridian, its efficiency more than 10 times faster than using spirit stones alone. Aside from a tingling, pleasantly numb sensation, there was no discomfort. So even though my meridians are heavily blocked, they're quite resilient. It was just that the spiritual energy in this pill didn't seem to be as much as the fat shopkeeper said, equivalent to 2 spirit stones. Normally, opening one meridian took me 1.7 to 1.8 spirit stones, but this pill had only just managed to break through one meridian before its medicinal power was exhausted. Could it be that after being stored for over 1,000 years, the medicinal potency has faded? I didn't know whether it would spoil and give me diarrhea. I took out a mid-tier pill, greeted Jiang Xuansu, and tipped my head back to swallow it. As the medicine took effect, a far more violent surge of spiritual energy burst out at once, battering my meridians until they hurt, but it was still manageable. I didn't ask Jiang Xuansu to step in, letting the spiritual energy rampage through my body. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the pill's power was exhausted, and I had opened 2.5 spiritual meridians. Heartened, I swallowed another mid-tier pill. This time the meridians hurt even more, but I gritted my teeth and bore it. The 5 Elements primordial unity scripture recorded that the pain of opening meridians was itself a tempering of the spiritual meridians. When the medicine was used up, I was drenched in sweat, yet still wanted to continue. This feeling was a bit like cracking sunflower seeds. The reward of successfully opening meridians triggers pleasure, encouraging me to repeat it. It was just that my body couldn't take the impact of the mid-tier pills anymore, so I picked up a low-tier one. Just as I was about to swallow it, an urgent knock sounded from outside. "Su Chun, someone's looking for you." It was Shen Meiqing. I stopped cultivating, opened the door, and went outside. "Who's looking for me?" "Don't know them. Their attitude's a bit rough." That meant trouble. I brought Jiang Xuansu with me to the front gate. 3 people stood outside. The ones on the left and right were burly men with solid muscle. They should be martial artists. In the middle was a short, thin old man with a small mustache. "You're Su Chen." The burly man on the left stepped forward and looked me over from head to toe in a highly rude manner. I ignored him. Shen Meiqing spoke up for me. "What business do you have with my young master?" Jiang Xuansu looked at the old man and reminded me in my ear, "He's an alchemist cultivating qi." The burly man on the left stated their purpose. "Good if you are. Xi and he is our eldest young master's woman. Be smart and stay away from her." "Oh, fighting over a woman? How could I possibly tolerate that? Your eldest young master is a bit too old, isn't he? Can he still manage it? And he's trying to steal a woman from this young master?" I looked skeptically at the old man in the middle. The old man, who had been calm and collected, immediately roared, "How dare you!" The aura of a qi cultivator rushed at us, but before it could reach me, Jiang Xuansu blocked it with a talisman. Seeing her use talismans so extravagantly, the old man did not dare waste what little spiritual power he had left. He restrained his aura and stepped back. Seeing that I had an immortal master backing me, the burly men didn't dare act wildly either. One of them said, "Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This one is a retainer of our Xiang family. We've come under orders from our eldest young master, Xiang Shaoxia, to deliver a message." Xiang Shaoxin's brother? In Yunwu Marketplace, there was more than one family surnamed Xiang, but only one could afford to hire a qi cultivator as a retainer, the Xiang family that ran the gambling house. In the entire Yunwu Marketplace, only the Xiang family had retainers. Other families didn't even have enough spirit stones to support their own people. How could they have spare power to hire retainers? Only the gambling house Xiang family was rich and powerful enough. They also had to hire them. Otherwise, a Xiang family with only early-stage qi cultivation wouldn't be able to hold on to such a huge cake. My father had once received an offer from the Xiang family too, and they even wanted to marry a daughter to him as a second wife. Unfortunately, he was deeply devoted to my mother, who had abandoned husband and child, and he also looked down on gambling houses, so he refused. That was why the Xiang family took a roundabout route and had Xiang Shaoxin become friendly with me. Unlike the playboy Xiang Shaoxin, his older brother was much more formidable in every way. Rumor had it that he had recently reached qi cultivation. In reputation, he was even more notorious than Xiang Shaoxin. Especially over the past year, his temper had become notoriously unpredictable, and the proportion of people having their hands chopped off or beaten half to death in the gambling house had risen sharply. If it were an ordinary person, the name alone would probably be enough to scare them. I wasn't afraid at all. What? Just hiring retainers with spirit stones. Who couldn't do that? After chasing off the men who had come to deliver the message, I returned to my room and didn't continue cultivating. Instead, I asked Jiang Xuanzu, "How far along are you in cultivation now?" Almost at mid-tier of the first qi cultivation level. Cultivation now was different from before the depletion of spiritual energy. In the past, the qi cultivation stage was simply divided into levels 1 through 9, but now each level was further split into 3 small tiers: early, middle, and late. Why split it this way? First, resources were scarce, and cultivation had become terrifyingly slow. In the past, going from qi cultivation level 1 to level 2 took at most a year, from level 2 to level 3, at most 2 years, and so on, increasing progressively. The entire qi cultivation stage topped out at 55 years, and if you went over that, one slow step meant being slow everywhere, making it very hard to establish one's foundation before the age of 60. But now, just advancing from qi cultivation level 1 to level 2 took most people more than 10 years. For a long time, without any positive feedback, morale really suffers. Many people even take more than a year just to go from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. Second, once spiritual energy is depleted, attack power drops sharply, and replenishing spiritual power is difficult, so the hierarchy among cultivators becomes increasingly rigid. In the past, it was nothing unusual for someone at the early qi refining stage to beat someone at the mid stage, and there were even monsters who could cross realms to defeat foundation establishment cultivators. But now, as long as you are ahead by just one minor realm, you can slowly grind the other side down and win by exhausting their spiritual power. A difference of just a few spirit stones worth of spiritual power can decide the outcome. Unless you are as rich as I am, not using all your spirit stones for cultivation, but buying a pile of talismans and smashing them at the enemy. With the number of talismans I have on me right now, low-level cultivators really may not be my match. Third, breakthroughs in cultivation realms are getting harder and harder. In the past, going from first layer to second layer was almost without any obstacle, but now there are clearly 3 hurdles between each layer, and if you do not have enough resources, you cannot even get past the small ones. Jiang Xiansu had only just advanced a few days ago, and was already close to the intermediate stage. Her speed was already very fast, but her foundation was too shallow, and it was impossible for her to beat a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. I took out another stack of talismans and asked her, "If a mid-stage qi refining cultivator attacks you, can you block them with these?" Her expression turned solemn. At qi refining level 3, maybe I could try. Mid-stage qi refining. With only these low-level talismans, I'm afraid it would be very difficult. I understood. Looks like I'd have to bring out the cash-powered ability. Meanwhile, at the Xiang family gambling den, that burly man was complaining in vivid detail. "Young master, that brat is way too ungrateful. We went to pass along the message, and he actually kicked us out." Xiang Shaoxia, sitting opposite him, wore a red robe. His face was gaunt, his skin was frighteningly pale, and his lips were thin and vividly red. Even when he smiled, he gave off a sinister air. "You mean that useless piece of trash who hangs around with my second brother all day ignored my warning and still wants to steal my woman from me?" Not only that, he said a lot of nasty things too. The burly man added fuel to the fire. "Oh, what else did he say?" "He spread rumors that you, young master, can't perform as a man, and asked what right you have to compete with him for a woman." "What?" The smile on Xiang Shaoxia's face vanished instantly. He grabbed the burly man by the throat, his eyes full of madness. Amid the other man's terrified begging for mercy, he cruelly crushed his neck and tossed the body to the ground like garbage. "Drag him out and throw him away." 2 subordinates trembled as they stepped forward to carry the corpse away. Xiang Shaoxia wiped his hands with a handkerchief, then turned to a black-robed elder. "Elder Imo, sorry to trouble you to make a trip. Go and tie up that brat for me." "No, bring him here. I want to see whether his bones are still that hard in front of me." The others either looked frightened or secretly delighted. That elder Imo was a mid-stage qi refining retainer recruited by the Xiang family, with cultivation at Qi refining level 5, ranking among the notable figures in all of Yunwu market. Sending him to invite a useless nobody who had not even reached Qi refining was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. There would never be any mishap. And when the young master said, "See whether his bones are hard," he was not talking about backbone. He really meant to test whether his bones were hard enough. The hidden mist path beside Qingyun Road. I brought Shen Meiqing and the Jiang sisters to a mansion. Shen Meiqing wanted to step forward and knock, but I stopped her and went up myself. "Is Aunt Yin home?" Aunt Yin's full name was Yin Jiu. She was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. 3 years ago, her husband had suffered disaster together with my father, so she was fairly close to me. Since I was going to hire bodyguards, rather than spend spirit stones on strangers, it would be better to give them to someone familiar and more trustworthy. Not long after, the door opened. A woman with slightly messy hair and clothes, a dazed gaze, and a disheveled appearance that couldn't hide her beauty leaned half against the doorway and tilted her head to look out. "Oh, it's little Qinshen." As soon as she spoke, I caught the smell of alcohol. I subconsciously glanced at the panel. Name: Yin Jiu. Age: 36. Aptitude: 3 spiritual roots. Appearance: 87. Figure: 93. Temperament: 84. Purity: 95. Overall rating: 89.75, just 0.25 short. What a pity. Bah, what am I feeling sorry for? I quickly pulled my gaze back from the spot that had been squeezed even fuller by the door and asked with concern, "Aunt Yin, have you been drinking again?" Aunt Yin's name was Yin Jiu, but in reality, she loved alcohol to death. 3 years ago, she hadn't gone to Yunjiang Ridge with them precisely because she had drunk too much and never got up. Yin Jiu raised a hand and made it just a little gesture. He just had a small drink. Her dazed, squinting eyes drifted past me to glance behind me. "Huh? Little Qinshen, you brought so many pretty little wives? Are you here today to treat Auntie to wedding wine?" No, I didn't bother explaining and went straight to the point. "I want to hire Aunt Yin as my bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" She looked confused. "Someone to protect my safety. Someone wants to bully you?" "Sort of. I offended Xiang Shaoxie of the Xiang family, and he might retaliate." That was the enemy I had in the open, in the shadows, who knew how many others were watching me. The drunken haze on Yin Jiu's face faded a little, and she no longer leaned on the door. "Come in first." She had us sit in the main hall, then went back to her room to wash up. When she came out again, she was fully dressed and much clearer-headed. Only then did I feel at ease. I had been worried whether she could even talk properly in that state. "Tell me, what happened?" she said as she sat down beside me. I roughly explained the situation, then offered a reward twice what the Xiang family gave that 5th-level Qi refinement retainer. "For 1 month, I'll give Aunt Yin 10 spirit stones." Yin Jiu didn't react much. She neither questioned whether I could produce that much, nor was she shocked by the exorbitant amount. She only frowned. "The Xiang family's man is already at the 5th level of Qi refinement. I may not be able to protect you." I nodded toward Jiang Xuanzu. She placed a stack of talismans on the table. "What if I have these spirit talismans?" Yin Jiu was finally moved. "Little Qinshen, did you go rob a talisman shop?" She flipped through them one by one, at least a dozen types, with no fewer than 3 of each. I continued, "If there aren't enough, I still have more. If the grade isn't enough, we can go by mid-grade first-rank talismans later. The spirit power consumed during use, I'll reimburse with spirit stones." "Enough, enough. These are enough." It was only to protect me, not to kill that 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. With these talismans, plus reimbursement for spirit power, she was confident enough to hold the other side off. After all, the Xiang family's retainer wouldn't get his spirit power reimbursed. Only 5 spirit stones a month. Who was going to risk their life for that? With these talismans backing her up, she could wear the other side down without caring about the cost. Draining over 100 spirit stones worth of spirit power from the opponent wouldn't be a problem. By then, that retainer wouldn't even have a place to cry. I then took out a contract and handed it over. One must always guard against others, especially when life was at stake. This contract wasn't system-issued. I had Jiang Xuanzu draft it. As long as one of the 2 signing parties was a Qi refinement cultivator, it would take effect. Yin Jiu looked it over and saw that it not only stated 10 spirit stones per month, but also included spirit power consumed during protection may be reimbursed. Her bright face showed surprise. She had originally thought I would at most make a verbal promise, and had even prepared for me to argue and default on payment later. She agreed entirely for my father's sake. After all, my father had helped her a great deal when she advanced to the middle stage of Qi refinement. "Any problem?" I asked. She shook her head and signed readily. I also readily paid a month's wages in advance. Looking at the 10 spirit stones on the table, Yin Jiu regained her slightly tipsy demeanor and smiled as she sized me up. "Xiao Qinshen, you're quite generous. No wonder you're so popular with girls." I didn't bother being modest and skipped straight past the topic. Aunt Yin, have you ever heard of a Tianjiang? A Tianjiang? What's that? I've only heard of Dajiang and general officers. Then is there any way to use spiritual power before advancing to chi refinement? How could that be? She thought I had no hope in cultivation and was trying to take a crooked path. So she even started explaining common sense to me. Being able to refine spiritual power means you're already a chi refinement cultivator. The spiritual power I'm talking about is a bit special. It's harder to use than that of a normal chi refinement cultivator, and its power is also much weaker. I've never heard of that. She still shook her head. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I roughly told her about what happened last night. She was even more puzzled. At your place there are also blind petty thieves coming to cause trouble. To explain that, I'd have to bring up Shun Meiqing and my business of one spirit stone a night to hire beauties again. I mainly wanted to find out the background of those two petty thieves, but since she knew nothing about them, I just smiled and brushed it off. After leaving Yanzhou's place, the number of beauties following behind me had changed from 3 to 4. Walking through the streets and alleys of Yunwu Market, I drew attention everywhere I went. Isn't this a bit too flashy? Yanzhou gestured at the passers-by, who kept looking over. I noticed it too, and turned to Jiang Xuansu. Susu, take Qingjie to pick out a cultivation technique first. With that, I took out spirit stones and stuffed 10 into each of their hands. Don't just think about saving money. Cultivation is important, so make sure you pick the best and most suitable one. I brought spirit stones myself, Shun Meiqing said, trying to refuse again. I said firmly, those are for your cultivation. Only then did she accept them. Jiang Xuansu also silently added another entry to the ever-growing debt ledger in her mind and took the spirit stones. Successfully gifted 10 spirit stones. Current number of women, 3. Return, 30 spirit stones. Claim. Successfully gifted 10 spirit stones. Current number of women, 3. Return, 30 spirit stones. Claim. I chose to claim both. The spirit stones, which had originally dropped to 142, suddenly surged to 182, and were about to break past the 200 mark. Yanzhou was stunned when she saw me casually giving away 2 months' wages worth of spirit stones. She had originally thought her pay was too high and felt she was taking advantage of my father's favor, but now she actually felt a bit unbalanced. She even started worrying that I might get tricked by women. After all, the prettier a woman is, the better she is at lying. Still, she didn't know much about Shun Meiqing and the others, nor did she understand our relationships, so she didn't say anything else. We split into 2 groups and went our separate ways. I went to Wanbao Pavilion with Yanzhou. Shun Meiqing and the others were heading to a place on the next street over, not far away. Along the way, I only looked and didn't buy anything. Yanzhou couldn't help asking curiously, what exactly are you planning to buy? A protective formation. A formation? She clearly hadn't expected that. That thing is a bottomless pit for money. It keeps consuming spirit stones. Can you afford it? For now, yes. I smiled and stopped in front of the most imposing building in Wanbao Pavilion. The other shops on the street were all single-story buildings, but this one was built with 2 stories and looked luxurious and magnificent, with the signboard reading Wanbao Pavilion in large characters. Most of the other shops on this street were run by local families from Yunwu Market. In a place like that, spending over 100 spirit stones at once would probably mean countless thieves sneaking into your home that very night. But Wanbao Pavilion was said to be a large chain trading firm with branches all across the continent, and its reputation and security were far more reliable than the local shops. Once I entered Wanbao Pavilion, a maid came to greet me first. As soon as she heard I wanted to buy a formation, a woman dressed noticeably differently immediately swayed over. I am Sui Yufei, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. You two are here to buy a formation, right? Please follow me upstairs. She had a mature, alluring face, and her form-fitting dress could barely contain her fiery figure, which was even more impressive than Yanzhou's. I checked her panel immediately. Name, Sui Yufei. Age, 39. Aptitude, 4 spirit root. Appearance, 86. Figure, 91. Temperament, 85. Purity, 93. Overall score, 88.75. Unfortunately, she was still just a little short of meeting the system requirement. I glanced again at her figure score. She was clearly bigger than Yanzhou, yet her score was lower. So it seemed that bigger wasn't necessarily better. Shape, proportions, and suitability were probably all factored in. While I was sizing her up, she was also quietly sizing me up. The reason she came personally to receive us wasn't because formations were especially expensive, but because anyone who could afford a formation was definitely wealthy. Customers like that counted as big clients even in a major immortal city. If she served me, a potential big client, well, maybe she could even get a chance to be reassigned back to the immortal city. With that in mind, She asked around about my situation and then led the way ahead. As we went upstairs, she deliberately exaggerated the sway of her hips, making my blood rush downward. The next second, a jade-like hand blocked my view. Children shouldn't look around carelessly. Yinjio's voice rang out by my ear. I was rather speechless. Once we reached the second floor, she asked enthusiastically, "May I ask what kind of formation young Master Su wants?" I had originally planned to buy a defensive formation, but if there was a suitable offensive formation, that would work too. "What formations do you have here?" "We have all the main types of formations," she said confidently. "Introduce them briefly. Please look. These are offensive formations, used to trap enemies and then kill them. These are defensive formations, used to keep enemies out, and to forcibly break through them you'd at least need to be one realm higher. These are trapping formations, which use mazes, illusions, and mist to confine enemies. And these are comprehensive formations. The outermost layer is a defensive formation, and even if someone breaks in, there are still trapping formations and killing formations inside. At present, we only have formations up to the upper grade first tier. They can withstand perfect chi refinement cultivators, and only foundation establishment cultivators or above can forcibly break them. If you want something higher, I can arrange for it to be transferred here, but it will take some time." I shook my head. First tier is enough. The highest cultivation level in all of Yunwu market was only late chi refinement, and there was only one such person. I heard that person's end was near. Even upper grade or mid-grade first tier formations were completely sufficient. How much for comprehensive formations? It depends on the grade. The cheapest first tier lower grade one starts at over 10 spirit stones, while a first tier upper grade one can go as high as over 1,000. I asked in detail about the comprehensive formations. A first tier lower grade formation corresponded to early chi refinement. If a mid chi refinement cultivator wanted to force their way through, they'd need to keep attacking for half an incense stick's time and expend the spiritual power equivalent of dozens of spirit stones. Even after getting inside, there would still be trapping and killing formations, and one could easily die if careless. The price ranged from 10 to 100 spirit stones. It would actually be enough to deal with the worshipper serving the Xiong family. But the people with designs on me weren't only the Xiong family, and a first-tier lower-grade formation only covered a radius of 1 zhang. So I didn't go for the cheap option and ruled it out. The cheapest first-tier upper-grade one cost at least over 500 spirit stones. I couldn't afford that either, so I ruled it out as well. There was still one lower grade remaining, so I picked a mist-locked 1,000 mechanisms formation. A combination of defensive, illusion, and killing arrays, with the outer defense array able to be opened separately to let people in. It couldn't cover the whole Su residence, but it was no problem to cover Cloud Depth residence. Worth 150 spirit stones. Seeing my choice, Si Yufei's eyes brightened even more. Not even the Yi family was this extravagant. She grew even warmer toward me, intentionally and unintentionally brushing against me with both of her advantages. I didn't let her enthusiasm go to waste either. Since formations could only defend the home and were useless when going out, I had her show me defensive armor and robe artifacts too, planning to arm myself completely so I wouldn't get assassinated when I went out. Unfortunately, there were no unisex ones, so I couldn't just buy one item and use unlimited returns to gear everyone up. My spirit stones were limited, so in the end I spent 15 on a sky astral robe for myself, a lower grade tier 1 item that could be activated with spiritual power or spirit stones to trigger the sky astral Big Dipper formation for protection. Finally, I asked whether they had meridian charging pills. I wanted to buy 2 middle grade ones to compare them and see whether the Tang families were really losing potency. I didn't buy more, for 2 reasons. First, I didn't have many spirit stones and needed to keep some startup capital. Second, I was fair about grudges and gratitude, and I was satisfied with the Tang family's attitude in sending me 2 pills. If the comparison showed no problem, I'd still be willing to keep buying from the Tang family. Anyway, the Tang family had already been pushed out of the core circle, and they didn't even have anyone in the enforcement team anymore. If they wanted to harm me, they didn't have the strength. As it turned out, the moment Si Yufei heard I wanted to buy meridian charging pills, she generously gave me 2 directly. At checkout, she also gave me a VIP token that gave a 10% discount at Wanbao Pavilion, valid across the entire continent. Those discounts saved me more than 10 spirit stones. So I simply bought more than a dozen lower-grade Tier 1 talismans, 1 spirit stone each. Even Yinjio, who had been following beside me, went silent at that. The spirit stones I spent on this trip were actually more than her entire net worth as a mid-chi refining fairy master. If Yi Shouqing and his wife hadn't come back alive, she would have started suspecting whether Su Qiangcong had killed his teammates 3 years ago, stolen their spirit stones, and gone into hiding. After I paid, seeing that Si Yufei was a nice person and that Wanbao Pavilion had very well-informed intelligence, I asked her, "There's something else I'd like to ask. Sister Fei, have you ever heard of a Tianjiang?" You're being too formal, young master. If you don't mind, how about calling me Sister Fei? She took the opportunity to get closer to me. I didn't mind getting closer to a beautiful immortal with powerful backing either. In that case, Sister Fei can just call me by my name. Little brother Su Chun. She immediately called me affectionately, then said, Tianjiang seems to be the title used by the Haigi kingdom in the east for their leaders. People from another country? Why had they come here? I knew Cloud Mist Market was within the territory of the Tianxian kingdom. Tianxian kingdom was also called the Tianxian Immortal Dynasty. Unlike the cultivation novels I'd read in my past life, this place wasn't one where ordinary humans founded a nation and sect stood above it. Instead, the largest sect in the region, Tianxian sect, had directly established an immortal dynasty. Maybe it had something to do with spiritual energy depletion. Those immortal mountains were now no different from barren hills, with no spirit veins and no spiritual energy. Who would still want to stay on those godforsaken mountains? Since everyone cultivated with spirit stones anyway, wasn't it nicer to live in bustling cities? Why are you suddenly asking about Tianjiang, little brother? She asked again. I briefly told her about what had happened last night. How did those Japanese filth end up in a small place like Cloud Mist Market? She frowned, and when she saw my confusion, she explained, Japanese filth are people from the Haigi kingdom. They're short in stature and like to make women sell their bodies to earn crystal silver. Even married women are like that, which is how they got the name. I thought back and realized the two from last night really were shorter than average, and even the sturdier one wasn't tall. I asked her about the unusual spiritual power, but she knew nothing about it at all. Cloud Mist Market is too remote, so my channels here are limited. If you want to know, I can send word to headquarters to help you investigate. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Fei. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Yanju leaned mysteriously close to my ear. Xiao Chincheng, did your dad come back? My dad? Come back? How long had it been since the 7th day after his death? His ashes were probably already scattered by now. I asked in confusion, why do you say that? If your dad didn't come back, where did all these spirit stones come from? She looked at me as if she had seen through everything. I really couldn't explain it, so I went along with it. Couldn't it be something my dad left me? After he's been in trouble for so long, you still have the spirit stones he left? Isn't it possible I only discovered them recently? She thought about it seriously and felt that this possibility was indeed greater than the chance that Su Qizong was still alive. If he were really alive, he couldn't have dragged it out until now before coming back. At that moment, I was already walking toward the Sin siblings' residence. Since Xing Xiaoya had sent people to warn me, once he found he couldn't do anything to me, he might well go after Xian He again. It would be better to have her move to my place as soon as possible. The Sin family's old residence. Xian He was cultivating in her wheelchair when an argument suddenly came from outside. She opened her eyes and saw the father who had sold her, forcing his way in despite her younger brother's attempts to stop him. Spirit stones. Sin Rahai's face, scruffy with stubble, was full of excitement when he saw the spirit stones in Xian He's hands. He snatched them away at once. I heard a beautiful girl in a wheelchair sold herself for 3 spirit stones, and I guessed it was you. Xian Yuan was trembling all over with rage. His sister had ended up like this entirely because of this man. Yet he still had the nerve to mention it in person and even snatch the spirit stones. Give the spirit stones back to my sister. Xian Yuan stood in front of his sister and roared. I'm your father. It's only natural for me to take your spirit stones. Sin Rahai pushed Xian Yuan aside and looked at Xian He. Where are the rest? You're a cripple with 4 spirit roots. Cultivating is pointless anyway. Give me the spirit stones. Once your dad becomes an immortal master, you'll all get to enjoy the blessings too. Spit. Xian Yuan said bitterly. Giving them to you would be the real waste. All you do is gamble. Following you would only bring suffering. So that's why mom ran away. Sin Rahai was hit where it hurt, his face turning blue and red in turn, but he still refused to stop. Won't give them up, huh? Then I'll take them myself. While feeling around, he rummaged through the place and soon found the remaining spirit stones in Xian He's bedroom. There's actually this much? Sin Rahai was overjoyed. He had originally thought there would be at most 4 or 5. Yet there were more than 10 here. You can't touch those. They're my sisters. Put them down. Xian Yuan tried to stop him. But how could an ordinary person stop Sin Rahai, who had already opened more than 10 spiritual meridians? He was easily shoved to the ground. Still, he clung tightly to Sin Rahai's leg. You old beast. Haven't you ruined my sister enough? We hid so far away from you. So why did you still come here to torment us? This is Sis's only hope of treating her legs. You can't take it. Not only did those words fail to wake Sin Rahai up, they only enraged him further. I'm an old beast. Then aren't you a little beast? Get the hell out of my way. He cursed as he kicked at Xian Yuan. Stop. Stop it now. Xian He tried to intervene, But just as she pushed herself up from the wheelchair, she fell flat on the ground. Xian Yuan had no time to worry about Xin Ruhai. He crawled to his sister's side. "Sis, are you okay?" With no one stopping him anymore, Xin Ruhai no longer paid any attention to the siblings on the ground. Hugging the spirit stones with a delighted grin, he strode off. With her brother's help, Xian, he sat back in her wheelchair. She had just seen hope and had light return to her eyes. But because of her father's arrival, that light was extinguished again. "Maybe this is just my fate," she sighed. "I'll go find young Master Su." Xian Yuan got up to leave. "Don't go." Xian, he stopped him. "I've already wasted so many spirit stones from the young master. What face do I have to ask for more? I'll explain it to him. Young Master Su will understand." "And then what?" "He takes the spirit stones, only to have them snatched away again." Xian Yuan froze, then slammed a fist hard into the wall in hatred. "Why doesn't he just die? You want who to die?" Before I even entered the house, I heard Xian Yuan's voice. As soon as I stepped in and saw the miserable state the siblings were in, my face instantly darkened. "People from the Xiang family came by just now." Xian Yuan looked awkward. "Young Master Su, why are you here?" The spirit stones I had given Xian he had already been snatched away by their gambling addict father, which was bad enough. And the moment I walked in, I brought up the Xiang family, an existence even more nauseating than that gambler of a father. Xian he lowered her head and confessed on her own. "It wasn't the Xiang family. It was my father. He took all the spirit stones you gave me." My first reaction was actually, "Then can I farm spirit stones off you again? Isn't that a good thing?" But seeing how miserable the siblings were, I knew it wasn't that simple. "Your father came by once, and he turned you into this?" Seeing that I wasn't angry over the spirit stones, Xian Yuan finally couldn't hold it in and said excitedly, "That beast. It was him who caused my sister's leg to end up like this." "What exactly happened?" "He lost money gambling and sold my sister off. My sister refused to go and kicked the buyer, so that man broke my sister's leg with his own hands. Today, when my father heard that sister had received spirit stones from you, he came knocking and took them all." Xian Yuan was afraid I'd dislike his sister, so he didn't dare mention Xiang Shaoxia. But Xian he took the initiative and said, "The one who bought me was the Xiang family's eldest young master. You mentioned the Xiang family just now. Did they come looking for trouble with you?" I glanced at her in surprise. I hadn't expected her to look so gentle and frail, yet have such a fierce temperament. "That young master. I suppose I should be calling him the Xiang family's eldest young mistress now. They did send someone to warn me, saying you're his woman and telling me to stay away from you," I said, almost laughing. "A thing that can't even be considered a man wants to steal my woman from me." Xian his expression dimmed. "I understand. I'll definitely repay the spirit stones I owe you in the future." Xian Yuan opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He leaned helplessly against the wall. His sister had taken nearly 50 spirit stones from me in total. An ordinary person couldn't even save up 5 in a lifetime. 50 spirit stones was absolutely an impossible number for them. I smiled. "You've misunderstood. I'm not here to make you repay the spirit stones. I'm here to ask you to move in with me." Xian, he stared at me blankly. "But didn't you say the Xiang family warned you to stay away from me? Just because he told me to stay away from you, I have to stay away from you? Don't I have any pride? But the Xiang family has an immortal master behind them." I stepped aside and pointed to Yanjiu behind me. "This is my aunt. Qi refinement level 4. The siblings froze on the spot. They had always thought Yanjiu was the maid I had hired, and never imagined she was actually a great immortal master in the middle stage of Qi refinement. With such backing, no wonder I dared to go against the Xiang family. "Is it really okay for me to offend the Xiang family for your sake?" Xian he still couldn't believe it. I originally wanted to casually comfort her with a few words, but as the words reached my lips, I suddenly remembered that Chinibyu, blood-boiling line from my previous life. I crouched down and looked at her deeply. "For your sake? So what if I make the whole world my enemy?" Xian he, who had been holding back tears for who knew how long, instantly burst into tears and threw her arms tightly around me, crying out loud. I hadn't expected that just joking around with a meme would have such an effect. No wonder the male leads in those novels loved saying that kind of thing. It really was unbelievably useful. And in my heart, I was still silently planning. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. Heaven did not give birth to me. Shin Xianjun. Aunt Yin, save me. After she finished crying, I urged her to hurry up and pack her things and move in with me, so that if Xiang Shaoxia couldn't do anything to me, he wouldn't come after her instead. Xian, he was still hesitating. "If I move out, my father might come looking for you. If he dares come, I guarantee he'll never dare to pester you again. Just stealing spirit stones. I might let it go for Xian his father's sake. But since he could even do something like selling his own daughter, I couldn't allow him to continue." The siblings didn't have much stuff. After packing up simply, The group of us headed back. By the time we reached Qingyun Road and were still far from the mansion gate, we could already see 3 girls, Jiang Xuansu and the others. Facing off against 3 men. 2 were burly men, and the other was a little old man dressed in black. When I approached, the black-robed elder half-lidded his eyes. "You're Suchin? Our young master wants to see you. Come with me." I didn't give him any face at all. He doesn't have legs of his own? If he wants to see me, tell him to roll over here himself. Arrogant. The black-robed elder stepped forward, his aura surging straight at me. Yin Jiu clutched a talisman and stood in front of me. "Elder Mo, right? Do you think you can defeat me before the law enforcement team arrives? Or are you planning to drain all your spiritual power just to take him from me?" Sensing that her aura was no weaker than his own, Elder Mo immediately reined it in and stepped back. "Who are you?" "Yin Jiu. Why are you protecting him?" "I'm his aunt. If I don't protect him, do you expect me to protect you?" With the talismans and my promise backing her, Yin Jiu showed no fear at all. Elder Mo gave her a long look, then turned and left. The other 2 were stunned for a moment before hurriedly following after him. "Elder Mo, why are we leaving? How are we supposed to answer to the young master when we go back like this?" Elder Mo's expression remained unchanged. "He's at the mid-chi refining stage. If you're confident you can take him away, do it yourselves." The 2 of them shut up on the spot and obediently followed along. I thought to myself, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. That eunuch really is something. He sent out the strongest mid-chi refining worshipper right from the start, not even giving me a chance to level up and fight monsters. Luckily, I had the foresight to invite Aunt Yin here. Otherwise, even if Jiang Xiansu could stall for time, with someone from the Xiang family inside the law enforcement team, they might have just turned a blind eye. Seeing that I had really blocked the Xiang family for her, Exine, he felt completely relieved at that moment. The giant stone pressing on her chest was finally lifted, and my figure filled her eyes. Later, I learned that over at the Xiang family's gambling house, Xiang Xiaoxia was furious upon hearing that even Elder Mo had personally made the trip and still failed to bring me back. Elder Mo sat calmly, unruffled. He has a mid-chi refining cultivator protecting him. Xiang Xiaoxia frowned. Where did he find a mid-chi refining cultivator? What's that person's name? Yin Jiu. Go off for me. That afternoon, his men reported back. Yin Jiu had only broken through to the mid-chi refining stage in the past 2 years. Her husband had once been a friend of Su Qiangsong's, and after the 2 of them met with an accident 3 years ago, she publicly declared that she would shelter me. But in those 3 years, many people had bullied me, and she had never once made a move. Xiang Xiaoxia didn't find this strange. 3 years without acting, and anyone would forget her. In his view, the fact that she had kept any chi refining cultivators from touching me for 3 years already counted as doing her duty. He hadn't expected she would be willing to go this far for me. Elder Mo, she's only just entered the 4th level of chi refining. She's not your match, right? Xiang Xiaoxia still wanted him to act. First, only Elder Mo was her match. Second, the dozens of spirit stones he paid each year couldn't be for nothing. Elder Mo remained unmoved. I can defeat her, but if she fights to the death, I'd have to expend at least 70% of my spiritual power, and I might even be injured. Su Chun is only the descendant of one of her old acquaintances. That person is already dead. Would she really risk her life for an outsider? Xiang Xiaoxia's gaze darkened. Don't forget, you signed a contract with my father. The contract only requires me to protect the Xiang family and the gambling house. This matter isn't within its scope. That spiritual power of Elder Mo's had been painstakingly accumulated over decades. How could he gamble it away for the price of 100+ spirit stones? As for the contract, that little bit of risk didn't amount to much in his eyes. The Xiang family was powerful, and with him in charge, not many blind fools would dare cause trouble. What did he have to worry about? Seeing that he was completely unmoved by persuasion or pressure, Xiang Xiaoxia's expression turned terrifyingly dark. He ordered his men, "Go. Bring Xian He to me." If he couldn't move me, then he would strike at the people I cared about. His men rushed off aggressively toward the Xian family, not the siblings' old residence, but Xian Rohai's place. After getting the spirit stones, Xian Rohai had originally wanted to head straight to the gambling house, but after some hesitation, he decided to use half of them for cultivation first. Just as he was cultivating, the door was kicked open. Seeing the Xiang family burst in, he was about to run, but a burly man grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. "Old thing, where's your daughter?" The leader stamped on his chest. If this had been before, he would have confessed immediately. But this time he played dumb. "My daughter? I don't know. She ran off a year ago with that unfilial son of mine." It wasn't that he had suddenly found his conscience. Rather, after tasting the benefits, he still wanted to keep getting spirit stones from his daughter. He was already in his 40s and had opened more than 10 meridians. If he couldn't become an immortal master, he didn't have many years left to live. A beating was nothing, as long as it preserved the chance of obtaining spirit stones from his daughter and becoming an immortal master. If he said it, there would be no more chance. He knew what was more important. Not saying anything, huh? Beat him. A group of people surrounded him, punching and kicking, while several others searched the room. Xian Rohai cried out in pain as he shouted, "I really don't know. I even sold her off and had her leg broken. How could she still recognize me as her father?" "Wait, you said your daughter's leg is broken?" One burly man suddenly shouted to stop them. He was one of the people who had gone with Elder Imo to fetch me earlier. Mentioning that there was a girl in a wheelchair by my side, he confirmed her appearance with Xian Rohai, and it was indeed Xian He. "Looks like this time you weren't lying." The leader was just about to leave when one of his men suddenly came out excitedly, holding a pile of spirit stones. "Boss, look what this is." Spirit stones. The leader's breathing instantly quickened. He kicked Xian Rohai again. "Speak. Where did all these spirit stones come from?" Xian Rohai's heart was practically bleeding, but with what he had just said as a foundation, he didn't dare tell the truth even more. Following the burly man's lead, he made up a story. "My son gave them to me. He said some young master wanted to buy my daughter. These are the spirit stones for buying my daughter." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "How was I supposed to know how to say it? I didn't even meet that young master, and I don't even know where he is." The leader thought he was afraid the spirit stones would be snatched away, and since the person they were looking for had already been found, he didn't waste any more time and took his men away. Once outside, he gave each of his subordinates one, keeping 3 for himself. "You know what to say when we get back, right?" "Yes." The subordinates weren't fools. Even if they turned one in, they wouldn't get to keep it, and they couldn't save up a single one even after 10 years' worth of monthly stipends. Naturally, it was better to pocket it themselves. After all, this trip had only been to find someone. Back at the gambling den, after learning that I had not only ignored the warning, but also brought Xian He back with me, young Master Xie's face darkened terrifyingly. This was no longer just disregarding his words. It was blatant provocation. "You won't let me touch him? I'll not only touch him, I'll even bring him home." Through clenched teeth, he nearly squeezed out a sentence. "Send people to keep a close eye on him. I don't believe he won't be alone at some point." On the Su family's side, "Sis, I'm heading back first." Xian Yuan put down his things and was about to leave. Xian He was stunned. "You're not staying?" Xian Yuan lowered his voice. I took a look around. Aside from young Master Su, the whole estate is full of women. It's really not appropriate for me, a grown man, to stay here. But what if the Xiang family comes looking for you? What would they be looking for me for? I didn't provoke them. They probably don't even know me. The chances of them looking for that old beast are higher than looking for me. Xian He was still worried. Xian Yuan comforted her. "Don't worry, sis. If I can't afford to offend them, I can still avoid them, right? I'll take care of myself." Xian He wasn't really worried about that. When they lived together before, she couldn't help much and only dragged him down. Without her, her younger brother would definitely have it better. It was just that the 2 siblings had grown up together, and she was used to having him around. Really can't stay? No. Even if a sister gets married, there's no reason to bring her younger brother to live in her husband's house. Xian Yuan crouched down. "We're both in Yunwu Fong anyway, not far apart. I'll come see you often." Xian He patted his head. "Then be careful." On the main house side, I had Shun Meiqing and the others take Xian He to pick a room while I started setting up the array disc. After everything was done, I didn't embed any spirit stones for the time being. To activate the formation, I need to insert 12 at once. Even if no one came barging in, just leaving it on standby would burn through 12 in 2 days. If someone forced their way in, the consumption would be even faster. No wonder it was called a bottomless pit. Ordinary cultivation families simply couldn't afford the upkeep of a single formation. I only had 17 spirit stones left on me, so I'd need to grind for another round before using it. Besides, with Yanjiu here during the day, there was no need to activate it anyway. I went to Xian He's room. The room had already been tidied up and the bed was made. I took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to Xian He. "Don't fall behind in cultivation. If you need help, just tell them anytime." Xian He didn't have a single spirit stone on her at the moment, so she nodded and accepted them. I know." The system prompt sounded again. "Successfully gifted 10 spirit stones. Current number of women, 3. 30 spirit stones will be returned. Claim now." Of course I claimed them. After receiving the returned spirit stones, I tried to press them into her hands again. "Take these 2. This time she refused. "No need. I'll come get more from you after I use these up. We're living together now anyway." I knew she was still shaken by what happened this morning when her spirit stones were snatched away, afraid that if I gave her too many, they'd just be taken again. After a long round of persuasion, I finally got her to accept another 10. My spirit stones were restored to 57. To be honest, I had already spent over 100 today alone, and the 50-something I had left no longer seemed like much. If you're tired, rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's time to eat. She replied softly. I took the others out and left the room to her for cultivation. After leaving, I called Jiang Xuansu back into the room to guard me and took the intermediate meridian opening pill I'd bought from Wanbao Pavilion. That familiar sensation came quickly. After nearly the time it takes to burn one incense stick, the pill's power was exhausted, and I still had only opened 2.5 spirit meridians. Looks like that's about all the pill can do. The entire afternoon that followed, I kept cultivating. Whenever I was about to be unable to withstand the impact of the intermediate meridian opening pill, I switched to a low-grade one to ease off. Once I recovered a little, I went back to the intermediate pill. If it really became unbearable, I rested for a while. By nightfall, all 4 intermediate pills and 11 low-grade meridian opening pills had been used up. 21 spirit meridians opened in total. Combined with the 25 I had opened before, I was already close to advancing to the next stage even with a 3 spiritual roots talent. And according to the records in the 5 Elements Primordial Unity Scripture, once all spirit meridians are opened, there is no threshold at all for qi condensation. That night after dinner, even though there was desire in Shun Meiching's eyes, I still called Jiang Xuansu back to the room. Jiang Zhuanghua's eyes widened on the spot, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a touch of complicated reluctance. Jiang Xuansu's face turned red at once, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she seemed faintly expectant, silently following me inside. Under the lamplight, her skin shimmered with a warm, jade-like glow. I moved closer slowly, drawing her into the shadow. She lifted her face slightly, her eyes like water, her tenderness carrying a trace of immortal grace that should not be profaned, making one want even more to hold her tightly in their arms. I lowered my head and kissed her, gentle at first, then fiercely, until she was almost out of breath before letting go. Holding her body, soft as water, I whispered in her ear, what I said to prepare wasn't mental preparation. I meant for you to store more spiritual energy in your body to help with my cultivation. I was just too eager to see the effects of dual cultivation with a cultivator who had dual spiritual roots and was already at qi condensation. Her already flushed face turned even redder. Then you, wait for me a moment. She steadied her weak body and sat up, taking out spirit stones to absorb. After using up all the ones she had on her, I gave her another 20-odd stones before she was finally fully replenished. My total spirit stones also broke past 100 again because of that. What do I need to do next? She asked nervously, with a trace of unease. According to her original guess, I might be planning to use her as a cauldron and seize her cultivation. But after all this time together, I didn't seem like that kind of person. Take your clothes off. She hesitated for a moment, then began to undress shyly. The long dress slipped down, revealing smooth shoulders, delicate collarbones, and a fan of snow-white skin. I couldn't help pulling her back into my arms, sealing her tender red lips with a kiss, my big hand traveling downward all the way. Who knew how long passed before her whole body was limp and hanging weakly against me. Only then did I scoop her up horizontally and place her on the bed, bending down to kiss her forehead. Relax. Leave the rest to me. The next day, sunlight filtered through the curtains and fell across the rumpled bedding. I woke from my sleep, and the first thing I saw was a breathtaking sleeping face, delicate brows, long lashes, a straight nose, and slightly swollen red lips, so beautiful it made one instinctively hold their breath. The internet celebrities and stars I'd seen before traveling through time were already crushing ordinary people with dimensionality reduction, but the person in front of me was crushing those internet celebrities and stars in the same way. Her skin after cultivating immortality was better than any beauty filter or smoothing effect from my previous life. I was overflowing with a sense of accomplishment, not just because I had such a woman, but because this night had brought in huge gains. By dual cultivating with Jiang Xuansu, I opened 18 spiritual meridians in one night, almost equal to all my efforts before combined, as expected of a dual spirit root immortal master in qi refining. And I wasn't the only one improving. Jiang Xuansu was even more outrageous than I was. She advanced from qi refining level 1 to qi refining level 2 in just one night. If word of this speed got out, it would be even harder to believe than the fact that I could bring in a beauty for 1 spirit stone a night. More importantly, she had consumed nearly 100 spirit stones that night, but returned more than 200 to me. After subtracting the dozens I used myself, I still had over 200 left. You really are my little lucky star. I held her close and couldn't help kissing her on the forehead again. Her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly woke up. Seeing me, she gave a shy yet happy smile. Good morning. She had originally worried that I would drain her cultivation, but I not only didn't do that, I also helped her advance 1 level in a single night. and she had completely fallen for me without reservation. After the two of us got clingy for a while, we finally got up and got dressed. Just as we stepped out of the bedroom, Yanjiu called me aside with a solemn expression. Xiao-chun, come here for a moment. A thief came to the estate last night, and I captured him. How do you want to deal with him? What kind of person? I haven't asked yet. Take me to see him. But she hesitated. That thief is a chi refining level 1 cultivator. Before you go see him, you'd better think carefully about how to handle it. I understood immediately. She was leaning toward letting him go. After all, in Yunwu market, anyone who could become a chi refining cultivator basically had backing. If we didn't let him go, what else could we do? We couldn't exactly keep him. But if we killed him, how would we deal with the body? But none of that worried me. My system space couldn't hold living things, but dead things were fine. If I put the body in there, who could find it? Once we left the market, I could just toss it anywhere. Following Yanjiu to the backyard, I looked at the thief tied up on the ground and recognized him at a glance. It was the same guy from the law enforcement team the night before. I crouched down and pulled the cloth out of his mouth. You're from the law enforcement team. Why'd you come to my house to be a thief? Yifeng's eyes kept shifting. The gains from the night before, plus the sky-high prices I'd set at my stall, convinced him that I must have a lot of spirit stones at home. Last night only confirmed his guess. I'd hired a mid-stage chi refining cultivator as a bodyguard with spirit stones, and even set up a formation. How deep must my pockets be? Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to get a single one before being captured, and theft was something that couldn't be seen in the light of day, so naturally he refused to speak. Seeing that he wouldn't say anything, I didn't make things hard for him. I stood up and casually said to Yanjiu, kill him. My tone was as light as if I were killing a chicken. Yifeng was so scared he blurted out immediately, wait, I'll talk. I came to steal things. A thief, huh? I still said the same thing, kill him. My tone didn't even change. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Yi family. He finally brought out his trump card. That was also why he had the confidence to break into my home. In his view, as long as he revealed his identity, I definitely wouldn't dare touch him, and might even have to serve him respectfully. The Yi family, huh? I looked troubled. After he showed the proud smile of someone from the Yi family, I changed direction. Then we definitely have to kill you. I can't afford the Yi family's revenge. What? You still dare to kill me? His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Wait, let me go, and I promise I won't take revenge. I swear. I stroked my chin and thought about it, then still shook my head. No, I think dead people are safer. They keep secrets better. I looked at Yanjiu. Aunt Yan, do it. Yanjiu didn't move. After hesitating for a moment, she voiced the concern on her mind. What about the body? How should we deal with it? Don't worry, I've got a way. Our voices were kept low, but Yifeng was a chi refining cultivator, so he heard every word without missing a thing. Seeing that we had already started discussing how to dispose of his corpse, he got so scared that he wet himself, wailing, why you can't kill me? I know the secret of your father's death. As long as you promise to let me go, I'll tell you. I didn't have much of a reaction. The father in question was practically a stranger to me. Yanjiu, however, suddenly tightened her grip on the sword and stared at him fixedly. I glanced at her, then said to Yifeng, go on. Let me see whether your information is worth me sparing your life. No, you have to promise to let me go first and swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Only then will I speak. I can swear too. Everything I'm saying is true.